Members of Council, if I can please have you take your seats. I will call this meeting to order. Would you please stand for the national anthem? At this point, please rise for a moment of silence, and during this time, remember the following: the victims of the earthquake in Ecuador, Howard Reed Cable, David Stevenson Holden Dunn, Catherine Gooch, Joseph Abraham Gordon, Doreen Hayes, Prince Rogers Nelson, and Stephen Ross. Thank you. Members, today we gratefully acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation and home to many diverse Aboriginal peoples. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meetings at toronto.ca/council. Members, we have 3 presentations this morning. The first is to recognize refugee settlement efforts. I would like to call upon Councillor Mihevc to come forward for the presentation.
I have to do a presentation. Good morning, everyone. This presentation was scheduled for last council meeting on the occasion of the UN World Refugee Day. We got busy that week at council, so we had to postpone this presentation. The purpose of this first presentation is really to say a big thank you to a variety of people and organizations involved in the Syrian refugee relief effort. First, the issue. So war-torn Syria was producing refugees at a rate unprecedented since World War II. They were flooding into neighboring countries and then to Europe. Many were drowning at sea in rickety boats trying to make their way to safe countries. Who can forget the picture of that young but dead Syrian boy, Elan, whose picture catalyzed public opinion around the world to compassionate action? There was also a surprising degree of public hostility around the world. 38 governors in the U.S. said that Syrian refugees were not welcome in their state. Islamophobia and xenophobia grew and also had some nasty expressions in a variety of European countries. But here in Canada, and this is why we are so full of gratitude today, something very, very different happened. Our government, our federal government, promised 25,000 GARs, government-assisted refugees, would be brought to Canada as quickly as possible. On top of that number, residents and citizens of Canada would be allowed to privately sponsor families as well, as Canada has been doing for years and years. In fact, Canada is the only country that has, Western country, that has this program allowing private citizens to sponsor refugees from abroad. One of the best pictures was the one with the Prime Minister of Canada, the Premier of Ontario, and the Mayor of the City of Toronto together welcoming the first plane load of refugees just before Christmas of last year. While many a jurisdiction was rejecting refugees, we had all orders of government coming together, welcoming them with a warm embrace. Political leadership on this issue mattered, and it allowed us, the citizens, the residents of Toronto, permission to say a big yes to refugees. It was almost like our Canadian Toronto identity was on the line. Our basic DNA as a tolerant and welcoming society had chosen to reveal itself. But welcoming refugees is, in some ways, an easy thing for us to do as elected people. The harder work is actually making it happen in reality. And this is where I think we as Canadians and Torontonians excelled. Toronto's response to the Syrian refugee crisis, both by staff at the city and those working in the settlement sector, has been absolutely enormous. Countless staff, our City of Toronto staff, working in a variety of divisions and departments, have committed an incredible amount of time and energy to ensuring that newcomers to Toronto have the best start possible. From staff working at Toronto's local immigration partnerships, to those working in schools and libraries, to the community leaders who have organized dinners and raffles and fundraisers, the City of Toronto has stepped up and demonstrated yet again that we are a city that welcomes and celebrates diversity and wants to ensure that this is a welcoming place to call home. With the privately sponsored refugees, so many groups took up the challenge. I know that in my ward alone, I know of about 25 families that have come or are coming to Toronto as a result. There were clothing drives, furniture drives, dentists organizing, lawyers organizing. I know Councillor DiCiano asked his Etobicoke community for $25,000 on the radio, and the day after, someone calls and offers to give the full $250,000. And that's just one story of many. There were so many volunteers and energy that sometimes it was actually hard for our city staff and the settlement workers to know what to do with it all. Today, we give special thanks to some very special people who carried a big load for us all. We are joined today in the seats by Mary O'Calla from Costi, and I'm going to ask you to stand up when I name you all. Representatives from Lifeline Syria, including Zina Hamdan. From the Arab Community Center, from Lifeline Syria, we have Alexandra, Frank, and Shauna. From Okazi, we have Ita Woldiab. From the Toronto Newcomer Office, that's our city staff, we have Vera, Dodich, Nicole, Denise, and Chris, who did a great job with the interagency task force and the interdivisional team that met on a regular basis, as well as Richard from the federal government. He represents Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada. And then from the Catholic Cross Cultural Services, we have Carolyn. I'd ask you all to stand up so that we can acknowledge you with an applause and thank you for the good work that you did. The stories that they can tell of how they adjusted their plans when they found out first that these Syrian families were not 3 and 4 people, but sometimes they were 8 and 9 and 10 people in one family that they had child care needs, so a quick call was made to our child care services, and they were brought in, and then librarians were brought in, public health was brought in to deal with severe dental issues, and of course to get their appropriate inoculations. And I know as well that some, I'm just thinking of Mario, for example, who did the Yo person service with the 5 hotels. And you know what, most of these folks did not have a day off from sometime in December to sometime in March. They worked 15-hour days during that whole period of time. And then what did they do in their spare time? Some of them, in their spare time, actually, in their spare time from bringing in government-assisted refugees, in their spare time brought in or was participated in a group to bring in PSRs, privately sponsored refugees as well. So that showed tremendous compassion and commitment. So what was the end result? The end result for us as Canadians was that 26,000 government-assisted refugees were admitted to Canada, with 4,000 coming to Toronto itself. Honestly, I've never seen anything like it in my years at City Hall. When we put our minds to something and we work across government orders of government, we can really change the world. In fact, one of the learnings from this experience is that we need to find and bring out that same passion and energy to solve the other big issues in our city, like housing and poverty. We did it with refugees, and now we can do it again. Councillor Cressy, my colleague as the newcomer advocate, and I have had the opportunity to meet many people who've been involved in the resettlement effort over the past months, and it has been a humbling experience. I know I speak for council in saying that we are proud of the tireless work being done by groups across the city and by our city staff. On behalf of the City of Toronto, we offer you folks our sincerest and deepest thanks. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Thank you. Our second presentation is the recognition of the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. I would like to call upon the City Manager to come forward for the presentation. Oh.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Councillors, I am pleased to announce the City of Toronto has received the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Office Association of the United States and Canada. And this is with respect to the 2015 Budget Summary document. So, Government Finance Office Association is the primary body that brings together those people who work on the staff side on government budgets, all levels of government. It is actually pretty meaningful to receive the award because the reward reflects their combined consideration of our budget document, our 2015 budget summary document, against a series of criteria about it, how it stands up as a policy document, how it works as an overall financial plan, an operations guide, and particularly importantly, as a communications device to the public. Obviously, any presentation has to meet all of those criteria, but what's particularly heartening is that our presentation not only met those criteria, but obviously exceeded them and was chosen for this award. This award, I think, is representative of the very, very hard work of city staff in trying to ensure that council and public receive appropriate, good information for council in order to make financial decisions and for the public in order to understand, have real accountability with respect to the allocation and use of city resources. So there are a large number of Toronto staff who deserve formal recognition for this. I'm not going to have them all come up, but I am going to ask Rob to join me to receive the award, and I'm going to ask that Andy Choi in particular stand and join us. Andy being representative of really an enormous number of very, very hardworking Toronto staff on this file. The other thing I want to emphasize, and it's actually kind of neat, is that later this month the GFOA will actually hold its annual meeting in Toronto. It comes to Canada only once every 10 years, and Toronto a little bit more rarely than that, obviously. So this is a great opportunity for us to mingle with fellow finance professionals, and it provides some business to the convention center as well. Congratulations, folks. Thank you. Thank you. Mayor.
Thank you. Our third presentation is to recognize the Toronto Raptors on their win in the first round of the NBA Eastern Conference Playoff Series. I guess we can applaud at this one, right? I would like to call upon Mayor Tory to come forward. Oh, okay. A video, okay.
We, the North, in many ways, we're in a league of our own. One step removed, just beyond the boundaries. Some would say we're on the outside looking in. But from our perspective, we're on the outside looking within. Because that's where the effort resides. Toughness is found. The aggression is tapped on the inside. Far from the east side, miles from the west side, and we're near the south side. We are the north side. The territory all our own. If that makes us outsiders, we're in.
Today was not so much to celebrate the win in the first series, but rather to wish them well in the second series that they're embarking on tonight. And so we discussed various things we could do, and we thought the best thing we could do would be to send back to them. And we're still sort of old-fashioned sometimes about how we do these things, as you all know, but to send back to them something that would amount to a greeting card. I wish it could be one that could be 50 times the size and require a lot of people to carry it, but it is a That's right. I want you to go and rub his head again. That was the best part. All right. So what we have here on behalf of the members of council and on the Raptors, so good to have you here, yeah. I have a feeling we might need you for the rest of the day. Could you stay? Yeah. Is what amounts to a greeting that we want you to take back to the dress. Is that for you or for me? Back to the dressing room, and here's how it reads. It says, Mayor John Tory and members of Toronto City Council, and I'm sure it's on behalf of all of our residents that are here today and all the people of the City of Toronto, extend support and best wishes to the Toronto Raptors as they compete in the 2015-2016 NBA playoffs. Toronto, a.k.a. the North Side, is fully behind you, proud of your accomplishments. You've just capped off your first Game 7 victory in franchise history and amassed an impressive number of wins in the regular season. We thank you for representing the city with passion and determination and look forward to celebrating more victories with you. Let's go, Raptors. Yeah. So will you take that back to the team and take it to the locker room and tell them we're with them and that, yes. I know you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I should mention, by the way, Madam Speaker, the sign outside, the Toronto sign, is already lit in red and white in the Raptors colors for the day to mark tonight's game. On we go.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio, I understand that you wish to make a brief announcement at this time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of Council, and members of the public. As we all know, on Saturday, April the 16th, a catastrophic 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck off the Ecuadorian Pacific coast along what's known La Ruta del Sol, known for its beautiful beaches, resorts, and towns. As an Ecuadorian born, I am saddened and shocked beyond belief with this unexpected natural catastrophe that left death and despair to over 150,000 families, including children. As you may know, the Ecuadorian community in Toronto is the largest of the Hispanic community with over 100,000 residents in Toronto. And myself, being Ecuadorian born, I know how Ecuadorians are resilient and united when tragedy strikes. I know and I can only understand and imagine the level of human pain and suffering of those who are living in unmeasurable circumstances due to the devastation. I also know when tragedy strikes and things get tough and people are down, the Ecuadorian spirit comes to life. This last Sunday, we had a major fundraiser at La Yuna, that's local 183, where there was a tremendous level of solidarity and unity from all over the city to provide as much help as possible to those in need. Even the poorest of the poor were donating the little that they had. Some charitable and religious organizations responded immediately. They are trying to help, but in reality, my friends, the help that was received is a drop of water in the devastation of this suffering country. Even though the country is currently undertaking numerous rescue operations and missions, international relief agents like UNICEF and the Red Cross and the national government have identified the most critical priorities in the areas of need and cooperation. For example, imagine in a tropical country not having water. On behalf of the Toronto Coalition known as Canada Helps Ecuador, I would like you to know that as of last night, over 660 people have died, 27,700 people are injured and in need of medication, over 100,000 families are homeless, hundreds of people are unaccounted for, and most elementary schools and hospitals have been totally destroyed within this region. Cities like Manta, Puerto Viejo, Pedernales, including Guayaquil, that happens to be the country's main port, didn't escape the destruction. Over 7,000 buildings are flattened. Entire villages have been destroyed. Roads and bridges have buckled. Being the only Hispanic city councilor in Toronto, I am determined, my friends, to do everything in my power to help my former homeland, but I can't do it alone. My esteemed colleagues, I need your help. Our people need our help. On behalf of the Ecuadorian community in Ontario, thank you all of you, for your tremendous show of solidarity during this catastrophic earthquake and also in this time of need. On behalf of the thousands of people who attended the fundraiser, thank you. And a special thank you to my colleague, Joe Cressy from Trinity Spadina, for your kind words and for showing so much support during the event. a huge thank you to the Premier of Ontario. On Sunday, actually, there was an announcement to provide an additional $500,000. But my special thank you to Mayor Tory for meeting with the Ecuadorian ambassador, the Consul General, community leaders, and myself 2 days after the earthquake, for attending the Ecuadorian art exhibition. Mr. Mayor, your level of commitment, it's unquestionable, and from the Ecuadorian community, a big thank you. I know that you're a man of compassion and you care. Thank you so much, all.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. I will now call for a motion to confirm the minutes. Councillor Cole, you have a motion on the minutes from the last meeting?
I do, Madam Speaker, that City Council confirm the minutes of council from the regular meeting held on March 31st and April 1st, 2016 in the form supplied to the members.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Members of council, we have the following administrative inquiry from Councillor Fletcher before us today. Administrative Inquiry 18.1 regarding 2016 operating reductions. The answer from the City Manager has been placed on your desks. Under Council's procedures, an administrative inquiry and answer is not debatable. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Fletcher? Okay, move receipt. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Tory, you have a motion to introduce the Executive Committee report.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I move that report from meeting 14 of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. We dealt with, as is always the case, Madam Speaker, a range of issues at the meeting, and I want to thank the members of the committee and other members of Council who took part in that discussion. I want to just mention a couple of the items that we dealt with at the meeting. The first is a report from the City Manager on alternate models for the delivery of traffic control services presently provided by police officers on paid duty. I believe, Madam Speaker, this report and the discussion that followed it ended up with a number of good recommendations that could improve our current service model by providing options for traffic supervision on a cost-effective basis while allowing us to preserve our resources as best we can. This is an issue that has been debated over and over again for a number of years, and I guess one of the chapters beyond the discussion at the Executive Committee was the letter that I wrote to the Premier just recently, I think last month, asking her for changes to a number of the laws in this area to clarify and make certain our legal ability to provide for and in fact assign or allow to be assigned other people to manage traffic. When you read all the sort of dense legal analysis, it is unclear, at least not as clear as it needs to be, that we could in fact create other categories of people who could perform the services that are often performed by paid duty police officers and still get the desired result, which is to make sure we have public safety and to make sure we have the traffic managed by somebody who need not be, in our view, a fully paid, fully trained police officer. And so I'm looking forward to this report and a number of other things that are going on here and at the Police Services Board and elsewhere as being a way in which we can move this issue forward after all of the different discussions that have happened over the years in a constructive manner, because this is not about settling old scores. It's about trying to get better public policy that carries with it the confidence of the public and that is a result of responsible change, like so many other issues. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I just want to make mention of a very important report that was approved by the Executive Committee, in which I'll be recommending as part of this report for your approval as well, that established a City of Toronto social procurement program. I guess I would say, in some respects, better late than never, and I certainly believe better late than never, but it's one of those things where, with all the pride we take And indeed, as I heard Councillor Mihevc talking about refugees, and as we talk about other issues here, I can tell you that when I was in the Silicon Valley representing Toronto, and even in Asia for that matter, the pride you can take, and we should take, talking about diversity here and how we've handled it is a genuine one. However, it's interesting to note that in the area of social procurement, we are in fact behind the United States. It's one of those areas where we can't really go down there and say, you know, hold ourselves up as the example, because for a variety of different historical reasons, they've taken more steps earlier than we have here. But what we're now, doing is to take it one step further. We've had various things we have done over time to achieve various economic and other goals through procurement, but now we're going to really try to bring about a long-term shift in the city's procurement culture so as to demonstrate how the city's divisions can all make a contribution both to our poverty reduction goals and to addressing issues of adequate representation of the population as diverse as it is in the group of people from whom we buy goods and services. And so the program will drive inclusive economic growth by improving access to the city's supply chain for diverse-led businesses. And this is going to be, I think, a very strong step forward. And it's also going to create training and employment opportunities. I mean, to me, this is one of those things, not unlike some of the things we're doing on climate change, where you can see multiple wins. I mean, on the climate change, not only are we going to contribute to an improved environment and to changing the culture and the way we do things through some of our initiatives, but we're also going to save money. And in this case, we're going to not only increase access to opportunity on a more equitable basis across the city by letting some of these people compete for our business, but it's going to also contribute to local jobs. And then finally, it is going to help achieve a social justice objective by simply giving diverse-led businesses a chance. And in fact, this is something where we do have some ground actually to make up if we're going to be consistent with our place of pride as the most diverse city on earth. So that is a very important initiative that I hope all members of council will strongly support when that matter comes before us in the next couple of days. And I commend the Executive Committee report to the members and look forward to a thoughtful discussion on this and every other issue today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevc, you have a motion to introduce community development. Councillor Mihevc, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report. Sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. There's only one item on the Board of Health report, and it has to do with the various allocations of the subsidies of the monies that were allocated to the Board of Health around the student nutrition program. And so it's not really very controversial at all. It's within the funding guidelines. But let me take this opportunity to say that a big push by certainly myself, the Board of Health, and the supported by the staff and also the staff from the agencies that are working in student nutrition is now to get the federal government involved. The province has been a great partner. The federal government had been an absent partner, and for this program really to work, it needs to go national, and it needs more funding from that third order of government. And so that on the political side is the big push this year. But the report before us right now is very straightforward, and of course I commend it to your positive attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the Community Development and Recreation report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from Meeting 11 of the Community Development and Recreation Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I would bring to your attention just 4 items that are before us that came up from committee. Certainly regarding the child care capital investments, you will see the list of 10 new projects that are within the report, and this obviously is a very exciting expansion of our current system to meet the growing needs of daycare across the city. The report before you also itemizes the City of Toronto response to proposed regulations from the province governing child care and Early Years Act of 2014. These were the regulations that did not come in at the time. And it was estimated that originally these proposed changes would cost the city and its service providers up to $20 million, require the hiring of 847 more staff, and cost us up to 2,000 childcare spaces. I'd like to thank our city staff for putting in a robust response objecting to these regulations, as well as community activists in the province, has subsequently withdrawn the most draconian aspects of these regulations and are going back to the drawing board. You'll also find encouraging steps forward in the Bridges to Housing with a new pilot project, a funding agreement between the City of Toronto and the Province of Ontario that supports 25 homeless individuals with developmental disabilities. Not only does this provide support to those most in need, but it provides us important data as we go forward to try and expand such initiatives. The City is entering also into a service agreement with the Centre for Research on Inner-City Health at St. Michael's Hospital, with providing provincial funding for a diagnostic evaluation tool of the housing support assessment tool. This tool is intended to assess the level of acuity and support of people in need and who are homeless in order to assist them in maintaining their housing. This will ensure that those in need are provided with the level of support to be successful in a housing solution. It will help manage staff caseloads more effectively and will also service the planning and design of emergency shelter systems for the future. Making smart decisions about our most vulnerable is certainly based on sound research and evidence-based, and this item before us will take us there. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, you have a motion to introduce the Economic Development Committee report.
Good morning, Speaker. I do. That the report for meeting number 11 of the Economic Development Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I simply wanted to take a moment, Speaker, to point out to members of Council that one of the items on the agenda for economic development refers to the 3D sign, as we know it, the Toronto sign. There has been tremendous amount of benefit that has accrued as a result of the sign that came as a result of the Pan Am Parapan Games. We have had tremendous amount of people who have come to visit the sign. We've had tremendous amount of people who have seen the sign on varying social media and so on. The sign has become effectively what many Torontonians have always wanted, which is something that signifies and creates that semblance of togetherness in this diverse city that the mayor speaks about. It has been, in fact, a real delight having this sign. But as you know, the sign was not designed to be permanently fixtured in the location that it is today. So we needed to make some adjustment in order to ensure that the continuance and the sustainability of that sign, and that it endures and reflects the desires and the intent and the wishes of the people of Toronto and all the people who come to visit and all the people who see this sign on social media and other forms of media. That we are required to spend some funds in order to ensure that the sign itself can endure weather, temperature, climate, and all of the challenges that one would ascribe to a sign of this nature. So water, exceeding, thank you very much, Councillor Carroll, that is the sign, the beautiful sign. That in fact we will secure and procure and ensure that the sign will provide Torontonians that level of not only empathy about our city, but just the pride in our city that this sign has brought, accidentally for some and designed by others. I want as well, Speaker, to thank our team at EDC who've actually designed, developed, and implement that sign, because that sign is bringing a tremendous amount of prominence. I'd like to ask Council to endorse the recommendations that are contained in the report. And finally, I'd like to thank Councillor Kelly and Deputy Chair of Economic Development for conducting a meeting and his great comments on the sign that he has actually conveyed to all Torontonians. Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Government Management Committee report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 11 of the Government Management Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio, you have a motion to introduce the Licensing and Standards Committee report.
Good morning, Speaker. Yes, I do. That the report from meeting 10 of the License and Standards Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I'm just going to make a couple points. As you may recall, City Council in September of 2015 instructed city staff to bring forward one bylaw that's going to be fair, equitable to all, a bylaw that promotes consumer protection and safety, a bylaw that embraces innovation in technology, and ensures financial viability and sustainability to the taxi industry. On April the 14th and the 15th, the Licensing and Standards Committee met for 2 straight days, long days. We heard from over 100 deputants. It wasn't easy, it was a tough one, and it was a highly charged meeting. Overall, most deputants noted that the recommendations were not balanced, and it didn't create a level playing field between the taxi industry and the PTCs. But some of the sticking points I just wanted to share with you, it's over all these 15 hours of debate, is some of them were the background on criminal checks that must apply to all, vehicle inspections that must apply to all, is application fees, that should be some level of equalization there, winter tires, that's an essential thing, and of course the importance of the English language, some of the main points. As chair of the committee, I didn't want to put forward any set of recommendations that were not thoughtfully drafted, and I thought that instead of putting those recommendations before the licensing standards, I thought it was the best place to bring it here to City Council and to have a meaningful discussion here with all of you. As I did promise to you, Mr. Mayor, that as chair of the committee, that I will make every effort to bring that report to City Council. Even though there were attempts to have the items received, killed, or deferred, I expressed from the very beginning that this report has to come to City Council to have a good debate, and I'm hoping we're going to have a good debate on that and hopefully come up with some sort of resolution that appeases everyone. Thank you.
Councillor Shiner, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Growth Management Committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker, that the report for meeting 11 of the Planning and Growth Management Committee listed on the agenda will council be presented for consideration. Although there was a lot of items at the committee, only 2 are in front of you. One is very important. It is Directions Report with respect to bylaw 569-2013 and settlements. A number of them are going forward finally, although we still have work to do. The second item is the area-specific sign bylaw amendment for 33 Wickman Road. I know some of my colleagues had an interest in that. That was approved by the committee, and not all of us supported it. It is for a sign that is more electronic sign that is more than twice the size of what is permitted. I've held it so we can consider that at council and make a decision on it together as to what you'd like to see go forward. As I have at all the past meetings, I also bring up what I find on the agenda for affordable housing. I didn't find any again. So although we really want to bring forward affordable housing in the city, there continues to be no reports including that. On the good news side, I can give you a little bit of notice that Bill Toronto did close its deal on Tippett Road, which is in Councillor Pasternak's ward, and he worked very hard with the city staff and Bill Toronto, and there are 50 affordable rental units there, and there are 50 affordable home ownerships in this first phase over there, which is good to see it go forward. The subsidy for the affordable turns out to approximately $75,000 per unit, and the ownership about $58,000 per unit, and that's provided $2 million from Bill Toronto and the Affordable Housing Office, 1.75 in incentives from development charges and fees and property tax release, and 2.9 in government funding. But I mention that because I have heard that there are strikes now within the trades that are starting up
because they are not satisfied with the wages that they are receiving in quite a number of the unions. And my concern with that is the wage increases that are there might be substantially more than the cost of living. If we start to see wage increases in the trades go up as we have in materials, even a 5% increase in the wage could end all the value of the subsidy, all the value of the subsidies that we're putting in here, and will again make these houses not affordable. And as a council, it's not our issue to be involved with the negotiations, because I think we all believe fair wage for a fair day's work. But if there's any way to provide a caution from the city itself that if the wages go out of line with what's able to afford to build affordable housing units, we won't be delivering them anymore, because the funding that we put in place will not be enough to sustain the need to subsidize that housing. So we don't have a role at the table, and I don't think we want one, but I do hope that we can follow the progress of this as time goes forward, and in any way we can try and make sure that affordable housing is still provided in the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, you have a motion to introduce the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee report.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, that the report from Meeting 12 of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner, you have a motion to introduce the Striking Committee report?
I do now, Madam Speaker, that the report from Meeting 8 of the Striking Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. And I know that there is one position over there that we were not able to satisfy, and I would suggest that during the debate led by my colleague, Councillor Menawang, we try to find someone. It was appointments to fill the vacancy in the Toronto Preservation Board. So if any of you are interested, please let Councillor Menawang know, and we can move it forward if he has one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker, and good morning. That the report from Meeting 13, Lucky 13 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. And if I may, I stand on a point of personal privilege. It's a great day in the Grimes family. I'm proud to stand here, and I'm sure she's watching at home. Many of you had the opportunity to meet my mother, Mary, over the years. Mother Mary, she's better well known. I think she knows many of you here, and I think she went to school with Joe Mahevik. But anyway, it's her 80th birthday. It's her 80th birthday today, 80 years young. She's still going strong. Never to miss a hockey game, lacrosse game. A big supporter of this city. Mom, I love you. Happy birthday.
Councillor Jamari, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Thank you, Speaker. That the report from Meeting 13 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Lee, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to move that the report from the Meeting 13 of Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, that the report for Meeting 15 of the Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I would also like to congratulate my colleagues in the East York Community Council for having a total of 56 items on their agenda, which is very good compared to the 24 that were at the Scarborough Community Council agenda and the 42 at the North York Council agenda, but still compared to the Toronto and East York Community Council agenda at 82, fell well shy of the mark that we hit. And it's all thanks to our wonderful clerking staff. I'd like to welcome Ellen Devlin, who has moved from this floor to that downstairs in Committee Room 1 to help keep us in order. So thank you very much, John and Yuli, for giving us the best of the best And we look forward to all motions being in order.
Councillor Wong Tam, you have a motion to introduce the new business and business previously requested from city officials.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning, members of council. I would introduce that the new business from the city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions? On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Please indicate the committee, the item or motion number, and the nature of the interest. If you do, put your name up. Request to question staff. Any declarations of interest? No? I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Yes. Councillor Cressy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition with 4,623 signatures in support of the Bloor Street pilot bike lane, and I would note it includes this petition representatives from all 6 local residents associations, the University of Toronto, institutions like Hot Docs, and the chair of the local BIA. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to add to the petition previously entered by my colleague, Councillor Cressy, 4,686 names in support of the pilot bicycle lane on Bloor Street. I'd like to submit it to the clerks. I also have a second petition. And this is from 106 organizations from across the city who are voicing their concern over the proposed regulations for not-for-profits and community organizations to be required to lobby, and I'd like to submit that to the clerk.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a petition of 240 names from Rhodes Avenue and the neighbors of Rhodes Avenue requesting that the license of Rotana/Cloud9 be permanently revoked and that these residents request standing and leave to intervene before the Toronto Licensing Tribunal, TLT, as it considers the final determination of the status of this license.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions? Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I will now review the order paper. We have 3 deferred committee items on the agenda. EX 13.2, a follow-up report on amendments to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 140, lobbying. HL 7.6 on the health impact assessment of biosolids management plan for Highland Creek treatment plant, and PW 11.4 on the Highland Creek wastewater treatment plant biosolids class environmental assessment. The Highland Creek treatment plant items will be considered together if held for debate. The Mayor has designated the following item as his key matter for this meeting. Licensing and Standards Committee Item LS 10.3 on a new vehicle for hire bylaw to regulate Toronto's ground transportation industry. This will be the first item of business today. Council is scheduled to meet in closed session at 6 p.m. tonight if required. Should a closed session be necessary on item LS 10.3, the closed session would take place earlier as required. Notices of motions are scheduled to be dealt with at 2 p.m. tomorrow if the Mayor's key item has been completed. Okay, so we'll now go through the green sheets. Pardon? I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor. Sorry.
Notice of motion will be heard tomorrow at 2 o'clock unless the mayor's item is not completed. This is a scenario I don't want to contemplate, but assuming we're back tomorrow at 2 o'clock still dealing with the mayor's key item, when in fact will the notice of motions be heard?
Yeah, we'll decide that tomorrow when we go through the order paper. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll start with page 3. Councillor Perks.
Good morning, Speaker. I would like to...
Sorry, Councillor Perks. Hold on. Sorry, Council, I'm going through the order paper. Yes, Councilor McMahon?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your name's not there. What
I
happened?
know. I put it up, and then all of a sudden, mine was gone, and Gord's was up, no offense, and then Gary's was up.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, sorry, Councilor McMahon. Okay, Councilor McMahon on page 3.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, collegial colleagues. I'd like to hold on page 3, HL 7.6 and PW 11.4. We're holding, well, we can both, yeah. And I'd also have a point of privilege, but I'm not sure when I should do that.
Give her.
I'm holding the Highland Creek incineration.
You're holding HL 7.6 and PW 11.4, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And I have a point of privilege, but whenever that's...
Oh, so...
okay?
Yeah. Go
So I would like to introduce the junior counselor for Ward 32, Anna Kuzem, right over there. She is with the Toronto City Youth Council. So if you're not getting the answers you want from me, you can ask the junior counselor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, because of your graciousness, Councillor McMahon got the items I was looking for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold EX 14.11, the annual report on city loans and loan guarantee portfolios.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
Madam Speaker, on item EX 14.8, the social procurement, I can release it with a recorded vote whenever that's appropriate.
Okay, we can do that now.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Then I'll continue to hold it then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Burnside.
Good morning. I'd like to hold NY 13.27, please.
We're not on that page yet.
You have to wait. Good. That was good to get your toe in there. That was smart.
Councillor Fletcher.
I'm sorry, I'm on page 4, Speaker.
Okay, members, we are on page 3. Councillor Thompson, page 3.
No, I thought we were on page 4.
No, we're on page 3.
Councillor Crawford was 411. Okay, that's fine. I have page 4, Speaker.
Okay. Yes, I know. Okay, so let's turn to page 4. Councillor Fletcher, you're first. Okay.
Thank you very much. EX 14.12, 2016 capital budget adjustments, and Board of Health HL 11.4, student nutrition program service subsidies.
Thank you. So on page 4, EX 14.12 and HL 11.4 for Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold CD 11.2, ED 11.4.
Okay, just one sec.
CD 11.2.
And 11.4 is held.
Recreation Service Plan Implementation Update.
Yeah, and 11.4 has been held.
It has?
It's on your sheet, Councillor Fragadakis.
Okay. No, ED 11.4.
Oh,
ED.
okay, sorry, I thought
Economic
you said CD, I'm sorry. ED 11.4, okay.
And ED 11.6, Service Canada funding for Toronto Youth Corp.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On page 4, CD 11.3, Child Care Capital Expansion Update.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 4, CD 11.9, improved management of the 1652 Keel Street Community Hub.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the bottom of the page, GM 11.8, the extension of the contracts for the numbers, I won't read them, and the goods and services of various office moves and office asset warehousing and management.
Thank you.
Bottom of the page. 11.8.
He's holding page 4 at the bottom of the page, GM 11.8. Councillor Carroll.
My name was down for page 5, Madam Speaker, if you're not there.
Okay, so most of page 4 has been held. Page 5, Councillor Carroll, you had your name up there, Councillor Carroll?
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, it's page 6, sorry.
Okay, so...
Sorry about...
All right. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor
Yes.
Fletcher.
GM 11.11, below market rent renewal lease for Franklin Carmichael.
Trailblazer, buddy.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just going back to page 4, my name was on the screen, which is exactly what happened to Councillor McMahon. It got dropped and now it's back up. I'd like to hold CD 11.7, update on shelter system and hostels to homes pilot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Wong Tam is holding on page 4, CD 11.7. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. GM 11.10, use of Province of Ontario's vendor of record of car share services, and GM 11.12, below market rent renewal for Scarborough Historical Society.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to page 6. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 6, ST 8.2, Councilmember appointments to FCM.
Okay, thank you. Any more on page 6? Page 7. Which one is that one? Oh.
We actually have a motion to refer that back to us if somebody wants to.
Okay, if I can have Deputy Mayor Minawang, can you hold ST 8.3? It's here without recommendation? Okay. Okay, page 7, Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Staff tell me I have a technical amendment on EY 13.48. So with that, I have to withdraw MM 18.19 and then move this amendment I have here today to add to 13.48.
Okay, so that was members' motion, what number?
EY 13.48. Staff
Yes.
asked me to move this instead and withdraw MM 18.19.
Yeah,
It's an
we'll
O&B
do-
appeal.
Yes, we'll deal with the members' motion separately.
Okay.
So you can put your amendment through for 13.48.
Okay, when do I
Okay.
withdraw? When do I withdraw this? Later?
When we
Okay.
get to the motions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Grimes? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Item as amended, all in favor? Carried. Okay, members, now that council has dealt with EY 13.48, we can withdraw members' motion 18.19, which is on the same matter and is now redundant. May I have a motion to withdraw MM 18.19? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. All right, Councillor Crescenti.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and everybody. I have a technical amendment for EY 13.54, so I'm releasing, not holding. So if we can do that now or whenever it's appropriate.
Do the staff have your technical
Yes, they
amendment?
do. It's right there.
Okay, so we can do that now.
Well, maybe, okay.
Okay, Councillor Cassandi, do you want to tell us what the amendment is?
Oh, okay. It's just with respect to the wording, to attend and retain an outside planning consultant to appear at the Ontario Municipal Board along with appropriate.
I'm going
citizens.
to hold that.
Yeah, Councillor Perks,
Then
Councillor Perks has indicated he still wants to continue holding it. We'll
Then I'll
continue
hold
holding
it
it in
under
your
my
name.
name.
Thank
Thank you.
you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I don't know why it's happened, but my name got dropped again. So, moving back one page to page 6, if I can please hold PW 12.10, Coordinated Street Furniture Program, Status Update Year 8, and Publication Box Licensing Program Review.
Okay, that's on page 6, PW 12.10. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. There are 3 trees on this page I'd simply like a recorded vote on. EY 13.15, application to remove a private tree, 9 Sunnydale Drive. NY 13.11, application to remove a private tree, 76 Mulholland Avenue. And NY 13.12, application to remove a private tree, 202 Albertus Avenue.
So you want to have a recorded vote now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So first, on page 7, EY 13.15, Councillor Holliday is asking for recorded vote.
It's a yes.
It's a yes.
It's a yes.
That's what the staff and...
It's a yes to protect the tree.
Yes, if you love trees.
She's very annoyed that I can't type super fast like she can.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Shiner, please.
Councillor Palacio, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor Burnside and Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Crisanti, can we have a vote, please? Thank you.
The item carries 33-7.
On NY 13.11, recorded vote.
It's a beauty.
Councillor Crawford, Councillor Mihevik, please.
The item carries 35-6.
NY 13.12, recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Lee. Councillor Mallow and Councillor Thompson, please.
Councillor Fragadakis and Councillor Cole, please.
The item carries 35-6.
Page 8, Councillor DeBearmaker.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 8, SC 13.19, endorsement of events for liquor license purposes. The clerks have an amendment that just makes sure that the event has proper security before they're confirmed before their event.
Okay, on page 8, SC 13.19, Councillor DeBearmaker has an amendment. It's on the screen. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Clauses amended. All in favor? Carried. Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Yes, 13.32, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. I have a quick motion if you'll indulge me.
Do the staff have it?
Yes, they
Okay.
drafted it for me.
If we can put it on the screen.
Page 8.
Page 8, NY 13.32. The amendment is on the screen for Canada Day. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Clauses amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. Like before, I would simply request recorded votes on two items, NY 13.13, application to remove a private tree, 64 Birkendale Drive, and SC 13.4, 60 Robertsfield Crescent, application to remove a private tree. Thank you.
Okay. On page 8, NY 13.13, Councillor Holliday is asking for recorded vote.
Does want to, because he sees it as being directly tied into getting the load on, right?
Councillor Shiner, please, and Councillor DiGiorgio.
Councillor McConnell, Councillor Fletcher, please.
Actually, it was a pretty good point. I have to say that, like, my approach with him now on this is whatever we can do to help them get the funding.
The item carries 31-8.
On page 8, SC 13.4, recorded vote.
They didn't mean to change it. Actually, it just happened, but they're great.
Well, because he came out
Councillor Fillion, Councillor Cole, Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
Yeah, I like it. I love it as a park. I love it as a park. I actually think it's much stronger as a park. I actually think it's something that becomes more tangible.
Yeah.
And I also think a trip.
The item carries 29-9.
Councillor Burnside.
Oh, yay!
I'm back.
Your moment has arrived.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, come on.
I don't know. Is your name up? Oh, yes, your name is there, yes.
You're kidding me, right? Could I hold 13.27, please?
Yes.
I should have gotten on and held it first. That would really upset me.
Thank you. Yeah. If I can please have members of council, members of the public, please try to keep it down. It's hard to hear. Thank you. Page 9. Councillor Matlow.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. On page 9, I'd like to hold TE 15.7 final report 300 McPherson Avenue and 235 Cottingham Street.
Okay, thank you. Page 10. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold TE 15.77, exempting Fir Avenue permit parking. Have some questions.
7-7?
Yeah.
On page 10, T 15.77, Councillor Holliday is holding down. Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton, would you like to hold down T 15.78 because? Oh, sorry, Councillor Byla. Yes, Councillor Byla.
Yep. T 15.78.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay, Mayor, would you like to hold down on page 10, CC 18.2, the vacancy? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Page 11. Councillor Mihevik.
Yes, CC 18.9, Integrity Commissioner Report regarding the use of social media.
Thank you. That's it. Okay. Yeah, I skipped. I will now recognize requests to make matters urgent and time-specific after I go through the items for additional holds.
Really? We need to request
The federal government to ban.
Councillor Karygiannis, you have to declare an interest?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if it went through or not, but CD...
Yeah, we did, yeah.
CD 11.2, 2013 to 2017 Recreation Services Plan Implementation Update. I do have a daughter that works for the city in the recreation, so I declare a conflict of interest for that.
Okay.
Thank you, Yuli.
Okay, so we recognize any time-specific. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. I believe staff have worked on it. Page 5, PW 12.1, Bloor Street Design Feasibility Study and Bike Lane Pilot Project, to have it time-specific for first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any more? That's it? Yeah. All those in favor of adopting... Oh, hold on. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Karygiannis has a which one does he has a conflict on? Oh, okay. So all in favor of Councillor Cressy's motion to make it time-specific for tomorrow, the bike lanes on Bloor. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Okay. Councillor Pasternak, you had your name up there?
Yeah, is it for timed items?
Yes.
If I could have 14 EX 14 on page 3.
I'm sorry, what page?
EX 14.8, page 3. If we could time it after members' motions tomorrow. It's social procurement.
Okay, EX 14.8, you, Councillor Pasternak, you would like it timed after members' motions tomorrow, right? All those in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. All those in favor of adopting the order paper and all items not held, recorded vote.
Did you read it?
Advance vote for...
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Ticiano, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion to adopt the order paper carries unanimously, 39 in favor.
Thank you. Members of Council, I want to stress the importance of preparing your motions in advance. The City Clerk staff are here to help you prepare your motions. In particular, if you intend to move a motion during the release of member holds, I will insist that your motion be prepared in advance and given to the Clerk. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, City Council follows the routine for the processing and adding of any motions without notice during the meeting. Please remember that a motion without notice must include a reason for urgency. If you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, please give your motion to the City Clerk staff. They will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. The Chair must agree the motion is urgent before you can seek leave to introduce it at this meeting. It will require 30 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. I will be reviewing all motions carefully and will advise Council after each recess which motions need a motion to add to the agenda. If I can please ask the members of the public please to keep it down Before we begin the mayor's key item on the ground transportation industry, I would like to address everyone in the chambers. I know that this issue is close to the hearts of members of the public here today, to members of council and to city officials. I ask that everyone show respect for each other and for this chamber. Let me remind members of the audience of the rules of the council chamber. No disruptions will be tolerated. No calling out, no shouting, and no distraction of any kind. This includes applause. Resist the temptation to applaud, clap, shout out, or otherwise take part in the debate. If you do not follow the rules, I will ask the Sergeant-at-Arms to have his officers remove you from the council chamber for the remainder of the meeting. So we'll go to the first item, Licensing and Standards Committee, which is LS 10.3. Questions to staff. Councillor Fragadakis.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Sorry. On page 59, it mentions that the definition of a consumer agreement is specific, that a supplier must be providing a service for payment. Passengers may not pay for the use of the PTC platform, and in that case, the protection of the Act may also not apply. These issues pose a real concern because, for example, Uber's agreement with passengers states that the passengers are using the application for free and Uber collects the fee from drivers. If passengers using the Uber application are not entitled to the protections of the Consumer Protection Act, the ramifications can be best illustrated by considering that currently Uber's standard arbitration clause requires individuals to participate in arbitration in Amsterdam and limits the damages that can be recovered to a nominal sum. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on that.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. That deals with the mandatory arbitration clause that Uber currently has in their contract, which is contrary to Consumer Protection Act legislation in the province of Ontario. People cannot contract themselves out of their right to appear before a superior court or any other process to have a matter adjudicated. So that's why we included a recommendation that that reinforces the Consumer Protection Act provision that people are entitled to.
Okay, great. So further down the report advises that it is recommended that the city enacts provisions guaranteeing individuals who use the PTC platform in Toronto the right to have any claim adjudicated by an Ontario court or tribunal as appropriate in the circumstances of a particular case. The prohibition on mandatory arbitration clauses does not, however, preclude companies from offering arbitration as an option if the individual agrees after the dispute has arisen to participate in an arbitration. Would this afford consumers the same protection as the Consumer Protection Act?
Certainly, through you, Madam Speaker, it is intended to recognize a company's opportunity or option to engage in arbitration, and this is something we heard from a couple of other companies as well, that this is standard practice, they choose to arbitrate. So really, this is just shoring up the baseline Consumer Protection Act legislation that the province has passed. A couple of other provinces have it as well. We want it to be explicit, that you cannot contract away your right to arbitration or superior court.
Okay, what are the risks for Uber users?
I'm sorry, through you, Madam
Speaker. Are there any?
Risks to Uber users in respect to?
Giving away their rights.
So they can't. The province of Ontario and the Consumer Protection Act ensures that a person has the right to have a matter adjudicated in this province, and this is just reasserting that right that exists in the provincial legislation.
Are there any risks for Uber drivers?
For Uber drivers. There is some discussion on whether or not they're covered under the Consumer Protection Act in this respect, and that would certainly be a matter that would be subject to adjudication and a determination from there. They could be considered consumers insofar as they are consumers of the app.
Okay. You talk a little bit about congestion in the report and mention one of the reasons this industry is regulated is out of environmental concerns. And some people have written to me saying that changes will ease congestion. Some suggest the sheer number of Uber drivers will make matters worse. So I was wondering if anyone was looking at the impact of all of these issues from an environmental perspective.
Okay, certainly through you, Madam Speaker. There's a large body of work that's being undergone right now in North America wide through the transportation officials looking at the impact of these additional vehicles for hire, positive or negatively in respect to congestion. We have a struggle as far as having proper baseline information, and certainly this is a new new enterprise. It's a new impact on municipalities. So some of that work, as I say, is being done under NACTO, the North American City Transportation Officials, and there's a body of work they're looking at specifically to this. And that study should get underway, and we have been a part of those conversations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to just thank Tracy Cook for all of her hard work. I've been here a year and a half. I haven't actually thanked staff, but in this case, I think it's absolutely in order. She's been subject to a lot of spurious comments, as well as a lot of vitriolic ones, some from councillors, others from the public, and I just want to thank her for everything she's done. But I have a question. I think it's more for transportation at this point, through you. Are we in the snow belt?
Through the chair, yes, we do have snow here in Toronto.
No, are we in the snow belt?
In the snow belt?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think the answer is no, but how many snow days? How many snow days did we have this past year? And that's more than 5 centimeters of snow.
We only had actually about 2 this year that were more than 5 centimeters, but we do have a lot of icing events. So.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm thinking of snow relative to snow tires. How many snow days did we have last year?
Last year, the number off the top of my head, I think it was probably more in the range of about 8 to 10.
Okay. So if we had 8 snow days, how long does it take you to clear arterials, minor arterials, and collector roads?
Typically, we will start putting the plows down once we reach about 2.5 centimeters. We allow ourselves up to 8 hours, but typically can complete a beat in 4 hours if there's not traffic.
Okay, so we're talking about, let's say 8 hours, 8 snow days time, it's 8 hours to 64 hours, is that correct?
Yes.
Of snow on the road, worst case scenario. We have 365 days in the year, 24 hours a day, which is 8,760 hours. If I said to you that in terms of snow days or snow on the road, that's 0.07% of the time in Toronto, does that make sense to you?
I will trust your math on this, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, to, I believe it's MLS, the police, you have some knowledge of that. Do they have situations where they have to get to a location or a call as fast as possible?
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly there are emergency calls that would require police vehicles traveling at a higher rate of speed, yes.
And for the EMS paramedics, would you agree that seconds could be life and death? Getting to a call?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I am sure that when someone calls an ambulance, they want one as quickly as possible.
School buses, would you agree that they probably transport our most precious citizens?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. City vehicles, do you think that the city has a responsibility to ensure safe working conditions?
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly the Occupational Health and Safety Act speaks to employers' requirement to take all precautions necessary.
Thank you. Would you agree there are about 2,000 city vehicles that are licensed for the road?
I understand from our fleet director that, yes, we are in excess of 2,000 City of Toronto passenger-sized vehicles. Yep.
Do you know what all these agencies, if you will, have in common?
They're all city services, except for school buses.
If I were to tell you that none of them are mandated to have snow tires, and in fact the police, EMS, our own city vehicles, and most school buses don't use snow tires, would that make sense to you?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, I believe that is true.
Thank you. However, if all the world's scientists are wrong, and global warming isn't occurring, and we actually are going towards an ice age, and we have more snow, could we change the regulations and the proposed regulations to ensure that PTCs and cabs use snow tires?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, certainly the issue of snow tires was added as a bylaw requirement in 2014, so we've had 2 winters with snow tires. I do know since that time the province has mandated insurance companies to provide a discount for those who have snow tires. I have snow tires on my own vehicle. There's also the notion of all-weather vehicles or all-weather tires that have not been contemplated in the snow tire conversation. But certainly, as with any regulations, as is necessary, and we need to amend them to address current current issues, such as this one today, we can bring it back and review at any time.
Thank you. Two more quick questions. Within the different classes of taxi licenses, limousines, taxis, and whatnot, are all the regulations the same?
No, so through you, Madam Speaker, we do regulate limousines separately from taxi
Okay,
cabs.
thank you. I have one more question. Do limousines need cameras?
No, they do not.
That
Thank
was
you.
your last question. Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In regard to usage, in the 2014 report, you reported that the number of cab rides per day was 65,000. How was that number determined?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we contracted a consultant to help us determine the scale and size of the taxi cab industry. Those were estimates based on his work, based on brokerage data that we were able to procure, plus an estimation on the volume of street hail work. He estimated 50% was street hail at that time.
And in the most recent report, you quoted the same figure. Had there been some new information, or how was that new figure of 65,000 per day arrived at?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we had to rely on the information that we had at the time. I think we referenced that it was as a result of the 2014 review. The taxi cab industry does not have technology right now such that we could determine the true volume of hail work. We do understand from the taxi industry through consultations that could be anywhere from 50, 60 to 70%. Certainly they have indicated that there has been some impact on hail work in the last year and a half.
What data have the taxi brokerage firms, which presumably track pickups, what data have they supplied the city in regard to changes in the volume of customer pickups?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we did ask various participants of the taxi industry to illustrate to us the impacts that have occurred in the last year and a half. The taxi cab brokers were not able to provide us information indicating that call volumes for them had gone down. The only thing we were given anecdotally was that credit card revenue to the brokerage was down. Absent that, we don't have any other data on the impacts.
Did they not have the data, or did they refuse to give you the data?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't characterize it as a refusal. Certainly, we asked everybody that participated through consultations, both in July and in advance of the September report, and in this report, to help articulate what the impacts are, and they provided what they provided, which was typically anecdotal information.
So we have no means of knowing how much the business has truly been impacted in the basis of hard information.
That is correct, sir. We're based on anecdotal and assumptions.
There's a lot of concern about safety and if private transportation companies picking up people, and I think those are well-founded concerns. In the report on recommendation 71 in C and E, well, sorry, I'll refer to C, and then it also is in recommendation 78. It refers to that the private transportation company driver must tell his insurance company that he is picking up people for a fare. How are we going to monitor that? How are we going to monitor that they've actually done that?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the intention is the responsibility is on the PTC to require the drivers to make that certification or that representation, and we could then audit it.
So what would happen if somebody didn't tell the truth and they picked up somebody and their insurance company did not cover somebody sitting in the back seat who was paying and that person was injured? Would the city be liable?
No. So through you, Madam Speaker, the issue of insurance is rather complex. The passenger in the vehicle would actually be covered under the driver's primary insurance coverage, whether they had informed their insurance company or not. The insurance company, if anybody, you have to tell the truth to your insurer, they could void your policy in respect to property damage, but the statutory accident benefits governing personal injury would still exist. In addition, the passenger, if they have their own automobile policy, they would be covered there. Currently, we know the one company operating as a PTC has a third-party liability. They could attack that through a lawsuit. We also know that on April 15, the province released for consultation a review of insurance product or insurance regulations governing this whole issue of insurance. So we know provincially that it's being looked at across the scheme.
Okay, so there's one regulation I'm just trying to understand. It's 71E, where basically we enable the owner of a vehicle to allow someone else to drive their vehicle for purposes of picking up a fare. Why did we go that route And on the matter of insurance, how would the person who is in the back seat still be covered?
So through you, Madam Speaker, so the passenger is covered under statutory accident benefits, irrespective. What we wanted to capture here was that if the driver of the vehicle was not also the owner, that the owner had given positive consent of the use of that vehicle, so then would be held accountable as well in respect to any contraventions of the bylaw.
All right, and in terms of the actual number of passengers that are being picked up by private transportation companies, have we been supplied with any hard data from said companies?
That was your last question.
So the one PTC that is currently operating, there is another one, but smaller, they've indicated they have over 500,000 active passengers signed on as users. The data they've provided is in excess of 45,000 unregulated trips per day in the City of Toronto.
We have to go in camp. We have to go. Just a sec. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just have a few questions about street hails. If you could give me a bit of information about that, just to expand upon what's in the report. So, what percentage of trips are related to street hails?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we've had information anywhere from 50 up to 70% of a taxi cab driver's work could come through street hails or cab stands.
So 50 to 75%, that's quite significant.
It is a substantial number, and we've not been able to quantify that with hard data, so we rely on the input from the industry to give us those estimates.
But you think it's probably fairly accurate?
I would think it is.
Okay, interesting. And what percentage of those hails would be tourists visiting the City of Toronto versus residents versus people just coming in for conventions and business meetings? Do you have any sense of that? What percentage?
Through you, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, we don't have a demographic on the taxi cab user, taxi cab passenger. I think there is a direct correlation to the extent of tourism that the City of Toronto sees, and an expectation that taxi cabs, especially in the downtown core, where we have a density of taxi cabs at Union Station, I'm sure there, and Billy Bishop Airport, I'm sure there's a fair number that transport tourists, but I don't have a number.
So you can't break down the user percentage, but your assumption is that tourists would probably have a big impact on the hail activity.
Oh, I would absolutely expect so.
Street hails.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then I guess what the big question is, what impact on drivers does the street hails have on the impacts on the drivers?
So through you, Madam Speaker, from the point of view of safety, from the point of view of...
Well, just impact on their ongoing business, right. I guess, the business impacts.
Right, so I guess through you, Madam Speaker, we also have to account, there are some taxi cab drivers or taxi cab operators that operate independently of a brokerage. So for that small percentage, the street hail or cab stands or other pre-booked work may represent a large volume. For the others, I would say if we take the assumptions or the estimates that we've been given from the industry, anywhere from 50 to 60% of their work coming out of street hails, or up to 70%.
Okay, so what you're saying is it's very valuable.
Absolutely.
Very valuable for the industry.
I would say so.
Okay, and just on the safety, I'll just jump back to your comment about the safety on street hails. Is there anything you can share with us related to that?
Sure. So through you, Madam Speaker, when we looked at this, Councillor, it was this differentiation between a street hail and the independent and anonymous nature of taxi cab engagement with a passenger versus those that are pre-booked, which has heretofore been in the limousine world or PTC world. So when we look at what risk exists between these two models, that is fundamental where taxis differ from a booked ride. You don't know who's getting in, you don't know who's picking you up. They can operate independently. So that was why cameras back in 2000 were contemplated through a pilot. They actually looked at GPS as well and ended up going on the camera front, and that was to reduce impact to drivers. It was all around driver safety because of the anonymity of the person getting in and them carrying cash. So certainly from a safety perspective, from a street hail, that anonymous and independent manner in which taxis operate, that's why we have regarded, when you differentiate the two, that was one of the key differentiators, the driver safety.
Driver safety, okay. Thank you very much, that was excellent.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the Director of Licensing, are you aware of underground cars for hire that is operating within the GTA area?
Through you, Madam Speaker, there's been a history of people offering transportation services other than taxi cabs. The taxi cab industry also often references bandit cabs. Those have existed in the City of Toronto and every jurisdiction for as long as there's been taxi cabs.
All right, so this will this then cover those private companies that do this kind of operation?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly by recognizing that there's another mode that the public wants to use and bringing in a regulatory regime to permit that would address the issue of what is now happening as an underground service by individual parties. There's now an opportunity for them to be a part of a regulated industry, so that would add a layer of protection.
So with this current regulation that we are trying to implement, will it be easy to enforce against illegal operators?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly identifying people who are conducting themselves outside of the bylaw is always a challenge. What this regulation does is permits that type of operation, holds it to a standard, and certainly facilitates our enforcement efforts. So for those members of the public who do choose a private vehicle as a mode of transportation, they've got additional protection. And it certainly helps us from an enforcement perspective because we'll know who's doing what and have access to that information.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Tracy Cook, and all the work that you and your team did on this. Thanks so much. So I'm just going to look at this from a reactionary point of view, that many of our municipalities and even states have been sort of reacting to this disruptive technology. So would you say that we were sort of ill-prepared for this type of, the velocity of this type of technology?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I think that's a fair statement, Councillor Holland. This has happened. September 2014, this came out of nowhere and has spread worldwide. We have been talking with regulators across the country, across North America, and even so far as New South Wales. And everybody has been taken aback by the scale and speed by which this has expanded. So certainly, if we had had the crystal ball, we could have seen it coming. Nobody saw this coming, so we have ended up in somewhat of a reactionary stance.
Yep, and I know that I completely agree with you. And so all of our staff and bureaucrats and many people around the world, we're really responding to this. And I thank you for your leadership on that. And so we know that it started in 2009. It's only a few short years later that we're actually here dealing with regulation on this particular market and platform. So looking forward, and we know that Lyft is working with General Motors. We know that Google and many other major corporations. I mean, look at Uber, $62 billion a year now, right? So these are major companies that are working on the driverless car.
Yes.
We know that there is now in Stratford the pilot project that the Ontario government has launched on the driverless car. So in a few short years, this whole conversation is probably moot. Would you agree with that?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly the speed, the scale, and what's coming in the future, that's all changed in the last 18 months. And what we've tried to do is at least acknowledge the fact that the technology is going to advance, that people are going to want different ways to move, that yes, autonomous vehicles are a reality within a few years, and we're not talking lifetimes. So certainly, and I have to recognize that this has been a huge disruptive change for an established industry. And I think that why this is so difficult is for that reason. But the technology is changing on all kinds of fronts.
Exactly.
So we are needing to figure out how we're going to move forward and ensure proper regulation for
And I
it.
do understand through transportation, Mr. Buckley started a committee to
Autonomous vehicles.
To look at autonomous vehicles, AVs. We have 13 sectors that they're going to affect that we know of. That's right now. I mean, myself having gone to a few seminars at KPMG and Deloitte on disruptive technologies, I can attest to the fact and say that many corporations are now working at Tesla, Google, GM, BMW, and we know that Uber and Lyft are working in tandem with those major corporations that have a lot of money. And just looking at the City of Toronto, what's our budget? $11 billion a year. They make $67 billion in 1 year. So just looking at the 13 sectors, are we prepared? Because I see this as history, not in the history in the sense that it's a historical debate, but that it's sort of already passed, because now we're looking at the driverless vehicle.
Yes.
So in 5 short years, we will see that, and I'm just wondering, are we prepared as a city? For example, garbage trucks, all the workers that are driving our garbage trucks, what is going to happen with them, and are we preparing for that? And what are we doing so that we're not 5 years from now in a reactionary stage looking at regulation? And what are we doing with our staff? And I'm sure that you're talking with many municipalities about that as well.
So through you, Madam Speaker, if I can speak on behalf of the cluster and collaterally on behalf of Fleet, Stephen Buckley's been leading the charge on autonomous vehicles.
I know that.
You're quite correct, Councillor. There's implications, widespread implications for service delivery. And we've been leading, I think, a good, vigorous debate amongst our colleagues across North America on what those implications will be and how it is that we'll be delivering services in roughly 4 or 5 years.
Right. Okay. Great. Steve, thank you very much. Mr. Buckley.
So through the chair, so Councillor, you want to comment, if I heard you right, comment on our preparation for autonomous vehicles?
Exactly, because again, I feel that this debate is a little bit out of context in the sense that we're talking about regulating an industry that is now seeing the driverless car. And I just want to make sure that we're prepared as a corporation, because these are all kinds of massive corporations that we're looking at that will not just displace drivers of hail vehicles or the taxi industry, if we want to call it
Councillor
that,
Holland, your time
but that it will affect, other areas of our city.
So through the chair, yes, Councillor, there are sort of 2 models that are sort of coming forward, and I'll say both of them will likely be impactful, but one is sort of a continuation of a private ownership model, and a second model that's sort of being touted by companies like Google and Uber and Apple is looking at things like robo-taxis. So we're not necessarily sure how quickly that's going to advance, and we're not really sure how well the public is going to accept it. But we are monitoring the situation. We are speaking closely with other peer cities, so cities like San Francisco and San Jose who are living through sort of the development of this now. We are actually have a draft statement from cities that we're working on together about AVs and the coming of AVs. So we are having this conversation. We understand that this is one of the potential futures that could happen, and we are initiating conversations to figure out how we migrate something like this into a model that works for cities. So.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a couple questions on, I guess, the financial impacts to the city overall. Now, as I understand, the recommendations are pretty much cost neutral. Can you just sort of explain that in a little bit more detail?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly we've looked at, based on the suite of recommendations staff have made, what operational changes would be necessary within the division and within the city to accommodate that. We engaged a consultant as well to assist us on the development of that costing. We've determined there's approximately $1.3 million net impact to add some additional staff plus a repurposing of staff. Brings us to about a $12.5 million cost for our program to regulate taxis, limousines, and PTCs based on the staff recommendations. And we recognized in 2016, due to timing, there may be some variance with reductions on one side and not bringing on new licensees till a little bit later. So we've articulated that, and as well shown the distribution of the relative costs related to the activities we have to undertake by each category, and broken that out in a supplemental report that's recently been updated. And I can speak to that if you'd like.
Okay, and I guess it's leading into my, and I don't see the CFO here, maybe you can answer the question for me. As I understand, there are potential to be some budget pressures in the 2017 budget. Can you just explain that?
Correct. So through you, Madam Speaker, for the 2016 budget, sir, we've projected there may be a variance of in and around $1 million, and that's based on the timing. Into the 2017 budget, based on the staff recs, we would be neutral. Based on our assumptions, our estimation is we will be cost neutral, that the licensing fees would offset the cost of our program.
Okay, and so that's based on your report that you have presented?
That is correct,
now,
sir.
Is there any difference when you're looking at the recommendations from committee that came before us? Does that change any of the financial impacts at all?
Yes, sir. So through you, Madam Speaker, we noted with what came out of committee that there would be an additional $600,000 negative impact to our budget that had not been accounted for, and that was part of why we brought that supplemental report to identify that as a gap.
So moving forward, depending on what motions may be prepared or coming to us, that would be an issue that, of course, you would hope that would be dealt with.
Well, certainly we'll do the best we can to manage expense as we do and find the best way to deal with that gap. But certainly our recommendation, the financial impact, is based on our assessment of what our program costs are relative to the level of regulation that applies across taxi, limo, and the new category PTC if approved, and that's what we base it on. So anything that varies from the staff recommended program, we have to look at what the net financial impact may be of that change.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Ms. Cook. Currently, there's hundreds of taxi stands around the city, or taxi parking allocated spots. Would all car for hire services be eligible to use those spots?
Through you, Madam Speaker, absolutely not. I think there's approximately 170 some odd cab stands around Toronto, and those would be solely the purview of licensed marked taxi cabs.
When it comes to limousines and the exclusive right for them to pick up at the airport, has there been any movement on the statutory front to allow licensed taxi cabs who drop off at the airport to pick up a fare there, or that remains status quo?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the GTAA, you're talking about Pearson,
Yes.
The GTAA controls who's permitted to pick up. If it's a pre-booked ride, a taxi cab could also pick up. They just have to pay the fee to the GTAA. The big difference comes with the GTAA issued plates that they have controlled, where someone who's a taxi cab from outside of Toronto comes into Toronto to drop someone off. If they have a GTAA plate, they are permitted to pick up a fare from inside Toronto back out to the airport. But as far as picking up at the airport, that is the GTAA's authority, and they do control it through the charging of a fee for pickups.
Now, this council has moved several motions to ask the GTAA and the province to change that, to allow City of Toronto licensed taxi cab operators to have the option of picking up a fare at the airport when dropping off without a pre-booking. Has there been any movement on that side?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, there has not. Certainly their concern would be the volumes, which is why they've controlled the access. But we have not had any success, nor has Mississauga.
And we're currently issuing new taxi licenses, Toronto taxi plate licenses, or?
So through you, Madam Speaker, our report in September requested authorization to issue 100 new Toronto taxi cab licenses, and that is in process.
Under that regime, would these licenses then be wholly owned and be able to be sold at a future date, or the vehicle and the license as a package?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we don't sell our licenses. We transfer the license to a qualified purchaser as per the bylaw. The individual who has the license can sell the taxi cab and request the transfer of the license thereto. And yes, we did make the TTLs transferable.
Is there any escrow period where someone who has been approved for a license and paid their licensing fee through the city must hold on to that before selling it?
When we brought the Toronto taxi cab license in 2014, we did recommend a 2-year period of hold.
Now, we've had a lot of problems with this system where we are economically tied to the ongoing value of that plate as it gets traded in a free market system, because we control the regulatory environment. Have we thought long and hard about allowing it to be resold after after a period of time? I mean, is that a business we should get out of?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the city is not directly involved in the secondary market in respect to the sale of taxi cabs or the transfer of licenses. We do permit it. That's all premised because we restrict the number of taxi cab licenses that we issue, and taxi cab license holders would like transferability to get in and out of the industry as needed. The city does not have an economic interest nor benefit from this transitioning. It's simply facilitated based on the restricted number of taxi licenses.
Right, but when you look at government licenses, there are very few, maybe on the import, export, and food and beverage at the federal level, where you can actually be issued a government license that you can then go sell in free markets. Because we're allowing that and because we control the regulatory environment, aren't we in fact being tied, whether by fact or by implication, to the ongoing value of that license?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I would say no, sir, we're not. Certainly our legal department has had a significant review of this matter and have indicated their opinion to us.
But decisions in this council affect the value of that license that we're allowing to be sold in free markets.
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly any change in regulation has an impact to those who are being regulated. To what extent is the impact of that is beyond our control in respect to values that have accrued on taxi cabs, but the city is not liable for that.
No, I'm not looking at liability. I'm looking more at being attached to something that we're doing by implication more.
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly whether we be attached, sir, or not is a matter of reference. I think that we are aware of the impacts of the decisions taken by council, and that's why this matter is in front of you for this informed discussion and debate.
Okay, that was your last question, Councillor Pasternak. Sorry. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to ask any questions, but I'm now inspired to ask questions based on Councillor Burnside's questions earlier, and I may even be moving an amendment to change any mention in the report of snow tires to winter tires. Winter tires are not just about extreme weather and snow, are they?
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly it's in respect to wet roads, the cold, the temperature.
Right, it's about temperature, isn't it? Because in fact, they're made with a different kind of rubber so that in cold weather, whether there's snow on the ground or not, the rubber stays softer on a winter tire under new technology so that it has a better braking distance whether there's snow on the ground or not in cold weather. Is that not the case?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly there's a suite of tires that do speak to that type of pliability. All weather tires are another, not all season, but all weather is a very close comparator, I understand, to snow tires or winter tires.
And
they can be used all year round.
Right, but the winter tires, if you get the winter tires with the softer rubber, in fact, the Canadian Insurance Brokers Association and most insurance for personal vehicles, certainly not for these professional vehicles, but for personal vehicles, they even give you a discount on your insurance, do they not?
So through you, Madam Speaker, this year the province mandated insurance companies insurance companies had to provide a discount for people who have snow tires. I have snow tires, so I got the 5% discount on my insurance premium. And that was the province's response to that issue.
They even have great industry standards about when you should put them on. They fully acknowledge that you don't want to put them on too early because they wear out. They're especially for colder pavement, and they also have more traction in ice and snow. That's why we're recommending them, is it not?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly, Councillor Carroll, the notion of snow tires or winter tires and the value of those to the operator is a matter of discussion. Why we raised this was we have regulated this onto an industry that represents approximately 3% of all vehicular trips in the City of Toronto, and being mindful of giving the industry the responsibility and their ability to operate their businesses. That's why we raised this in this report, whether the city needed to mandate it or whether the business ought to have it in their hands to make those decisions and to have this discussion.
And whether Mr. Black gets on out of town, as he's threatened so many times in the last week, or not, whomever is taking money for rides in cars, it's staff's preference that they all use winter tires in the winter, is it not?
So through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Carroll, actually the recommendation on snow tires was not a staff-originated recommendation when it came on in 2014. And this was not a matter of who has what and who doesn't have what. This was a matter of us looking at the extent to which we're regulating the taxi cab industry, the manner in which their regulation is very prescriptive and providing opportunity to lessen that burden and move more responsibility back to the industry to make those business decisions on their own. So that's why we raise the specter of not mandating, but permitting, encouraging, understanding the province is providing a discount on insurance, and hopefully that the taxi industry, there was nothing precluding them or prohibiting them from doing that in the first instance. So this was just that question, do we mandate or permit?
Are we not? Because thus far, certain people with cars for hire are demonstrating that responsibility and certain are not. Is that why we're here today?
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly we're here because we have a concern that people are taking 45,000 trips per day in vehicles that are outside of a regulatory regime.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti.
I guess my first question relates to the infamous court case and what the judge had suggested to the City of Toronto. Do you recall what that was and whether or not movement here would jeopardize that particular ruling?
So through you, Madam Speaker, you talking about Justice Dunphy's finding in respect to our application for injunction?
Yes, that's how we got here, is it not?
Well, I think we got here when a company started operating and offering private transportation services outside of regulation.
We did, but in September, some of us moved to get rid of that, and then there was a kick for us to make sure that we did it right legally, and we needed a report and blah 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 blah.
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly, sir, yes, the outcome of the Dunphy decision helped inform the report that in July we were asked to bring back in September that included amendments to our definitions and our bylaws.
Okay, and so you wrote up a report and you brought it forward, and do you believe that what was in there was actually a fair system to recommend to the City of Toronto?
So through you, Madam Speaker, our report in September 30, sir, spoke to regulating, at that time we said transportation network companies, in addition to making other changes to taxi bylaws.
But at the same time, we were hearing from the taxi industry that it needed to be a level playing field, that if you were going to accept any sort of other transportation mode, it needed to be a level playing field so there's fairness brought to the taxi industry.
Members, I did indicate earlier, no applauding. I put your time on hold.
I appreciate you, Madam Speaker, more than you think.
So,
be nice. Okay. Okay, continue.
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly the direction we had coming out of the September 30 meeting spoke to a framework to equitably regulate, spoke to lessening burden on taxis and on limousines. This notion of level playing field is often referenced. I would suggest to you that the level of the playing field depends on the viewpoint you're standing from.
All right.
What we have endeavored to do is to build out a set of regulation that recognizes risk and regulates each entity as is necessary based on that risk.
All right, but at the end of the day, even the taxi industry was suggesting that if there was a level playing field in every aspect, that they could swallow perhaps a report that introduces. Do you really believe that the report that came forward to licensing actually brought that level playing field to where it should be?
So through you, Madam Speaker, yes, sir, I do. I understand that the taxi industry has a particular viewpoint, and insofar as I say the taxi industry, there are various segments of the taxi industry that have differing viewpoints. So we recognize and respect the positions of the taxi industry. Their view of a level playing field is different than that which is prescribed in our report, which is regulation appropriate for each entity. Many people's view in the taxi industry of a level playing field means the same playing field, and that there is no room for anything outside of taxi cab service.
Well, I think we're probably going to agree to disagree on all of the report. There are some things that do address it. I'll be the first one to admit. However, there is room for us to move so that at the very least, if this goes through with a new system, that that there will be an even better balance. And are you suggesting that there isn't a better balance?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, sir. Certainly, the point of this report was to bring this conversation in an informed way for this debate and decision by you. We endeavored to bring all the information that you feel was we felt was necessary for you to make those decisions. Sure, there's room.
Is it not true that for those of us that have wanted to bring that balance and have wanted UberX to pay the fees that everybody else is paying and have the same overheads that everybody else is paying, is it not accurate that UberX is suggesting that if that were the case, they wouldn't be able to survive with their business model?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly when we set out the financial impact, sir, that's related to our cost of our program and how those costs are allocated across the different participants, taxi, limo, and PTC, and that's what the fees are based on.
Is it not accurate that there could be two ways of eliminating Uber in the City of Toronto? One is to move a motion that we did in committee that eliminates completely, or two, bring it up to the status, the regulation status that the industry has already, that would automatically not conform to their business model and would probably end up folding their business in the City of Toronto. That could be another option to get rid of Uber out of the city, couldn't it?
That was your last question.
Certainly, through you, Madam Speaker, sir, we were asked to bring a report to equitably regulate all the decisions of council and the outcomes that arise and the decisions of the various participants, in this case, Uber and their business decision is beyond my realm to question or ask.
Thank you. Councillor Cho?
Not at all.
Question.
Not
yes,
at all.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, the Tracy Cook, thank you so much for your hard, good work. Now, the whole objective of this reform is to provide a level playing field for taxi cab industry and the Uber. Am I correct to understand?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the endeavor here, sir, is to develop a framework of regulation that is equitable across all participants and recognizes the differences where the differences need to be recognized in respect to risk and driver and passenger safety.
Okay, I heard that one of the councillors is thinking of moving to receive the whole thing. So if that motion gets approved, what's going to happen? There's no reform and just the same thing continues to go?
So through you, Madam Speaker, sir, I think that would be a very unfortunate action to occur, particularly in respect to the taxi cab industry.
I see.
I think that decisions need to be made and a path needs to be set, not for anybody more than the taxi industry and the public.
Yes. Okay. Now the committee recommendation number 20. It says insurance should be $2 million of liability coverage to protect passengers and drivers is retained, and the recommendation 31A also mentioning limousine should have a $2 million liability insurance. So you think it's fair to the City Council makes the same decision for the Uber, for the safety of the driver and the passengers?
Through you, Madam Speaker, our endeavor here was to ensure that the level of insurance available to passengers who are procuring any of these services is at the same level, at minimum of $2 million liability. There's nothing that precludes anybody from getting higher than that. It's a matter of them managing their own risk. But the insurance provisions and the recommendations made in regards to insurance are the same across all three. $2 million coverage.
I'm raising that question because so many taxi cab drivers, a group, an individual, they came to see me and expressed concern. Why do I have to pay $9,000 for insurance, whereas Uber cab, they pay more at the most $2,000?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the issue of insurance is regulated by the Financial Services Commission of Ontario, under the guided by the legislation and the regulation under the Insurance Act. The taxi industry often references commercial insurance. The insurance is the same. It's based on an automobile policy. What differs is the amount of usage, the extent of the risk, and that is that risk rating that insurance companies provide and have their rates approved by FSCO. The city is not involved in setting out what the insurance product is or how it is comprised. We are in the business in this respect of saying it needs to be a $2 million liability at a minimum to ensure passengers are protected, and how that insurance coverage is provided lies in the hands of the insurance industry, the insurance regulator, and the province.
I have another question. About the fare rate, there's two different rates, right? By taxi cab and Uber.
I'm sorry, rate for what, sir?
The fare, the rate,
yes, sir.
They're two different, right?
Through you,
Uber is way cheaper than taxi cab drive, right?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we have historically set the taxi cab regulated rate. We are obviously not in a regulatory regime with anybody other than taxi cabs as far as Uber is concerned, so they are setting their own rates, yes.
So, see, we try to do a level playing field, but how can we regulate one group? No, you could only charge this much, but for you, you charge whatever you want to. Does it make sense?
So through you, Madam Speaker, it's a great question, Councillor Cho. Certainly in our conversations around fares, there's a lot of ways this could be approached. We recognize and made recommendation to permit taxi cabs to offer discounted rates through a brokerage, through an app where a consumer is able to engage and make that arrangement beforehand. We did contemplate whether or not taxi cabs could or should have the opportunity for surge pricing. We brought forward the recommendation that says a regulated rate on hail, a discount otherwise, and we leave the balance of that discussion to this
I have
debate.
more question. Now, I understand during the peak hours, whether it's cold winter, whether it's Olympic or World Cup, Uber could charge as much as they want to, whereas the taxi cab can only charge what we regulate. Is it correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, sir, that is currently correct.
Is it fair then for the public and for the...
Councillor Cho, that was your last question. Thank you. Okay, I warned the members of the public before we started the meeting. If this continues, I will ask everyone to leave. Please, be respectful.
So through you, Madam Speaker, if you'd like me to answer the question. Certainly, sir, the notion here, we've provided recommendations on an approach to fares in respect to taxi cabs. One being the regulated rate for cab stands and street hails, because a passenger does not have the ability to determine what that rate is before they engage. We've recommended a discounted rate where a passenger does book their trip through a brokerage and can then discuss that rate. Certainly, there is a difference in respect to the supply. Taxi cab licenses are a constrained market. There are only so many. It's a little bit different on the other side. There is legislation around surge pricing in states of emergency. To your point, I think that is a very important conversation for this council to have, and what type of flexibility ought to be enabled in the taxi cab industry. Some states, actually the country of Sweden, has a wholly deregulated approach. So that is up for this informed discussion and debate with all of you, sir.
Okay. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to ask and explore further this question of what is a level playing field and what came before and what is in your report. So, in your report, are you recommending the same training for taxi cabs as for PTC drivers?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we recommended that the city no longer be involved in the direct service delivery of training on taxi cabs and limos, and that training, city-mandated training, not be required, and that would have been across all three.
So no training at all?
Not by the city, and not as a condition of licensing.
And the vehicle inspection, is that the same?
It is. So through you, Madam Speaker, what we've presented is the opportunity to go to a Ministry of Transportation of Ontario licensed garage that issues safety standard certificates subject to the regulation governing that, which is similar to or the same as what the City Inspection Centre is currently doing.
And age of the car, same?
So through you, Madam Speaker, yes, we recommended recognizing that the taxi cabs would like an additional couple of years, and we have made that provision for accessible and hybrid, that everybody be subject to a seven model year standard, and for the taxis and limos, allow them to put the vehicle on any time within that 7 years, where currently they're constrained within the first 2.
And is there any control for entry for PTCs?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we are not recommending any kind of a cap or restriction. Certainly, anybody who wants to operate on a PTC must comply with the standards that we've prescribed: criminal background screening, driver abstract, just like taxi cab drivers, at a minimum of our screening thresholds as prescribed.
And do they need to get licensed?
Through you, Madam Speaker, our recommendations do not indicate an individualized driver license. We are going to license the PTC.
So very clearly that is not level. I want to ask again about the 2014 reforms. So your report simply tosses them out the window. Is that right?
Well, through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Davis, I wouldn't say completely tosses them out. Certainly, we've recognized the benefits of the Toronto Taxi Cab license, and what 2014 did was enabling metered on-demand wheelchair-accessible taxi cab service. It also made significant changes in respect to the conditions ambassador taxi cab owners were operating under. And these recommendations do recognize that we started moving down this path previously. I would say that what we were dealing with in 2014 is significantly different than what we're dealing with in 2016.
But the answer is yes. Essentially,
well, through you, Madam Speaker,
the driver owner-operated system.
So through you, Madam
The owner-operated system that we were moving towards.
Councillor Davis, you asked the question, the staff will answer the
I hadn't finished the question.
Yes, I understand. Go ahead.
So that the owner-operated system, which is the direction we were moving in, one license, TTL, transitioned over time, same set of regulations, that was not in your report. In fact, your report recommended reverting back in terms of ownership types in the city.
So
is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly, Councillor Davis, what we recognized in this report, we do recognize the benefit of owner-operated. It's certainly a more cost-effective, cost-efficient manner to operate, but we recognized now we're dealing with a market with competition, that additional organizational flexibility needs to be in the hands of the taxi cab industry.
So your report specifically says staff maintains the belief that owner-operated vehicles for hire provide the most cost-efficient operating model and in many cases provide better quality service.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I absolutely do believe that. But I also recognize that the taxi cab industry is in a time of facing competition they've never had before, and we need to empower them and give them the flexibility to respond.
Okay.
And
So
that's why I said no longer mandating that.
Your report also addresses accessibility, which is a very important issue.
Yes.
And on the issue of accessibility, you recommend that we need to develop some kind of a subsidy system or an incentive to make sure that TTLs continue. The TTLs are getting hammered. We all know that. And that we will have a system to make it financially viable to actually be an accessible TTL in the city.
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly that was part of our discussions back in 2014. Now, given this new context and the existence of competition, we certainly recognize, and I believe there's an opportunity for the industry as a whole to contribute to the provision of accessible wheelchair metered on-demand taxi cab service. And that's why one of our recommendations, I believe it was Rec 9, spoke to us going back and doing that work, developing a strategy in part that includes the opportunities for an industry-funded subsidy to support them.
Thank you. Councillor de Bermaker. Okay.
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker, to appropriate city staff. We have, I believe it's 103 recommendations in your report.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, sir, there were.
And it took me an hour just to read all 103 recommendations. How long did it take you to read those 103 recommendations?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's taken us months, and literally months on the recommendations themselves. It's a complicated industry.
That's right. And we're here today as a council reviewing both the staff recommendations, the 2014 reforms, the earlier reforms, and we have a number of recommendations before us, but you recommended deletion of some 2014 reforms, and then sometimes we were deleting deletions of deletions in that report. But your report is advising us as a council to do what, with, I'll call it, the traditional taxi industry. We put reforms on them. What is your advice to us?
Great question. Through you, Madam Speaker. So, Councillor de Bearmaker, the sum total of this report is intended to provide operational flexibility into the taxi cab industry. It's to reframe the city's role back to that of a regulator versus an operator. It's to allow them to organize themselves the way they need to deal in a newly competitive market, while still maintaining those protections we feel are necessary in respect to vehicle inspections, insurance, etc. This is intended to give them the opportunity to reorganize and to be a successful industry.
So if we adopt your set of recommendations, I'll call it for the traditional industry, it's your belief, we may or may not all agree, but it's your advice to us, your belief, that this will help those people who have obeyed the laws for the last 50 years, bought their plates, got their ambassador plate, became a shift driver, did whatever they want. You believe that there's a section of these recommendations in there that will actually help those people.
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly, sir, that is our intention.
And there are another set of recommendations in your report that those same people may not like when it talks about the part-time casual transportation companies. They may not like that part. But it is your advice or submission to us that if we adopt the recommendations that you put in that report, it does provide more of a level playing field? Maybe not a level playing field, but a more equitable playing field?
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly when we looked at each of the ways the passengers engage with these services and the nature of the services, the risk inherent, we made every effort to make the standards the same as it relates to driver screening, vehicle inspections, vehicle insurance, and only differentiated where we felt it was necessary in respect to taxi cabs with cameras and emergency lights. So, at a high level, yes, we believe that this provides these different types of service providers the appropriate level of regulation. It gives them some freedom from some of the regulatory aspects that we have had on them in the past, moves the city out of delivering services directly, and the goal is to empower the taxi industry.
Marilyn.
And part of the, I'll call it previous reforms we've had, council adopted a motion that said every single vehicle that's in this industry should be wheelchair accessible. Do you support that recommendation, that every single vehicle, the new ones that we're considering today under Uber X, the existing ones under the existing industry, that every single vehicle that picks up myself at my house should be 100% wheelchair accessible fleet?
So through you, Madam Speaker, when we were challenged with this, Councillor de Bearmaker in 2014, Deputy Mayor de Bearmaker, in 2014, we were constrained by the existing taxi cab market to accommodate this effort. The fundamental goal is access to equivalent service for someone in a wheelchair with a mobility device. In the absence of other opportunities, tied with our need to try to rationalize or equalize the existing taxi cab licenses, we started down this path. We're in 2016 now where there's other opportunities that have arisen, and that's why we've pointed to in our recommendation 9 to look at that accessibility strategy and keep that goal of equivalent service. May not necessarily need to be 100%.
Now, when you say may not necessarily be, is it your opinion that we need 100%, or is it closer to my opinion that we don't need 100% of the vehicles in the fleet to be fully accessible? We need equivalency, not vehicles.
Through you, Madam Speaker, sir, the entire goal was always to get to a level of equivalency. And I believe we need to have a look now in a new context with an expanded industry and ensure we get to that equivalency of service. It doesn't need to be 100%.
No, that was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tracy, I just want to say, you've done great work here. It's a no-win situation for you and your staff, but you've done a lot of great work, and I appreciate everything you've done. The drop charge right now, it is $4.25, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, 325, we dropped it in September.
It was, but it's been dropped. When did it get dropped? When does that take effect?
That was effective November 1st.
We dropped it from 425 to 325. And why did we do that?
Because we heard, through you, Madam Speaker, we heard from the industry that a lot of the challenge with Uber was because of the lower price. We had consulted with the industry. It was very difficult. Nobody really had an answer on how to address that. So we felt a $1 reduction in the drop would assist in driving some passengers back to taxis.
Okay, so let's say Uber didn't come forward. When would that price be adjusted by the city? When will we look at reducing that or increasing it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, when we came in 2014, we had said, let's freeze the fares for 2 years. That would have put us to here, actually, 2016.
Before Uber?
Before Uber,
okay.
Yes.
And so how often do we review that? Is it yearly?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's been very sporadic. There's been a couple of large jumps in the past with taxi cab rates. One when the HST came in, one when gas prices went up.
Yeah, that's my next question.
Yeah, so we went through it in 2014, and so 2003, 2008, 2010, 2015 is the history of review.
Okay, so knowing a little bit about fuel surcharges, being from the transportation industry, they kind of go up and go, and we kind of move our rates with our customers. So they were given an increase because of the fuel. When does that get adjusted again? Do we actually look at that and say, oh, fuel's come back down? Or
through you, Madam Speaker, certainly in the history of taxi cab regulated fares, it has been incrementally up. To respond to additional costs. September 30th of last year was the first time it had come down by $1, and that was to reflect the new context, and based on the industry's input, that price was what was the biggest issue.
Okay, so now I got my question. Oil went through the roof, and these guys are begging for given an increase. When it comes back down, 30, 40, 50 cents, we have really no mechanism to look at that on a monthly basis.
No, through you, Madam Speaker, and certainly it's dependent upon the input and the facts we get from the taxi industry in respect to their costs and how those go up and down.
Okay, so if I'm going to cross the city, let's say I'm going to the airport from my house, and I keep hearing this, I don't know what the difference is, but let's say Uber is $40 and the cab industry is $65. I'm just making those numbers up. What do you attest that difference to, whatever that rate is?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the taxi cab rates are regulated by the city. They're set at 25 cents for every 0.143 of a kilometer and 25 cents for every 29 cents of waiting time on top of the 325 drop. The Uber side, they set their rates themselves, and they also base it on a per kilometer and per minute basis that runs concurrently.
Okay, so what you said there, but what else about, these got to put cameras in, we talked about tires till we're dead, tires. I guess the shields went away after, I guess the cameras went in. But these are all costs that affect the big difference in price, correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly when we look at setting the city-regulated tariff rate, it's based on the costs inherent in the vehicle, providing the vehicle, the equipment for the vehicle, and the operating costs.
Okay. You mentioned I forget how many you said, there's a certain amount of factions in the taxi industry. Yeah, I think you mentioned, was it 3? How many are there in your mind? How many groups we're dealing with in the taxi industry?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we have approximately probably 17,000 individuals licensed within the taxi cab industry between drivers and taxi cab owners. I think we have about 17,000 different groups.
It's drivers and owners.
We have drivers, we have owners, we have lessees, we have agents, we have fleet operators, we have brokerages. We have ambassadors, the garages of the fleets.
That's probably 8.
Yeah. We have a lot of different people who have invested a lot of their time and effort into this industry.
So I think that was 7 or 8 groups, correct?
Easily, yes, sir.
And it could be more?
And within those groups, there would be groups.
Okay. Last question is, I travel quite a bit, and I was in Tampa last week. This seems to be happening everywhere. I get in cabs, and I always talk to the cab drivers, and a lot of these guys take me home. I like to talk to them. I know we looked at Edmonton. What other cities have we looked at besides, what other cities are we looking at?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we did a jurisdictional scan of approximately 44 jurisdictions, some of them statewide in the U.S., specific cities in the U.S. as well as internationally other countries. New South Wales, I mentioned, they just did a wholesale review. Chicago, New York, San Francisco, Washington. Obviously, Ottawa, we did a great deal of discussions in Canada with Ottawa, Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver. We've been contacted by Japan. We've spoken to regulators from across the world that are all endeavoring to deal with this issue.
That was your last question, Councillor Grimes. That was your last.
I was really long
Yeah.
answers.
Thank you. You're 5.5 minutes. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I begin on a point of order, I do have some questions about the solicitor's advice. I'm happy to stand my questions down to the end of the sequence, or I can ask the public ones now and others in camera later. I'm at your will on that.
So, well, we'll have to decide after we finish this round if you, we need to go in camera. At this point, there was no request to go in camera.
Well, I guess I'd like to make that in order to ask some questions.
Okay, so continue with your public questions.
Thank you, Speaker. To the Executive Director, I wonder if you can just help me totally understand what our insurance requirements are today and what they would be changing to later for all of the categories. I heard a little bit about a $2 million liability insurance. What exactly do we ask of taxi cabs today?
Through you, Madam Speaker, $2 million of liability coverage.
So the notion of commercial insurance, is that something that we ask for? I'm struggling to understand this as to why it keeps coming up.
Now, through you, Madam Speaker, it's not a commercial insurance per se. This is where the insurance industry, the insurance regulator sets rates based on the use, the risk, and the way they rate the use of the vehicle. It's actually, every automobile is covered by an Ontario Automobile Policy 1. The OPCF 6A is an Ontario Policy Change Form 6A that allows for somebody to carry paying passengers. That is the form that we receive. That is the form that taxi cabs and limousines get from their insurer. Is the OPCF 6A. That provides them that opportunity to carry paying passengers. Taxi cabs, by their nature, have been regarded in the insurance industry as a wholly commercial enterprise, and they govern their rates accordingly, based on accident history, based on driving experience, based on the usage of the vehicle. So I know that often is said as commercial insurance. It's all under the Ontario Automobile Policy coverage.
Okay, so what are we asking of PTCs now?
Exactly. So we are asking for $2 million of coverage, and we are leaving that in the hands of the insurance companies, the insurance regulator, the province, to determine how that level of coverage is given. Such as in February, one insurance company is now offering an insurance product for drivers if they're under 20 hours, if they're certain years of age, certain years of driving, right? So the province has recognized there's a gap in recognizing this transition between personal use and commercial use, and that is what they're undergoing right now, is that review to fill that regulatory challenge.
So it's correct that we're asking exactly the same thing of taxi and PTC. It's just that the prices are different, but that has to do with the industry, not us.
That is correct, sir. Passengers need to have a $2 million protection.
So, a different question. Members of my family, we all know people that do not have smartphones, right? We rely on plain old telephone service. That's right. Especially those in Etobicoke. Thank you, Councillor. No, that's... what does this do for people that don't have smartphones? I mean, there's a lot out there. Members of my direct family do not have smartphones. How will we acquire rides if we need them? Can we get one of these Uber cars if we don't have a smartphone? Can I call it in?
So certainly through you, Madam Speaker, they do not provide that type of a service. But I think it's a very important very important opportunity to indicate why we need a viable taxi cab industry as well. So not everybody goes and takes the Uber rides. If we regulate them or not, I'll never use them. I use licensed taxi cabs. People want access to licensed taxi cabs. They want a suite of options, and that is one.
So if I'm out at an event, a family event, and it's 1 a.m. and I don't have a smartphone, well, how do I get a ride home?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly a lot of our brokerages are coming out with apps.
Yep.
They also have a telephone number that you can call.
Okay, but in the report it talks about taxi brokers now being able to change the price if I request it through another means besides a hail. So does that mean now that if I phone in, they could say, I'm sorry, it's 3 a.m., we're going to raise the price? Or does the taxi model still exist going forward?
So through you, Madam Speaker, that there's two different pieces here. We've recognized that not everyone has smartphones. If someone calls a brokerage and wants to have access to a discounted rate, that ought to apply.
Okay.
The other recommendations we have not made in respect to allowing surge pricing on taxi cabs, that is a discussion and decision for this council.
So there's no recommendation before us that if I called in under the traditional model, I could be subject to a higher price?
Through you, Madam Speaker, as per our recommendations, sir, no, there is not.
Okay. I wanted to ask a little bit about the data, and perhaps I'll just have a moment there, but I wonder if the General Manager of Transportation could elaborate a little bit on what we expect to glean out of, and if approved, any interactions with these rideshare companies and the information that may benefit the city with respect to transportation planning and the good work that you do.
Okay, that was your last question.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Councilor, we've been speaking with many of the other cities that get data from these firms. To be honest with you, from a transportation management standpoint, there's probably not a lot of information that they would glean for us. We probably would be better purchasing it from a larger provider who would give us larger coverage throughout the city. I think from a regulatory and management standpoint, there would be information that would be critical for MLS to collect regarding where they're picking up people, where they're dropping off people, where they're denying pickups, origins, destination, where service areas, those sorts of things, from ensuring that they provide fair and equitable coverage. But from a traffic management standpoint, we do believe that in most cases it would be of limited value.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing. Your report states that the excessive fare structure created by overregulation, especially to the taxi industry, needs to come to an end. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes.
The same applies to the current Wild West environment in which UberX is operating illegally. You are trying to bring them into compliance.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, sir.
Now, what's the average tenure of an active Uber driver?
Through you, Madam Speaker, they've informed us it's approximately 5 months.
5 months, even though the report did not 3 months, so it's about 5 months.
Correct. When we reported in September, they said their average churn was approximately every 3 months. They're now indicating that it's about every 5 months.
So with regards to the criminal background checks and driver record checks, will you are requiring that every 4 years this information be complied with the requirements. So my question to you is, if the average tenure of part-time drivers with Uber is every 3 or 5 months, and the requirement of the criminal background checks is every 4 years, wouldn't that the whole thing become irrelevant? Why not every year?
Through you, Madam Speaker, just for clarity, sir, you are correct. It's every 4 years currently for taxi cab drivers. We have recommended annually for PTC drivers. And we are, as per a direction from licensing and standards from a couple of years ago, we are looking at the frequency of background checks in taxi cabs. One of the reasons it's at 4 years is because of the inconvenience that causes to drivers. So we're actually looking at other means by which we can facilitate criminal background screening for our licensees. So it's taxi cabs 4, PTC is annual.
So for clarification purposes, if the industry is on site as well and they want these criminal check backgrounds to be every year, what stops the city in terms of implementing that for everyone so everybody abides by the same rules and regulations?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly, sir, it's within our purview to require every licensee to submit a criminal record check more frequently. So we could move taxi cab drivers to annually versus every 4 years. We were being mindful of the impact that would have on those individuals. You know, you're having 98% or more people provide an annual criminal record check where maybe there's only 2% that need it. So it was really around not inconveniencing the licensees unnecessarily.
Now, with regards to vehicle inspections, you are recommending a report that the taxi industry continues to be run and inspected and regulated by the city, and on the other hand, the Uber drivers to have their own regulations. So my question to you is, Why not have all these vehicle inspections done irrespectively, either by the city or by any public garage that's regulated by the Ministry of Transportation?
Sir, through you, Madam Speaker, certainly, sir, that is our intention. The recommendations we put forward in recommendation 24 and 25 was for us to look at transitioning taxi cabs to that model. We've also recommended limousines move to that model, and then they would all be subject to the same standard, safety standard certificate at an MTO licensed garage.
So you didn't have a problem or a concern if there was a motion before Council today to implement that where everybody abides by the same rules, something that's feasible and something that can be monitored?
So certainly through you, Madam Speaker, for us to move taxi cabs and limousines to MTO licensed garages is a relatively easy transition. To have any additional vehicles have to come to our city-run inspection center would be a massive undertaking at a substantial cost. They are currently operating at full capacity, just dealing with taxi cabs and limousines.
Thank you. My last question is, there has been an overall outcry in terms of application fees. In your report, you are recommending either $10 for the Uber X's and $290 for the taxi industry. Why not the same fee for everyone in terms of fairness, in terms of equity, in terms of coming up with something that's workable for all?
So through you, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for asking me the question on how we laid out the fees. The taxi cab drivers are individual licensees with a rate that we've actually been able to reduce. These proposals have us licensing the PTC itself as the company. We based it so it's scalable on a $10 per driver based on the average number of drivers over 3 months, plus a per ride fee on every single per ride. So the current company, as it stands, based on the data that we have, would be paying over $5 million annually to operate in the city in its entirety. So the $10 per driver was also used, as I said, so we could scale. So if we have an enterprise like Rideco that's currently operating, which is small and has 20 vehicles, the extent of regulation and the cost to them would be scaled relative to their operation, and also recognizing the size of others, such as Uber, who have a more significant footprint, and what we need to do to scale up our staff to address those entities relative to their size. So it was a bit of a complicated, sorry, long answer. It was a complicated way to derive a fee that could be applicable to a small upstart and a larger established entity. That's where we got to that structure. But PTC would pay over $5 million based on our estimations, which is our cost.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
That makes sense.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Ms. Cook, when were cameras and snow tires implemented in terms of regulation?
So through you, Madam Speaker, cameras were part of a pilot between cameras and GPS back in 2000. Snow tires were implemented in 2014.
In 2000 for cameras, you said?
Yeah, in 2000 there was a pilot run between cameras and GPS systems for driver safety purposes, and then it was determined that cameras were the right way to go to mandate into taxi cabs, and had a significant reduction in driver incidents as a result.
Okay, and that was going to be my next question. So you monitored you monitored how effective those regulations were in terms of the cameras and snow tires to see.
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly in respect to cameras, we know from the industry and also from the police, the report they did in 2002, or the routine order they published, actually said there was a 50% reduction in driver safety incidents in the first year of the pilot. So we know cameras have contributed greatly to driver safety. We have not, nor do we keep any accident stats in respect to whether snow tires caused or didn't cause, contributed to, or prevented accidents. We don't have that.
All right. Prior to Uber entering the market, back, I guess, 2 or 3 years ago, and since then we know operating illegally, what was the demand on our industry? So did we have enough drivers, did we have enough cabs on the road to serve the customer?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly, sir, in the 2014 review, determining the appropriate number of taxi cabs in the city was a significant piece of work we did. Right. We hired a consultant, and based on a passenger wait time of around 9 to 10 minutes, it was determined that we had relatively enough taxi cabs to meet that demand. The demand for service now seemingly is not 9 or 10 minutes, it's 3 and 4 minutes or less. So that would definitely scale, right? So that's based on 9-minute wait time. We had approximately the right number of taxi cabs at that time, except for accessible.
Right, thank you. And you've done a wonderful job and best you could with the resources you have in terms of enforcement, and I commend you for that. I'm just curious, have you considered or can you impound vehicles with the help of the police if necessary?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, we currently do not have the right to impound vehicles for a contravention of the bylaw.
Because I understand Montreal is doing that.
Quebec provincially has the regulation to seize vehicles, and they've seized, I think, about 70 so far.
And so if today, and we come up with regulations, that's why we're here for, to regulate Uber, by imposing these regulations, will that eliminate a number of vehicles and Uber drivers almost instantly once we have these regulations in place? Because, of course, they have to follow, at this point, going forward, they're going to have to follow the rules.
Correct. So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly by implementing a 7 model year standard, my understanding is they would lose about 25% of their drivers who have vehicles that are older than that. That's their information to us. Right now, there is no regulation and no hurdles applied by the city. The regulatory regime we've laid out in our recommendations is to give that appropriate level of regulation to make sure everybody complies. And if people choose to comply with it, so be it. If they do not, then they won't be operating.
Okay. And maybe you could remind this council again why it's not good to support, if a motion comes forward to adopt receipt, why that's not a good idea.
So through you, Madam Speaker, Uber launched UberX in September of 2014, and since that time, the taxi cab industry has been tied to the regulations that we've had them comply with. To not deal with this issue now would cause ongoing chaos as far as the taxi cab industry is concerned, but would also subject more than 45,000 trips per day by people who live and visit this city in an unregulated service. So for everybody's interest, I feel it's extremely important that a decision be taken today, regardless of where that decision lands, and we move forward so they can move forward as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
In your report, you indicated that it's okay for Uber to surge, but not for the taxi industry. Do you feel that, why is that? Maybe you could start there, and why not just allow both of them to do it?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly that was a lot of conversation we had about how to address the issue of fares. There is a component within the taxi cab industry in respect to the constrained supply that kind of correlates with the extent to which they could surge. But ultimately we decided that we would not as staff make that recommendation, that it ought to be a matter of discussion and debate here. It's certainly something that could be contemplated and reviewed and see where it takes us. But it certainly was a lot of discussion about that.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To Ms. Cook. Hello, sorry. When I read the first report with the 103 items, which, yes, did take several hours to read, I was very disturbed about the safety issues which I felt had been removed. So very happy to see a lot of those come back, maybe not all of them, but happy to see some of them come back. One of the ones I was wanting to know why it did not come back is drivers having to do CPR, first aid training. They're out in our city, they see a lot of things, they're carrying people. Would that not be an important, honestly, something quite simple for them to do?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly it was related to the whole approach to taxi cab training. I can share with you that our TTC drivers do not require CPR or first aid either. So when we looked at how do we enable the industry to respond in a newly competitive market, not saying that CPR is not a great idea. I think it's a wonderful idea. The question is, should it be a condition of licensing for them to operate a taxi cab? And being mindful that we want to get some of these hurdles out of the way, empower and encourage the industry to do those things that are service related. And that's why we recommended that it no longer be a mandated licensing requirement for CPR.
Right. I read the new report yesterday while I was on an aeroplane, actually, because I had to come to council prepared. And I couldn't find the part which says do we restrict the number of hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period?
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly taxi cab drivers, no more than 12 hours per day. We have not made any other specifications as far as hours of service. certainly, I think the provincial legislation, HTA, would speak to careless if someone's not operating with all due care and attention.
So our taxi drivers are told how many hours they may drive, but the other people providing a service are not restricted.
Actually, no. So through you, Madam Speaker, actually I'm corrected. We don't specify the number of hours of service minimum or maximum that they can drive. The only hours we speak to are the owner-operated hours on ambassadors and TTLs, which is a monthly total of 167 and 156 hours respectively.
The other thing I noticed which seems to be missing is going on the green standard with low-emission hybrid vehicles. Is that going to be in there somewhere?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly we've had some challenges with defining what fits the low emission standards. We do recognize that vehicles naturally are becoming more fuel efficient. So we've recommended that the industry have that in their bailiwick to determine the appropriate vehicle for the service that they provide. Certainly another notion would be to incent those people who do bring on low emission. But again, on that line of being less prescriptive from a city's perspective, allowing some flexibility in the industry to provide service how they see appropriate, was behind our recommending not continuing with that mandated.
We know when a taxi driver has a passenger in their vehicle. We know that they have someone, a paying customer. Will other providers have to have some form of identification to show that they are actually carrying a paying customer in their vehicle at that point in time?
So through you, Madam Speaker, are you talking about the trade dress on taxi cabs? The outside of a taxi cab?
So the taxi cab has a light on top. Yep. So you know if they have a paying customer. If another provider, a private person, was to get in their car and take a paying customer, how would you and I know that they are carrying a paying customer?
Right. So through you, Madam Speaker, not dissimilar to limousines where there's no outward demonstration of a passenger. With the app-based services, we know they have to show the app that shows that they're under hire. So we also know the time they're under hire.
But if I was just driving by, I would not be able to tell whether they have a paying customer or not, which makes it a little bit hard to make sure they follow rules and regulations.
So through you, Madam Speaker, that's a very different question, right? So our ability to enforce and the mechanisms that we would have and the tools and approaches we would take is different than just somebody knowing that someone's under hire. So we've accounted for that with some of the recommendations we've made to enable enforcement.
Also in the report, it says that staff are recommending continuing to limit the number of taxi cab licenses, but we're not imposing a limit on the PTCs. Why? Are we not going to be flooding the market?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly the restricted number of taxi cabs has historically been what's happened worldwide, and is a lot of the reason why we have such a complex and heavily regulated industry that we do. We are not recommending it, and I think a lot of this ties back to the hail market and the nature of engagement taxi cabs have with downtown core versus those that are procured through a booked, pre-booked, arranged service. It's that circling of the hail and the cab stand work that really speaks to the concern over volumes.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. Recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Members of council, if I can please have you take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council was debating the mayor's key item, item LS 10.3, on a new vehicle for hire bylaw to regulate Toronto's ground transportation industry. We will return to that item after release of member holds. I've also reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda, if we have 30 votes. Are there any release of holds? If you do, please put your name up, request to question staff. No releases? No. Oh, hold on. Deputy Mayor Minawong?
Yes, ST 8.3, appointment to fill a vacancy of on the Toronto Preservation.
What page is it?
Oh, sorry, page 6.
Page 6? Yes?
It doesn't have to do anything with gateway parking, but
It's going to be someone who's not in the
ST 8.3, appointment to fill a vacancy on the Toronto Preservation Board. There was just a groundswell of applications from members of council wanting to participate in this committee. That's a joke. We couldn't find someone, but I'm told that I'm just going to move receipt of this. That's quite appropriate. We are meeting the requirements, and as I'm advised by Mr. Elvidge, no one's going to land in municipal jail if we pass this motion.
There's no municipal jail.
Okay, thank you. So Deputy Mayor Minawong is moving receipt of ST 8.3. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Mihevik and Davis, please.
Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Councillor Wong-Tam, when you're seated, please.
Councillor Mihevik, when you're seated, please.
The motion to receive carries 30-1.
Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 7, EY 1351, first and foremost, I'd like to ask permission from Council to reopen this matter at the request of city staff.
Which number is that, Councillor
It's
Palacio?
page number 7, EY 13.51.
Okay. And you'd like to make an amendment on
And
that,
city
right?
staff has the amendment already. It's
Okay,
been brought to my
so-
attention by city staff.
Okay, so on page 7, EY 13.51, Councillor Palacio is asking that we reopen to make an amendment. On favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Palacio, your amendment?
Yeah,
It's on the
it's on screen.
Okay, it's on the screen. The amendment, on favor? Opposed, if any, carried.
Thank you.
Clauses amended, on favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You may recall page 8, NY 13.27. Staff would like me to move a minor technical amendment. It should be on the screen.
Okay, that's on page 8, NY 13.27. The amendment is on the screen.
Hold whatever you like,
He's
buddy.
holding it. Who's holding it? Okay, on the amendment, on favor, opposed, if any, carried. Clauses amended, recorded vote.
Yes, on the item as amended.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor McMahon.
The item as amended carries unanimously, 28 in favor.
Councillor Shiner.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Page 8, NY 13.30, traffic warning signs at 3181 Bayview Avenue. Can release that.
Okay. On page 8, NY 13.30, Councillor Shiner is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Crawford.
Oh, sorry. I have a couple quick releases, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, sorry. Page 4, GM 11.8, the extension of the 2 contracts for goods and services of various office moves. I've had my questions answered by legal, so I can release that.
That's on page 4, GM 11.8?
Yes.
Okay. On page 4, the bottom of the page, GM 11.8, Councillor Crawford is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Okay. Your next one.
Two more. And then the next page, on the top of the page, page 5, GM 11.10, the use of Province of Ontario's vendor record of car share services. Staff have also answered my questions. I'm good to release that.
Okay, on page 5, GM 11.10, Councillor Crawford is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Then the last one is the same page, GM 11.12, the below market rent for the Historical Society. Councillor Ainsley actually answered that question, so I'm good.
Okay, thank you. So on page 5, GM 11.12, Councillor Crawford is releasing. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Cole, when you're seated, please.
The item carries unanimously, 32 in favor.
Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, on page 5, right at the bottom, PW 12.2 bicycle lane regulation amendments. Happy to release it.
Please, to the members of the public. Okay? I'm sorry, Councillor Matlow. You want to release PW 12.2?
Yes.
Councillor Holliday just wants a recorded vote, right? Okay, so on page 5, PW 12.2, Councillor Matlow's released, and that's been a request for a recorded vote.
Catherine George. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Councillor Burnside, please.
Councillor Bailao, please.
The item carries 31 to 2.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have 2 items to release. The first one on page 4, CD 11.7, update on shelter system and hostels, to homes pilot. My questions have been answered.
Okay, on page 4, CD 11.7, Councillor Wong Tam is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
And on page 6, Madam Speaker, it's PW 12.10, Coordinated Street Furniture Program, Status Update Year 8, and Publication Box Licensing Program Review. I'm prepared to release that as well.
Okay, on page 6, PW 12.10, Councillor Wong Tam is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Mamalidi. Just one sec. Okay?
I'm calling upon you to see whether or not there's any way we can take under new business CC 18.2 and move it closer to deal with for today, if possible. I would like to see whether or not we can deal with this today.
As a second item.
As a second item, perhaps.
CC 18.2? Well,
It's the Ward 2 by-election.
we're on the mayor's key item right now, so we won't go to another item until the mayor's key item is completed. And we did also vote that tomorrow morning, we're dealing with the Bloor Street, the bicycle lanes.
Right.
So if we're finished by the end of the day, this item, then you would have to move a motion.
Would it be appropriate to move the motion right now after this item is finished?
After
Would
this
you
item-
allow that?
After this item is finished.
Yes. Would you allow that motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Fragadakis.
Yes. Madam Speaker, on page 4, item CD 11.4, I'd like to release that item. Just a recorded vote.
Councillor Fragadakis, on page 4, CD 11.4, response to proposed regulations under the Child Care and Early Years Act. Councillor Fragadakis is releasing it. Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please. Councillor Ajamari. Councillor DiGiorgio, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Holland, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, are you voting, please?
The item carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release on page 4, CD 11.3, which is the Child Care Capital Expenditure Update, or Expansion Update.
Okay,
I'd like to have a recorded vote on that as well, please.
thank you. On page 4, CD 11.3, Councillor Thompson is releasing. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Davis, please. And Councillor Layton.
Councillor Fragadakis, please.
The item carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 items to release on page 7. EY 13.12. I have a motion, please.
Okay.
That City Council deny the request.
Hold on. Do the staff have your motion?
Yes, they do.
Okay, let's put it on the screen.
That City Council deny the request for the permit to remove the tree. That's number 12, and I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Oh, Councillor Campbell.
I will continue holding it then.
Okay.
And the other one will probably be the same then. EY on page 7, EY 13.4. Motion is basically the same. City Council deny the request. Sorry, 1-4. Sorry, 14.
Recorded vote.
Community Council approved.
Yeah, they,
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Shiner.
Mayor Tory, please.
Councillor Matlow and Councillor Perks, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The item carries 27 to 8. Or sorry, the amendment carries 27 to 8.
Point of order, Councillor Mamalidi.
I don't know if it's a point of order or not, to be honest with you, but I stand up here and we just had a vote. It's in a ward that's not represented right now. And I'm just wondering, why aren't we just deferring these kinds of votes until the seat is actually being represented?
Well, because we dealt with it.
It's not fair to the taxpayers.
Yeah, but Councillor Mamalidi, we dealt with it at the community council and it's before us. So,
Just making a point.
yeah, I know you're
Perhaps
making.
we should be deferring these
And-
until the seat is actually represented. Can I?
No, you won't. First you get up and then you say you made a mistake on your vote? Well, Councillor Mamalidi is asking to reopen that vote. Oh. So who can we get to open it? Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson will move to reopen. All in favor? Recorded. Okay, we're in the middle of a vote right now.
Amelidi said he voted incorrectly. So now that we've opened this item to allow him to vote the way he wished, that means he has to vote in favor of saving the tree.
That's not a point of order.
To switch his vote.
That is
Okay,
not a point
thank
of
you.
order. That's a point.
It's a
that
good
is-
try, though.
You know, that's a point, but it's not a point
That's a
of order.
point of good trying.
Councillor Karagianis, please.
Mayor Tory, please.
This is to reopen.
Councillor McConnell, please. Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor McMahon, please. And Councillor Bailao. And Councillor Davis, when you're seated.
The motion to reopen carries 28 to 8.
Without getting into debate, I think it's just right that we defer it until the seat is actually represented by somebody and bring it back as soon as it's represented by somebody. I'd like to move that motion, please.
So well, we have the amendment by Councillor Doucette, and you're recommending that you defer it, so then we'll have to hold the item down.
All right.
Okay, can I ask the staff, we put up the notices of motions that we're going to introduce? Okay. Councillor Burnside. Councillor Crawford.
I've just been notified by staff that apparently I'm holding an item PG 11.2 on page 5. I wasn't aware I was holding it, but staff have said they'd seen it online, and it's time sensitive. So if I am holding it, I'd like to, I guess, release it.
Which page?
11.2, directions report with respect to bylaws 569, 2013 and settlements. Page 5. I don't think I held it, but staff are telling me my name is online holding it. So I just want to release it just to be on the safe side.
Okay, Councilor Crawford, please, can you repeat the item number?
Page 5.
Yes.
PG 11.2. Staff have informed me that I'm holding it. I don't believe I am.
11 point, no, it's not being held.
Okay. Okay, apparently they saw my name online holding it, so I just want to clarify that. So I'm not holding it?
No, nobody's holding it.
Okay, then I don't have to release it then. It's fine.
Okay. Yes, I'm ready. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Okay, Councillor Cressy. Councillor Cressy, you have 5 motions that you're introducing.
5? I do have 5. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If they could be put up in order, 4 of them are liquor license.
Yeah, they're going to put them on the screen.
All right. Do you want me to deal with them one at a time?
Yes, please.
All right. This is a AGCO matter. It's urgent because of the timeline to allow the community to be consulted.
Okay.
All right, and the second one?
Okay, just a sec. We'll have to vote on this first. All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you.
And the second one, again, it's an AGCO matter, urgent because of the timeline to allow the community to be consulted.
All in favor? Carried.
Again, this is a third one for the same reason. It's an AGCO matter to allow the community to be consulted.
All in favor? Carried.
Good old downtown.
Are we done? Are we done downtown?
No, we're not done downtown yet. There's a fourth one coming. Do we have the fourth? And this is the fourth and final on this matter. It's an AGCO matter to allow the community to be consulted. It's urgent for that reason.
All in favor? Carried.
And there is a fifth, though it's on a different matter. The fifth and final, this is an OMB matter. It is urgent because of the timeline to allow City Legal through the Solicitor's Office to attend.
All in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner, you're next.
Well, I was wondering if you had my notice of motion, and you do. So I would like to introduce it. It's urgent, as it's for an upcoming Ontario Municipal Board hearing.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you introduce this?
Yeah, but you have to do it up first. Okay, Councillor Shiner, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Matlow, you're next.
I am?
Yeah.
I gave no indication that I was.
You
this. I didn't realize we were already there. You obviously set it up before I was even aware. I appreciate it. So therefore, I support what you're asking me to do.
You're
which is to move it.
introducing. Okay, thank you. All in favor? Carried. Councillor McConnell, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I introduce a motion to assign or assign Section 37 funds. We did this 3 years ago, but we never paid the BIA, so I have to bring this forward again so that we can pay the BIA, so they can pay us for Sherburne Street. Thank you.
All in favor? Carried. Who? Councillor Cressy. Where's Councillor Cressy? Councillor Cressy? Can you introduce one on behalf of Councillor Layton, please? Okay, just one sec, okay? Okay, it's on the screen.
I'm moving this motion on behalf of Councillor Layton. It is urgent due to Heritage Toronto and the Friends of Fort York need to complete the plaque project in time for the unveiling this fall.
On favor? Carried. Is that it? Mayor Tory?
Yes, I have a motion to add, and I think it's about to appear on the screen, to add the appointment of an acting city solicitor, as unfortunately our city solicitor, say it isn't so, but unfortunately, still time to appoint an interim city solicitor, Madam Speaker.
On favor? Carried. Okay, that's it. Okay, so if you can just give a couple minutes and we'll put the list of names back on the screen. Councillor Karygiannis.
First one, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, through you to staff, I was wondering if they can let us know if Uber is operating legally at this point or not.
So, through you, Madam Speaker, Uber, in respect to Uber Taxi, is operating pursuant to a taxicab brokerage license. The balance of Uber's services are currently not regulated, and they are being charged and are before the courts in respect to that.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, a brokerage has taxicabs and they usually have a roof light. Am I correct on that?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the vehicle regulations in the bylaw require taxi cab vehicles to have certain equipment that is absent the requirement on a brokerage.
So in order to get a broker's license, you must have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 taxi cabs that you're working with. Am I correct?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the bylaw requires a brokerage to provide a list of taxi cab drivers. It also requires the brokerage to provide a list of taxi cab owners. It does not require a taxi cab brokerage to have taxi cabs affiliated with its brokerage.
Is Uber provided you such a list of cabs that are working with them and taxi cab owners?
So through you, Madam Speaker, Uber provides a list of taxi cab drivers that are affiliated with their platform under Uber Taxi.
And how many would that have been in the last couple of months?
Approximately 1,300 licensed taxi cab drivers are operating with the Uber Taxi service.
We are talking about having a level playing field. And I'd like to just ask you a couple of questions, if I may. How would we have a level playing field in the report that you brought forward regarding insurance?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we're requiring that all providers of ground transportation have a minimum $2 million liability to ensure passengers in the vehicles are protected.
Would that be commercial insurance, or would it be a rider to their policy?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we don't prescribe the type of insurance product that is required. We prescribe the level of coverage at a minimum that is required.
Through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, a level playing field means that they should also have cameras in their vehicles, Uber X.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I think I made a comment earlier that the level playing field certainly is dependent upon the person who's viewing the field. We have laid out a set of regulation appropriate and applicable to each service in respect to where they are the same, but also recognizing where they are different. And taxi cabs do differ in respect to the independent and anonymous nature of a lot of their engagements.
How would they be different in cameras? Shouldn't we protect both drivers in both set of operations with the camera?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly, sir, we have been regulating limousines for as many decades as we've been regulating taxi cabs. That has never come up as an issue in respect to driver safety, somewhat like it did in 2000 when we implemented cameras in taxi cabs. I would also add there's nothing precluding or prohibiting someone from putting their own camera in.
but you would agree with me that the UberX drivers are just as much at risk as a cab driver.
No, through you, Madam Speaker, actually I would not. There's a fundamental difference between taxi cabs, which raises the risk, and that's primarily that independent and anonymous nature in which they engage with passengers and passengers engage with them. I do relate UberX and the pre-booked nature more in line with the way limousines operate, also on a pre-booked nature, where the passenger knows what company they're contracting with and the driver knows who they're picking up. And that was why we did not recommend cameras for PTCs or limousines.
Well, I do hope that there's no accident that happens and we don't have to weep for an UberX driver in the future. Through you, Madam Speaker, winter tires, snow tires, is that not an equal playing field that they should be having both of them?
So through you, Madam Speaker, our recommendation, sir, suggested that we do not mandate snow tires on either types of vehicles.
But we had them before. What changed?
So in 2014, we brought a taxi industry review, and it was through the committee and council that the snow tire requirement on taxi cabs was applied. It was not a staff recommendation at that time.
I only have about 30 seconds left, so I'm going to ask you another question. Should we not be licensing cars and drivers similarly as taxis and UberX? Uber vehicles to be plated, Uber cabs, UberX drivers to get the same licensing and pay for the same amount of license as taxi cab drivers do?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we didn't feel it was necessary given the manner in which each of these services and industries are organized. Taxi cab industry is very disaggregated. We have a lot of individual independent operators who can operate independently, be it the driver or the vehicle owner, whomever. On the PTC side, someone must be affiliated with a PTC, and the PTC is then held accountable to make sure that those standards are maintained.
Last question.
No, that was your last question, sorry. Councilor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Back in 2014, when we introduced the 2014 reforms, my recollection is that there was a focus on efficiencies and getting rid of middlemen. And we had come forward with a set of recommendations that did basically that. Would you agree?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And at that time, we were, the city employed a competition policy that basically said the city would control the number of cars on the road. Is that correct?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we have historically restricted the number of taxi cab licenses that we issue pursuant to an explicit authority we have in the City of Toronto Act to do so.
And we restricted the number of cars on the road and thereby also limited the number of drivers driving cabs in total. I think there was about 10,000 drivers.
No, through you, Madam Speaker, we've not had any restriction on the number of taxi cab drivers. The industry has generally stayed in and around an 8,500 up to about 10,000. Generally, we see about 1,000 taxi cab drivers come into the industry and exit the industry each year.
Understood,
so it's just happened to be around that, but we have not restricted it.
Would you agree that if we increased the number of taxi cab licenses, that might have increased the number of drivers on the road?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I presume people will seek the work where the work is available for them to seek it.
Once it became evident, or at least my understanding is that there was sort of an appetite in the marketplace or consumers wanting improved wait times. Would you agree? Somehow that became evident in the marketplace, and it was a void that was filled by this new entrant.
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly when we did our review in 2014, we found the passenger wait times in and around the 9-minute mark, which was pretty decent. Certainly now, I guess the expectation, now that there's other choice, the public is expecting a quicker response.
Okay. Could the city, once the city identified that in fact the public wanted a quicker response, double the number of vehicles on the road by issuing double the number of licenses, and in fact reduce the wait times? Could the city have accomplished that in and of by themselves?
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly anytime we brought forward, as in 2014 and most recently in 2015, a recommendation to issue additional incremental taxi cab licenses, that was often met with reluctance and some outcry from the taxi cab industry as far as increasing those numbers. What we did in the 2014 report was say that future issuance would be subject to a review of passenger wait times, and then the last year and a half happened.
Okay, what is the total number of cars on the road today relative to 2014?
So through you, Madam Speaker, so we issued 290 incremental TTLs in 2014 and 100 incremental last year. So approximately 5,200 taxi cabs in total.
But how many cars are on the road?
So through you, Madam Speaker, you're talking about the new entrants?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So our information from Uber is they have approximately 15,000 drivers that are active. The information that we have is that the highest amount attained at any time was 5,000 vehicles on the road, and that was on a Friday, Saturday night.
I'm going to run out of time very quickly. This new license category, this TPC, is there a limit on the number of those that we will issue?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, sir.
And there's no limit on the number of cars that each TPC license holder can put on the street, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. This new entrant claims that they have a low cost structure and that's why they're able to provide much better service. Why then is someone who has no problem attracting drivers to work for them, why do they have a need to surge price?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly that's their business model, and it reflects off a dynamic pricing algorithm that's within their purview to do.
Okay, my question is, can their business model work without surge pricing?
That would be beyond my scope to answer that, sir.
Oh, well, I can tell you it's not beyond my scope, and their business model cannot work.
Councillor,
So at the end of the day,
Councillor
last question.
You ask question and ask the staff to answer. You
She
do
answered
not
the
make those
question
comments.
and I answered for her.
This
My
is your last question.
My
Last
question is
question.
simply this. Given that the TPC license allows someone to put unlimited cars on the road, are we in fact relinquishing our ability and our control of the number of cars on the road and giving it over to private enterprise?
That was your last question.
I couldn't hear the last part. I couldn't hear the last part.
Last question was, are we privatizing the industry by giving control over who puts the number of cars on the road?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the taxi cab industry is a private industry. These are people operating businesses within the city subject to a regulatory regime that we lay out. They're not a public service. So I think it would apply equally across taxi cabs, limos, and PTC.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio, that was your last question. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My questions are simply just to try to gain a better understanding, not to be argumentative or anything like that. So if it comes across that way, I apologize, quite frankly. I wanted to understand the city's role and responsibility in this whole process. You have, for years, a regulated industry, and then you have a more disruptive technology comes into place and really disrupt that whole industry that you've been regulating for years. So you're not able to regulate this new phenomena of technology, but you're able to regulate the old industry. And my question simply is this. Given the fact that this industry had abided by the rules that had been established by the city, and a new technology is not abiding by those particular rules, how exactly did you enforce the rules as it relates to this new industry? What did you do?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly the action that we took in the application for injunction sought last year was one of those efforts towards enforcement in this regard. As well, we have been conducting enforcement on a driver basis and holding the company accountable as well.
Okay. Most recently, Calgary Mayor Nemchi, in a video which I watched, all 27 minutes of it, made certain references with respect to how they monitor and check the service that's described, as we were talking about, as Uber. How does the city determine whether or not the company itself, the safeguard that it puts in place, is accurate, or whether or not, in fact, we're able to monitor to know that those who are basically operating within a non-regulated segment of the taxi industry are doing so in order to ensure protecting the safety of those individuals who are riding with the service?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I saw the video as well, sir, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment on what I agree or disagree with in that respect.
That wasn't my question.
I know, but the purpose of this report is to lay out a regulatory regime which includes a significant amount of record submission, audits, and compliance and enforcement, and a targeted enforcement based on data to ensure that the requirements that we are laying out in a regulated regime are adhered to.
So it's not clear to me, and perhaps you can help me to understand, maybe clear to others. So as a potential customer or user of this service, how is it that the average citizen could be assured that the city itself has a strong understanding that those who are providing the service is able to do so and in a way that allows for customer service satisfaction, also the issue around safety of those individuals who would be taking this service?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly our mandate and our priorities around public safety and consumer protection. By outlining the regulatory regime that we have, I don't know if they can hear me, we have laid out a certain extent of standards, background screening, driver abstract, the insurance provision. So creating a regulated regime gives that to the public that the public does not currently have. Those are standards that the PTC is required to meet. There's requirements of the drivers to ensure that that's all provided. We are building out, we plan to build out a structure within my organization that deals with auditing and compliance of records with that record submission that comes in on a daily basis and access to who the drivers are operating and enforcement efforts that flow from that.
So over the years, a significant sum of money has been collected from the taxi industry. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And those funds have been used to regulate the industry, ensure staff are able to do their jobs and so on. Going forward, which is suggesting to me now we would have at least a more deregulated industry, how will we be able to ensure that the resources that came from collecting through that regulatory process is actually going to be in place in order to now regulate and monitor this new system?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we didn't get into a lot of that specific detail in the report.
Yes.
What we have identified is the staff that I have currently involved in training, which is the direct service delivery of training to the taxi and limousine industry, would transition into audit and compliance roles in addition to adding incremental enforcement staff. The report also asks for incremental FTE to account for this revised structure that would better regulate, oversee, and have audit and compliance across the entire industry, taxi, limo, and PTC.
So would I be correct in terms of saying at this point, this industry that's now being regulated and being deregulated is going to be continue to be regulated? Is that correct?
So through you, Madam Speaker, our intention through these recommendations is to develop a regulatory regime that is appropriate, not overly burdensome, but reframes the city's role in regulating, ensuring those public safety and consumer protection standards are in place and are met and are monitored through an audit and compliance and an enforcement program that we have and that we are going to be continuing to expand on across taxi, limo, and PTC.
Thank you. No.
Oh.
Okay. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to understand, with respect to the committee recommendations before us, can you clarify the duties of the municipality, the City of Toronto, with respect to the provision of accessible taxi cabs?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the AODA prescribed that municipalities need a plan to develop accessible taxi cab service within their taxi cab industry by 2025. So in 2014, when we brought the report then and spoke about how to enable wheelchair accessible taxi cab service for metered on demand, that was the start towards that. It certainly speaks to equivalency of service.
So with respect to what you've just said, I'm actually holding on to, and you can't see it, but I'm just going to describe to you what I'm holding. It's the Guide to Integrated Accessibility Standards Regulations, the Transportation Standard. And it tells me that the municipalities must meet the requirements of this section, which includes defining what our criteria are for accessible cabs, is that we have to meet this by January the 1st, 2013. Mm-hmm. So by way of your answer, it sounds to me we're not in compliance right now.
We are. Sorry, through you, Madam Speaker. We are, and we have facilitated that reporting back to the province through our Access and Equity Office. So we have met the requirements so far.
So we're meeting the requirements by identifying what our requirements are and how we are going to meet with them. But we are not meeting the requirements by actually having the physical transition of taxi cabs to the accessible vehicles. Is that correct?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the issue in the AODA is around equivalency of service. We set out a path in 2014 based on the context and the industry we had to work with at that time to set a path towards 100% accessibility, which would not have struck until into late 2050. The focus for us, and in that report and in this report, deals with enabling accessibility in an equivalent service standard. So someone who doesn't require a wheelchair-accessible taxi cab can get one in the same amount of time as someone who does. And that is the equivalency standard that we're aiming for.
So given the flooding of the market with new vehicles, they're passenger vehicles, not necessarily retrofitted for accessibility, the fact that we have private passenger vehicles that are acting as taxis, how are we actually moving towards meeting those accessibility requirements?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly what we've had, and we referenced in the 2014 report, a market of flat rate providers in the wheelchair accessible taxi cab service that were unregulated for decades. What has happened since a certain PTC has started operating in Toronto is they've actually built out a program called Uber Wave that provides accessible taxi cab type service. And we are hearing from the committee, as we were at your last committee, that the standards and the service are improving. We have also, in our recommendations, though not the committee recs, specified a threshold where any PTC with greater than 500 vehicles must provide accessible service in an equivalency across the industry average. So we're working to advance that accessibility by putting that requirement on the PTC of a certain size.
And is that service currently being subsidized by Uber?
My understanding is yes, it is.
And what guarantees do we have right now that Uber Wave will be continually subsidized as we move forward?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, we've not spoken to the requirement to subsidize. I know some of our brokers do that as well, taxi cab brokers. The PTC recommendations or the regulation that we laid out has made it a regulatory requirement for any PTC with more than 500 vehicles to provide accessible service in that same amount of, in an average, equivalent to an average industry time.
I understand that. I'm trying to understand. I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to get to the point of, at this moment, Uber Wave is subsidized. There's no guarantees that those subsidies will continue. Is that correct?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we cannot prescribe a subsidy to be paid by a private entity to another entity. What we have done is made it a requirement of the PTC who is licensed to provide that service at an equivalent level once they are of a certain size. And that was our effort at ensuring that accessible service continued in the City of Toronto.
If that service does not get to that required size, and Uber decides that they're no longer going to subsidize, once the debate is over and the cameras are off, Uber is here perhaps, they can at any point in time remove and cancel those subsidies. And so then where are we at the City of Toronto with our accessible fleet?
So through you, Madam Speaker, one of the other recommendations we've made, Councillor, is a recommendation 9 of our staff recs speaks to building out an accessibility strategy and looking at the industry in its entirety to support funding the taxi cabs that are accessible. So we've taken a multi-pronged approach to this, recognizing that it is a moving target. I can share with you that this issue of accessibility in ground transportation is an issue that municipalities around the world are still struggling with and still working towards. So our recommendation 9 did speak to that broader strategy, including a funding source, potentially industry funded, that would help advance and continue that service, and very important service.
Thank you. That was your last question, Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to somewhat re-simplify this thing for me. I understand that we're talking about a whole economy, and sometimes it gets quite complicated. But remind me again, and picking up on Councillor DeGiorgio's line of questioning, we have we have in total in the city of Toronto, 5,200 taxi cab licenses today. So at any given time, there are presumably, barring some flat tire or broken car, somewhere around 5,200 taxis out on our streets, pretty much providing that service, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, and remind me again, why is it that we sort of leveled off at that number? Why didn't we let it rip? Why didn't we just sort of, let her go? Anybody who comes to the counter say, you want a taxi cab license? Pay your taxi cab license fee. Here you go. Good luck to you.
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly we are not alone. I'd say 98% of jurisdictions around the world that license taxi cabs do so in a restricted way, like us. I think there's some fundamental...
But why? What are some of the fundamental reasons for that?
I think the fundamental differences start back at how taxi cabs initially started operating, especially in Toronto, where the street hails and cab stand type of work, and the concern around vehicles driving around looking for work.
Right. So
certainly the introduction of technology in our brokerages and others is starting to change that dynamic.
Right. But still, I mean, if you could sort of, if we can recall some of that, the reasoning around the notion of establishing some arbitrary number and then staying with that. Like, what would be some of the fundamental reasons for that? You mentioned a couple, number of cars that you want drifting around, picking up people and dropping them off. What would be some of the other reasons why we would have maintained that?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, certainly that primarily has been done from a public safety standpoint, and the concern about too many vehicles driving around looking for fares and competing. And what kind of disruption that would cause on the streets. I think it really is the foundational
So let's
piece.
focus on that word for a second, competing, because that's generally a good word, right? That's one that we generally like, most of us. So limiting to some degree that amount of competition, I guess, because if you put out too many cars, too many people driving around, looking for people, moving them around, at some point you saturate the market, and then everybody's just kind of like really competing, right? Like, oh, I gotta get there before you, right? Correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would suggest if they were all doing the same thing the same way, that maybe that's the case.
Right, okay. So, would it be fair to say that one of the reasons for that, and maintaining sort of a level where your supply and kind of demand, sort of equal off, they sort of come to a bit of an equilibrium. One of the reasons for that is also people's ability to make a living at the work that they're doing, at the service they're providing. Isn't that correct? Well, I mean, wouldn't that be part of that list of reasons why we would maintain that number?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we're talking about labor markets and the economics of an industry. I'm here with regulation to regulate them.
And I'd hate to stand in your place, and that's why I said earlier on, we're talking about an economy, right? And an economy is very, very complex, and there's lots of gray in there. So to sort of clarify it somewhat, so that we can focus in on what we're doing. So you'd agree with that? You'd agree with that would be a fair comment, that you want to create an environment, or as a regulatory body, we want to use our regulatory authority to make sure that to some degree, A, you provide the service, that supply meets demand, and B, that people that are doing that are able to make a living, able to carve out a living for themselves.
So, through you, Madam Speaker, certainly if that is an outcome, our authority under the City of Toronto Act is to regulate businesses, ensuring public safety and consumer protection. Environmental.
So why would we now, at this point in
Councillor
the cycle?
Perruzza, please allow the staff to finish answering
I
the question.
my answer. I got the answer.
Okay, and that was your last question.
No, but you're eating up my time. Just
No, I'm not
my
eating
last
up your
question. So why would we now, at this point in time, basically rip her open, let her rip, and just put as many cars out on our streets, picking up people, moving...
Okay, thank you, Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you,
So-
Councillor Perruzza.
So through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Perruzza, we didn't invite this company in, the company came. And the company has been built by the patronage of the public. If I were to finish, I would say that generally our taxi cab service has been very good in this city, and we have publicly said that in the past. This isn't about whether taxi's good or bad. This is about what the public has started to see as wanting a choice from what they have had previously. This is certainly not meant to be any disrespect to the hard-working taxi cab industry that is in this room.
Okay, to the members of the public, I have given a number of warnings, and before we started this morning, I indicated what the rules were and how we need to respect each other. If I have another outburst, I will be asking everyone to leave the council chambers. Councillor Cole, you're next.
You always do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My first question, and you maybe touched on it with your last comment, was about consumer feedback or consumer choice. In the development of any iteration of what we've seen in front of us, how much consumer research, surveys, or data collection has been done to shape and form what would be in front of us potentially as recommendations?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly in advance of our coming back in September with our original outline of regulating transportation network companies, now we're referencing as PTCs, we engaged Ipsos Reid to undertake surveys, in-person focus groups with the public. I know generally there's been other surveys done. We actually had over 70,000 respondents on an online survey that we had. And the focus groups were very enlightening, and we really saw that people regard these as different services they'd like to use at different times for different reasons.
And I guess, not that it's maybe easy to describe 70,000 different responses and focus groups and polling, but were there general themes of what consumers or our taxpayers, whatever you want to refer to them as, wanted from us as the regulator?
So through you, Madam Speaker, what we heard through the consultation or the work we got back from Ipsos is the public wants choice, and they wanted a level of regulation that does not take away that choice, but is appropriate for the service that's being offered.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the work that's been done, I know you referenced kind of, this is clearly not solely a Toronto phenomenon. And I guess my question is two-part. One is, I know you mentioned a lot of cities where you have looked at these kind of ride-share services coming into the cities. I know in New York right now it's prohibited, and it's not. Okay, so what would be the city that would be the best comparable in terms of, say, a population, transit available, et cetera, that we can compare to and where they're at?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I think the closest market I've kind of looked to where they've been regulating TNCs longest is Chicago.
Okay.
And we've had a lot of conversation. We've taken a different regulatory approach. In the U.S., they created regulation for TNCs and did not necessarily adjust their regulation for taxi cabs. The approach we've taken here in Canada, Edmonton, Calgary, Ottawa, is to look at them in their entirety. The U.S. cities are now catching up on reviewing taxi regulation. So the level of regulation, we've looked extensively across 44 jurisdictions, states and cities, looked at how they've regulated and what the outcomes have been. I spoke with Chicago as early as last week and asked what the impact to their taxi industry has been. They have not seen a decline in the number of taxi cab licenses being renewed.
But in the Chicago example, while they created, say, a new set of regulations for ride-sharing services, they didn't kind of readjust or change existing regulations on traditional?
Right, and bearing in mind that we all have very different approaches on regulation that we're starting from. Toronto has one of the more prescriptive sets of regulation. That's what makes ours a little extra complex. But a lot of the states now, or a lot of the cities are starting to look at their taxi regs in this new context.
Okay. And my last question is about inspections, and I guess the question of the city inspection services, suite of services that are offered. Have we costed that out, just in the existing environment, what that costs the city on an annual basis to provide that?
So the cost for us to run the inspection center as a city overall is over $1 million.
Annually?
Annually.
And again, not to get comparisons for other jurisdictions, are there in other jurisdictions, do they have a similarly kind of state or government-provided inspection service, or do they rely on, like government-certified providers of that service?
So, through you, Madam Speaker, I have not found another jurisdiction that does have a city-run facility like us. I know Ottawa does an inspection, but it's not the mechanical. The mechanical, they do a safety standard certificate, have done forever, which is what we're recommending. And I don't think we knew of any others that a city runs the inspection center. There may be, but I'm not aware of them.
And sorry, just so I'm clear, because I know we've subjected traditional taxis to that for years, but there, to your knowledge, there's no city that would subject either conventional or traditional taxis or ride-sharing services to that.
No, through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not aware of any jurisdiction where they've required other vehicles to come into a city-run inspection facility.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Edmonton.
Councillor McMahon?
Thank you very much. Thank you for all your hard work, Ms. Cook. If we do not approve PTC regulations, will Uber be operating with no safety and no licensing requirements?
Through you, Madam Speaker, they would continue to operate unregulated without any city standards applied.
And would that be more or less safe for the public?
I would not be suggesting a regulatory regime if I did not believe that the city being involved in setting out standards would improve public safety.
And then if Council adopted the compromise package before us, would we be taking PTC drivers' word that they have are insured, or would they register their insurance certificate with MLS?
I'm sorry, through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure which recommendations you're talking about, Councillor McMahon. The staff recs?
Yeah.
So the staff recommendations require the PTC to ensure that the drivers have their insurance appropriately, and the PTC must file with us proof of the insurance.
So would we set the standard for insurance?
Yes, we have set out the recommendation that $2 million, the same as taxi cabs and limousines, are provided on PTC vehicles, yes.
So that's the same as the requirement for taxi drivers?
That is correct.
That's what you're saying. Okay. And how do you plan to enforce the PTC bylaw?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly without getting into all the intricacies of the investigative end of things, this very much relies on data that will be made available to us through an audit and compliance, and allow us also to target where our enforcement efforts need to be, as well as the type of enforcement we've been doing for the last number of months involves my officers out on the road and undertaking investigative activities to gain the evidence that we need.
And how would your drivers be able to tell the difference between an UberX vehicle and a regular vehicle?
So through you, Madam Speaker, our recommendations outline the requirement for us to be made aware of every taxi cab, the driver's license number, the driver's name, the vehicle plate number, the make and the model, and for my officers on the road to have access to that data on a live, ongoing basis. So they'd be able to key in a vehicle license number and know whether it's registered, permitted, active with a PTC or not.
And how many officers would you have out there to do this?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we've got a team of approximately 15 to 20 we'd be forming on this in its totality across taxi, limousines, and PTC.
Okay. And what, in your opinion, is the largest difference between how a taxi would generate revenue compared to how a PTC would generate revenue?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the PTC, the driver. So, I mean, both PTC drivers and taxi cab drivers make their money based on the fares and the service they provide after they've paid their expenses for having the vehicle or operating the vehicle. The fundamental difference as well, taxi cabs are the only ones permitted to do street hails or cab stand work. PTC vehicles or PTC drivers must be affiliated with a PTC. They cannot operate independently, and that PTC has responsibility for that as well.
Okay, and one final question. Do you need a vacation?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I hope this isn't a permanent one after this.
Councillor Mihevc.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right now, question to staff. On street hailing and taxi cabs, what percentage of taxi cab rides are, sorry, I'm sure you've answered it before, but I've been in and out.
Yes, sir. So through you, Madam Speaker, the best information we have, sir, based on our 2014 assessment by our consultant, was 50% of their work comes from street hails. We had heard anecdotally from taxi cab drivers that could be 60 to 70%. We don't know what that current percentage looks like today.
Is it going up or down?
Well, I think through you, Madam Speaker, I would presume that there's been some impact on the hail market based on people's opportunity to procure rides differently. We do also know, at least from the information we've been provided, the volume of taxi cab business through brokerages has not declined. That's what we were told, unless that's changed.
Okay, so basically what you did was you split it and you say, okay, Uber, you can compete on this side, but everybody else competes here on this side. That's basically the essence of your report. Would that be fair to say?
No, through you, Madam Speaker, I would say that the PTC and the limousines would be permitted to compete on booked rates, on booked fares. Taxi cabs also compete on booked fares, but taxi cabs are solely the ones equipped and authorized to do street hailing and cab stands.
Right, and that's the area where you're saying that's where you feel you should let Uber in.
Not on street hails.
Not on street hails, but on, sorry, on
pre-booked.
Pre-booked.
Which is the way they operate.
Right. There's talk on the floor here of getting rid of the 2014 reforms. I want to ask you, why did we put them in the first place?
So through you, Madam Speaker, when we brought that taxi review, it was a culmination of work from 2011 through to 2014. The fundamental issues that were being addressed at the time was the different levels and the different inequities within the taxi cab industry across the license types, W plates, standard plates, and ambassadors. In addition, it was the issue of a completely non-existent, wheelchair-enabled, metered-on-demand taxi cab service. So the context we were in 2014 was to address those inequities and those issues within the taxi cab industry. Today, we're dealing with a very different context.
But was it not that we were trying to make sure that people who were ambassadors, that it would be driver operators, that if you did the work, you made the money, and it was an attempt basically to shift the plate holders over to basically the new licenses so that the operators would be the ones who did an honest day's work and got an honest day's pay. Wasn't that what we were trying to achieve?
So through you, Madam Speaker, 1998 reforms really set out that start towards the owner-operated model.
Right.
In 2014, we did continue down that path with the new license, Toronto Taxi Cab license, but at the same time, we enabled operational flexibility for ambassadors so that they could have additional drivers, etc., and had a minimum number of operating hours for the owner per month.
That's right. But it was an attempt to basically cut out some middlemen and stop this ownership from generation to generation of people who did not do work in the cab industry, saw it as an investment opportunity. We didn't want to go forward with that model. What would your view be of those reforms being tossed out the window and allowing current ambassador plate owners to become standard plate owners?
So through you, Madam Speaker.
Is that going forward or is that going backwards in terms of fairness to the driver?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly we're very cognizant. I was the author on the 2014 reforms, and I understand exactly why we did what we did and how we did it. When we looked at that in the context of today in 2016, where the taxi cab industry is facing competition, we took a good, strong look at, is that still appropriate for the taxi cab industry, or does it need more operational flexibility? Do we need to empower the taxi cab industry to organize itself as it sees fit to compete in a completely different context in the City of Toronto? It was for that reason, while I believe owner-operated is more efficient and more effective, it being mandated by the city in the context of competition, I felt we needed to revisit that. So those recommendations actually, sir, are mine.
So I'm not sure how you get more, frankly, in the little time how you get more operational efficiency by further hamstringing drivers who are now owner-operators and allowing them to sell plates back and forth. I don't see how that actually improves. It improves it for those people who have plates now, but for future generations, basically those drivers of those vehicles are going to be paid far less because they do not make all their money. Middlemen, you've created another or expanded the class of middlemen.
So through you, Madam Speaker, it's very. I understand your point, Councillor Mihevc. I would also say that what we've heard from certain factions of taxi cab drivers is that having an option to operate not on a taxi cab but to operate through a PTC platform on their own has been beneficial to them. And we have heard that shift rentals for drivers in the last year have come down significantly. So from a driver's perspective, they're being enabled with choice. You know, and I guess it just comes down to us looking at how the city regulates, what the city's role is, ensuring that we are no more intrusive than we need to be in the context of a now competitive market that they've not had before.
Thank
Great
you.
question.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I'm just going to go back to a different industry that I'll let you drink your water, Ms. Cook, because you've been on your feet a long time. And thank you for all of your work. When food trucks said they wanted to come into the city of Toronto and just started parking different places, I'm sure you recall that.
Yes, I do.
And you brought in a report that said, all right, food trucks are here, and here are the rules. Do I remember that correctly?
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker. The issue of street food and food trucks was a long saga up until 2014 when we brought a report to permit food trucks.
And you had your report and you said, here's what we're recommending, but council actually changed that to be much stricter than your original report. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think there were some moderate amendments made.
Well, where you could stop, how long you could stop, in other words, for your sales and distance from businesses. We further regulated your recommendations.
Right, so we did come with a distance requirement from an open and operating restaurant, the number of trucks per face block. We did have some of those conversations.
And we did change
And there was some changes made. And again in 2015.
My point is that you came with recommendations about a new industry, and council saw fit to impose further restrictions than the ones you had brought forward. Could you agree with that statement?
I would. Through you, Madam Speaker, I'd add actually in 2015, Council revisited some of those regulations and made additional amendments that actually made it a little less
But the fact
regulatory.
is, when it started, that's what we did.
Yes, ma'am.
Which was different than the report. So today, we have industry that's come here, and you have a report that says, well, this is our recommendation for the rules that you're explaining to us today.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So it wouldn't be strange if council said, we're going to make much stricter rules than the ones you're recommending, given what we've done in the past. Would that be strange to you?
So through you, Madam Speaker, that is why I give you all the information that we have, and I leave it to your learned discussions and debates and decisions on what you feel the appropriate regulation should be.
And so just here just remind me, because I was watching, but it was a long afternoon, what did finally happen in committee when the committee looked at this report?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the committee adopted a number of recommendations that staff made in respect to the changes to licensing and some others. Others they did not adopt, and there were a couple of additional motions made by committee that are in front of council today.
They removed some. Did they not remove something?
They did. They did not move forward the creation of a single bylaw. They did not move forward the regulations governing the creation of a PTC license. They did not move forward the amendments to limousines.
They changed quite a few things. Okay. Just in some of the things that I've heard today, I'd like you to give me a little bit more information about all drivers to be licensed. In your recommendations, are all drivers to be licensed in the same way?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we have identified that the PTC, the way it's structured and the regulations that we are putting on it, the city would not be issuing a license in the classic term like we do with taxi cabs. The city would, however, receive records on a daily basis of the active drivers, driver name, driver license number, and vehicle information, as well as auditing the driver records. That's the position, the recommendations we put forward so far.
Well, but since people are driving others for hire, whether you're an Uber or a taxi, you're still driving somebody you don't know around the city, does it not make more sense to have taxi drivers have to be licensed, to have Uber drivers have to be licensed in the same way? They have the same standard of care for the passenger and the same requirement using city roads, do they not?
So through you, Madam Speaker, certainly our goal is to understand who's operating the vehicles, that they've met the standards screened as per city requirements. Whether we issue a piece of paper or not is subsequent to that. The issue is, are they properly screened in accordance with the city's rules? The taxi cab industry is constructed in a very disaggregated way versus the PTC model, which is reliant upon the PTC proper.
But it does seem to be a bit easier, not as onerous, in order
Through
to
you,
get
Madam
that
Speaker,
license.
I would not necessarily agree with that. The standards that must be met are the same.
And we have to wait for Uber to send all the information in, rather than have the driver have to send.
Through you, Madam Speaker, our regulation as proposed requires that all of those records are submitted to us on an ongoing daily basis, and that we have access to the live records as needed and audit.
How many
Councillor
new staff
Fletcher?
will you be hiring to do that?
That was your last question.
So through you, Madam Speaker, we have identified, if the city no longer being involved in training, that the staff allocated to that would transition over into an audit and compliance and enforcement role. We'd be adding approximately six or more MSOs, a number of licensing compliance officers, and the appropriate oversight. The staff report also asks for an incremental 5 FTE permanent and 5 FTE temporary headcount to facilitate this new structure.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you very much. I just want to follow along with some of my colleagues' questioning. With regards to 2014 new regulations that came in, those established the Toronto taxi license system, did they not?
Yes, they did.
And that was only 2 years ago, is that right?
Yes, it was.
All right, and that was after many, many, many years of debate, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes.
And some of the plate owners were not happy with that, were they?
No, ma'am.
And they were not happy because they couldn't in perpetuity own our licenses. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, just for clarity, we don't sell the licenses, but that they could no longer in perpetuity be the holder of a license?
Well, that's what I said.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, exactly.
Sorry.
Because they are, in fact, whose licenses are they anyway?
City of Toronto.
That is correct, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And so to go back to the 2014 is just simply to recover some of our skin in the game, if you wish, to have our own taxi licenses and to be able to distribute them to drivers who are driving a taxi. Is that not correct?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the changes in 2014 did allow for the transferability of ambassadors
Yes.
to the new Toronto taxi cab license.
That is correct.
Required standards at the time of taxi cab sale that a Toronto taxi cab license with an accessible vehicle.
That's right.
Right.
So, a whole bunch of people bought their Toronto taxi license, put in $40,000 to $60,000, got their accessible vehicle and put them on the road, didn't they?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the city issued to taxi cab drivers on the waiting list the TTL, 290 in 2015, and then another 100 are going through right now.
That's
And
correct.
there are some people who were ambassadors that chose to exit the industry, and their license has been transferred.
So on those that started, the ambassadors who went to TTL, they're now out of luck for getting a license, isn't it? For being able to get what the ambassadors got, isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
So if they moved, as we asked them to do, to the TTL, and invested the $40,000 to $60,000 to get the accessible vehicle, and if they had been ambassadors, they're out of luck today with the recommendations that are here. Is that not correct?
No. So, sorry, through you, Madam Speaker, we did not compel.
I didn't say that. I said if they decided to do that, because they saw the direction as being an honest direction of council to move to a new licensing, which is the TTL, and said, okay, we'll get on board with that, that they're out of luck now. Isn't that correct?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I don't know any, sorry, Deputy Mayor, I don't know any ambassador license holder who voluntarily transitioned to a Toronto taxi license.
Oh, I actually know a couple, and they're neighbors of mine, so there we go. So if I could just understand it correctly, in 2014, we moved ahead. The difference is only 2 years later, and a whole bunch of people, 400 people, took our advice and took our new licensing system. And now we're rethinking it because we have something called Uber, but we're not going back to that. We are actually going backwards to helping to perpetuate something that for years and years and years we tried to put a stop to after the corruption of the 50s and the 60s, nothing to do with anybody here, and the trafficking, if I could put it that way, in licenses to the point in which a license was worth almost $400,000, an $8,000 license. Isn't that correct?
So through you, Madam Speaker, there was a lot in there, Deputy
I know.
Mayor. As I mentioned earlier, recognizing that I stood in front of you 2 years ago and brought the 2014 reforms, proposed to address the issues that were in the industry at the time.
Yes.
I'm keenly aware of the position we are taking now to say that we believe that the taxi cab industry in a new context with competition may require more operational and organizational flexibility than what our current regulation allows.
So if I could put this to you in the simplest of terms. If you were a shift driver, a taxi driver, do you think that at the end of today you're ahead or behind? And if you are a licensed owner, are you after today ahead or behind? Could you answer that? Who wins, who loses here?
So I'd say through you, Madam Speaker,
Councillor McConnell, that was your last question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think it's a very difficult question to answer because we don't know what the future is going to hold. Certainly from taxi...
Okay, thank you.
Certainly from some taxi cab drivers, we've heard they now have options so they don't have to drive on the taxi cabs that they were required to drive on before. They have a different opportunity for taxi cab owners, and that's why we made the recommendations we did, is to create some more organizational flexibility for the industry. And fundamentally, this is about addressing what's happened in the public's interest and my concern about 45,000 unregulated trips per day. So that's how we landed where we did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Layton.
Madam Speaker, I have a couple questions. First, on the expenditure of FTEs to monitor the program, you said 15, right?
No.
Is that what I heard earlier?
Sorry, no. So through you, Madam Speaker, what we've looked at doing is reallocating the FTE count that's in our training center, transition that to an audit and compliance group, as well as additional enforcement staff, as well as looking at 5 permanent, 5 temporary FTE to assist on some of the technology side. So it's actually approximately 29 to 30 staff in total for taxi, limousine, and PTC, except enforcement, which is another team.
And how big is that team?
So I think we said about 15 FTE on MSOs plus the supervisory staff.
Okay, because I'm trying to track this in the financial implications on 21, and all it refers to is 10 additional staff.
Correct. So through you,
Is that across both?
So yes, through you, Madam Speaker. So what we've got is a revised organizational approach that builds out an audit and compliance team within the licensing issuance office, as well as additional proper team within the enforcement group, which utilizes FTE that the division already has, plus incremental. So there's a significant shift of work that we're looking to do to build out an audit and compliance focused group.
45 FTEs, though, roughly speaking.
You're catching me at a loss, but approximately over the volume of MSOs that are currently dealing with taxi and limousine work, which is about 38% of our licensing enforcement work, plus an additional 6, yes. All told, it's a fair investment, about $12.5 million.
$12.5 million for the total annual, the
Annually.
operating annual cost. So we have $12.5 million. Recommendation 96 on the application fee for the PTCs are $20,000. Is that annually?
No, so through you, Madam Speaker, what we proposed on the fees, the $20,000 is the one-time application fee for any company that wants to be screened to be a PTC. Once the PTC meets those qualifications as spelled out, then the licensing fee is based on the $15, it's revised in the supplementary, $15 per driver on an average, plus 30 cents per trip. So the total PTC fee annually, based on the numbers we have, is approximately $5.2 million.
So that's just the per trip model plus that $15 a driver.
That's correct. That's how we chose to identify the fees, understanding that there may be smaller operators who would want to come in, that we need to scale our response relative to the volume of this, or the scale of the enterprise.
And how much of this roughly $12.5 million resource is going into monitoring and regulating the PTCs rather than the rest of the industry?
Through you, Madam Speaker, sir, on the supplementary report, we provided a breakout of the activity necessary on the taxi side, limousine side, and PTC side. So currently, we're looking at a shift of about 6.7 million in cost on taxi, about 700 on limo, and 5.2 on PTC. The amount of regulatory work or administrative work we do on taxi cabs is significantly greater in shuffling paper, as it were, relative to the audit and compliance approach on the PTC side. But we've also identified that share of the entire expanded industry on enforcement costs. Right now, the taxi industry is about 10 million a year, paying for the program that we have. That shift in an expanded market brings it down to 6.6. It's on page 3 of the supplementary report that we provided.
Thank you very much. Just on the training requirements, currently we run the classes. The recommendation is that it shift to this vehicle for hire driver licensing class. What have you envisioned as being the change in the curriculum between the two?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we've actually recommended that the city no longer be involved in the direct service delivery of training other than accessibility. For taxi cab drivers or taxi cab owners that operate accessible vehicles, that we would still be involved in that in some respect.
So who are you recommending that would actually offer the programs in licensing the drivers?
We know that many of the brokerages do some of their own training. What we had envisioned was making our training available online and have it available to the brokerages. I think it's a question of whether the training is a requirement of licensure or if it ought to be a support to the industry and improve how they deliver service.
And you don't think it should be a requirement that all drivers have the same level of basic understanding of the city and their obligations as being a driver, rather than making it optional for industry to do the work?
That was your last question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, certainly a fair amount of the training program that we did have was around route planning and geography, which quite frankly has been supplanted by technology with GPS. But we do believe that the industry, part of this approach is to reframe the city as the regulator, get out of direct service delivery, but empower and support the industry to run their business.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. In answer to a previous question, I want to make sure I understood this about why cameras came in. You said the cameras came in, then there was a study and it had a finding about what its impact on driver safety was? Did I hear that right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, my understanding is the issue was around driver safety.
Yes.
And there was a pilot program in around 2000 that looked at GPS enabled on the vehicle or cameras,
Yes.
and a decision was taken that cameras were the appropriate mechanism for driver safety purposes. Unfortunately, we can't locate the report that outlined that. What I did have was a recounting from a Toronto police publication that spoke to the reduction in that year of about 50% of driver safety incidents as a result of cameras.
So anecdote from the Toronto Police Service, you've heard that by having cameras in vehicles, we reduced the number of injuries that drivers experience by about 50%. Did I hear you right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Ahead of the 2014 reforms, there was a market study done to see whether or not we had too many or too few people in. I think it was done in 12-13 or 2-13.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes.
And what did it find?
So the report came back saying generally we had enough taxi cabs to service based on a 9 to 10 minute passenger wait time.
Yes.
We did, though, recommend it in issuance of an additional 290 to advance our accessibility goals.
So we felt at 2014 that we had the right number of cabs out to get 10-minute service, and we added some more so that people who needed accessible cabs could get a better standard service.
That was the finding, yes.
Okay. So, and also I imagine that the market survey had something to say about how well drivers did in that market?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we did have some references to driver incomes. He included that in part of his review. I unfortunately didn't bring it down with me today. But certainly that was a piece of it, and also when we looked at the affordability of accessibility in that market.
Right. In terms of the driver incomes, though, that, as I recall, there was work done by iTaxi and others that was saying that driver incomes were well below the minimum wage, and the drivers were often driving very long hours in order to pay off their leases. Is that my memory correct there?
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker, certainly the plight of the taxi cab driver has been stated on numerous occasions.
So given that we felt in 2014 that we had about the right number of licenses, but still it was difficult to be a driver, does having more people drive increase the likelihood that drivers will do even worse? We let more drivers into the market. Will drivers get more money or will they get less?
So through you, Madam Speaker, that's asking for me to determine where passengers choose to spend their money. I do know from some drivers that they have seen a decline in shift rental rates in the taxi industry, but unfortunately we do not collect income data. It's all anecdotal.
Right.
I would say, though, I think we recognize it's a difficult industry, always has been.
So maybe I can ask the Chief Financial Officer, given that he has expertise in how money works, if you have a number of people if you have a certain supply at a certain price and you increase the supply, is it not standard thinking that the price declines?
The market doesn't grow.
Through you, Madam Speaker. So generally, if markets are left to their own devices, when you increase supply, if demand remains the same, prices fall.
Thank you. The course that we currently require all drivers to take, that was prepared by Municipal Licensing and Standards?
Yes.
Like the curriculum was designed there?
Yes, it was, sir.
So you felt that it was in the interest of Torontonians for people who are carrying passengers for hire to have defensive driving skills?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I was not involved in the development of the curriculum per se.
Yeah.
I do note that the defensive driving module is actually an in-class conversation.
Yes, but does it improve the safety of Torontonians who are paying to ride? I mean, you haven't deleted it since you got here. I assume you think it's of some value that we train drivers to drive defensively if they're going to take passengers for hire. Do you?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I guess it's a matter of if it's the city's role or the city's requirement to do that, or if it's also something that ought to be done or could be done by the industry. I think defensive
I'm not
driving
arguing
is
about
good for
who
everybody.
delivers it. I'm not arguing about who delivers it. I'm asking if you think it's worth doing.
I think any person having defensive driving skills is beneficial.
Do you think we as regulators who have a responsibility to people who are paying fares to ride should make sure that there's defensive driving from the people collecting those fares?
I think through you, Madam Speaker, that the recommendations, Councillor, that we made was to say that the city ought not to be mandating the training in this regard to expand or enable the industry to take on these initiatives. They know the industry better, as they say. So the merits of it is one thing, the who should provide it is the other.
Okay, thank you. So that's it for the questions. We'll now go to the speakers. Okay. Mayor Tory, the first speaker.
Madam Speaker, I have a lengthy motion that I think is in the process of being distributed on the orange-colored paper here. And I would ask the clerk to scroll through it, perhaps even slower than that. The version is going online now for those who are in the room who have access to online or anybody who's watching on television. Madam Speaker, in putting forward this motion, I will acknowledge this is a very, very complicated issue. It's a very difficult issue. There are strongly held views on all sides, and certainly I started throughout this entire most recent chapter of this episode from one fundamental premise, which is that the status quo is not satisfactory. We cannot end up going out of this chamber without having put some regime in place. And there is no ideal answer that is going to satisfy everybody and have everybody happy, whether it's in this chamber, meaning in this council, or in the chamber by way of spectators or anybody else in the industry. But the bottom line is that we have, first of all, a popular service being used by hundreds of thousands of Torontonians, but not regulated, unregulated. And that is not satisfactory. And I'll repeat what I've said a number of times over months and months now, which is the manner in which Uber entered this marketplace was not satisfactory, is not satisfactory, and that is why it is important we come out of this meeting today with some regulatory regime in place that remedies that. We cannot go on with Uber being unregulated. The second is that we have had, as a result of that entry and the unregulated entry and the failure up until now to amend the regulations currently on taxi cabs, the combination of all of that has had a very negative impact on the existing industry in general and drivers in particular. This is as a result of the changed circumstances, not entirely, but largely driven by the entry of the ride-sharing companies, and that part of the status quo is also not acceptable. So what did we do about that? Well, we asked our top professional public servant, Tracy Cook, who I just think has just in the last number of hours done an admirable job showing why she is the top professional public servant that we have in our midst helping us regulate this area. We asked her to come back with a proposed new regulation which would do two things, essentially, and it's hard to simplify this in the time available. Number one, regulate the unregulated player and anybody who would come after them that fits into that category. And number two, to alter, modify the regulatory burden on the taxicab industry so that the various players in the taxicab industry, so that that industry could stabilize and could compete effectively going forward in the midst of a jarring transition, which is the same kind of transition affecting many other industries in our city and in our country and in the world at large. So what did Ms. Cook do? She consulted the industry extensively over a period of months. We gave her those months to do that up until the last month or so when she submitted her report. She met with other cities. I happen to know that because other big city mayors have told me their people were meeting with our people and they were comparing notes on this. And thirdly, as we heard her discuss this morning, she looked around the world at what was being done elsewhere, what kind of regulations were being put in place elsewhere. So what is the overall effect of my motion? Well, the overall effect of my motion put today is to put forward a proposed adoption of a regulatory scheme which most closely follows the thrust of the report put forward by our professional public servant after consultation, after review by her and discussion by her of other cities' practices, and after an international review, together with a number of other changes that have been the result of the consultation that came after her report was put out. And I speak there of things like now the fact that this motion would see the city require that the driver background checks be filed with the city. Her report initially suggested they could be filed only with, say, a company like Uber, and that the city would audit from time to time. Well, this now proposes they be filed with the city so we can look at them. It changes, it says we're going to have a study of cameras to determine, rather than just doing it on the basis of saying, well, we should do it because taxis have them, taking a look at the issue in a careful sort of way, because I heard the questions being asked and answered this morning about the fact that the Uber rides are different in terms of them being people who have pre-booked with their identity known and so forth and so on. But we'll study that. We'll study the supply question, which Councillor Perks was just asking about. We see that some additional changes have been made, significant changes to the fees. Fees brought down further than what her report recommended for cabs, fees brought up for companies like Uber, to the point where, as you just heard the numbers being explained, we now would see a company like Uber paying $5 million in fees, which is almost up to the same number in total that all of the cab industry participants pay for those fees, and something like snow tires, which the committee had voted to put back on. So you've got the closest possible motion here that is the closest possible to accepting the recommendations of our professional public servant, added to and I believe improved by the fact that we've added in a number of things that people have told us are shortcomings in that report. And I'll conclude simply by saying that I commend this motion and what it has done to everybody, because I believe it represents the best possible way to do the two things I talked about: regulate these companies that have come into the marketplace and make sure that the cab industry can transition itself, can stabilize itself, and can survive and thrive going forward. And so, Madam Speaker, I'll conclude on that note, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Perks, Councillor Davis and Mahavik, you've got your name in the wrong. Councillor Perks has asked, if I can. Councillor Perks has asked that members of council just received a motion by the mayor, and there are a number of pages, and he's asking for a 5-minute recess to have an opportunity for members of council to read the motion and to ask questions. Is everyone okay with that? Okay, all in favor, carry. Councillor Perks has asked that we just, an opportunity for members of council to read the motion. Okay, let's have a recorded vote. Let's have a recorded vote. I think it was, yes, 5.
Councillor Palacio, please.
This is for 5 minutes only.
Councillor Palacio and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza.
And if I can ask members
Councillor
of the
McConnell?
public not to speak to the councillors, please. Councillor Perruzza, we're in the middle of a vote.
Councillor McConnell, please.
We're in the middle of a vote.
Councillor
Sorry.
Perruzza, your vote, please.
The motion carries 36 to 3.
Okay, 5 minutes at 5 to 4. Okay, members of council, 5 minutes is up. If I can have members of council take their seats. Now we have questions to the mayor. Point of order, Councillor Perruzza.
So, Speaker, I don't mean to boast or anything, but I love to read, and I read a lot, and I read quick. And I have to tell you, I'm like halfway through page 3 of 20, right? No, listen to me, in all fairness, and in fairness to us, all right? This is a very, very comprehensive new report, right, that's going to take quite some time to digest in terms of its implications and for questions to the mayor. And to do that within a 5-minute cycle does a real disservice to me, and I suspect most other people around this council chamber, just simply because of their inability to read it. Now, I understand that some of the councillors and some of the other folks may have been privy to this earlier, and they're quite comfortable with it. I have not been privy to it, and I suspect there are many others just like me who have not been privy, and our rights in that regard, Speaker, if you do this, you're basically short shrifting them, okay?
Thank you. We did move a motion that we recess for 5 minutes. So, Councillor Carroll, you have a question to the mayor. Councillor Perruzza, start reading.
Yes, Madam Speaker, to help my colleagues, I've read as far as the end of page 8, so my questions will be up to that point. You may want to start reading from page 8 on. So, my first question is, of course, the obvious one. Council mandate that any PTC that has more than 500 vehicles affiliated with, and then it has the accessibility regulations. What's to stop a PTC from just setting up another company as soon as they get close to 500? So that they never have to meet any of these accessibility regs?
Well, I think just like we do with contracts, for example, that are split deliberately in order to, clearly subvert the purpose of a regulation, we can put wording in place to make sure that that is not the case. So the intention is not in any way to allow. The intention is, as I heard Ms. Cook saying this afternoon, to have us develop a broad and complete accessibility package that builds on what has been a successful initiative with respect to Uber Wave, for example, and that will be reinforced by some of these requirements, and that will see a continuing evolution as we've seen in the taxi cab industry. And so I would just say to you, that would be my answer.
Okay, and we have been talking about a level playing field, and so we have been talking in the community and certainly within the halls of this building about if PTCs can surge and discount, then I guess we better let taxis do that. But up until a very short few hours ago, it was our understanding that members of your office were okay with the idea that a broker should absorb discounts, not a driver, and that appears to, it says now, 11, City Council not require the broker to pay taxi cab drivers a difference between discounted and flat rates. Is there a reason why you don't think they should pay it? Is there a reason why you don't think they should pay the difference when there's a discount? You think drivers should bear the discount price?
I think in the circumstances, the purpose of providing this degree of flexibility is to make sure people can, they have the ability to raise and to lower fares, and the ability, it's meant to make the taxi cab industry more flexible to be able to be competitive, because those are among the complaints we've heard as well.
But in order to create the flexibility, the driver should take the hit and never the broker?
Clarification of the motion.
Well, in this...
I am looking for clarification of the motion. Is it your understanding that in all cases, if we're going to allow both taxis and PTCs to provide discounted fares, that in all cases the driver should take the hit?
But it's exactly, look, what we've been asking for is an equivalent set of regulations, and in the case of when Uber's fares change, that affects what the driver gets, but it also, one assumes, is part of the business model that allows it to ebb and flow with the available traffic, including discounts, by the way, too, and surges.
The worst part of their business model you would like to extend to the taxi industry?
Well, in this case, I mean, again, this is one of the discussions I've been having over the last number of weeks, which is that, when you say you want to have a level playing field and have rules that are the same, then, this is heading in that direction, which is to make it...
And up until Not finished, not finished. And up until a few short hours ago, we were talking about training for all, and your motion on page 3 now appears to think we should go with training for none.
Well,
Is
that's
that-
all right. Point of
Is that the intention of your motion, to clarify?
Okay, just a sec. We have a point of privilege by Councillor Mamlidi.
The member has stated twice already that up to a few hours ago, the mayor's office has been communicating. Communicating with who? And what discussions were taking place between who? And I don't know what they're talking about here. And were there a number of councillors that perhaps knew something that we don't know a number of hours ago?
I'm ignoring you.
Councillor Mamlidi, okay.
Well, she's the one that says up to a few hours ago this is what's happening.
That's not a point of privilege.
No, I'm not
Please.
going to sit down. I'm going to make things perfectly clear, Mr. Perks.
Councillor Carroll, can you continue, please?
Well, no, she'd asked a question if
So,
I could answer
out
it.
of
Yeah, could you-
clarification,
Let me answer the
now
question.
training for none.
I concur entirely in what Ms. Cook said in answering a similar question just a couple of minutes ago, which is that we are going to, not mandate the manner in which training programs are given by the companies and other participants in the ground transportation industry. And I would assume that if they are going to want to provide the best service possible, and it was pointed out, of course, that there's technology today that makes a difference in regard to some of those training programs we used to offer and other things, but I would also assume if they want to provide the best service possible to be as competitive as possible with anybody else that's in the business, including as between one company and another, that they will provide the best training that they possibly can for drivers.
We won't regulate it.
And it will be done because they want to provide good service and good informed service to people, not for any other reason.
Thank you.
But no regulating.
Councillor Mihevik.
Yes, thank you. I'm just trying to understand here. Mr. Mayor, in the report from Licensing and Standards, I think it's recommendations 8 to 13, and I'll just try to summarize them. It's City Council directed all ambassador taxicabs be deemed to be standard, taxicabs effective immediately, remove restrictions on prohibiting a person from owning more than one taxicab, all that section there. That's not in your motion.
That's right.
So you're in your version of things, you're allowing.
Yes.
You're allowing.
Plate owners back.
Yes.
So plate owners, people who are now required to be owner operators don't have to be, and they can be standard plate owners.
Bring back the clock to the good old days.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Bring back the good old
So that was.
That, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, and Ms. Cook will correct me if I'm wrong, that was a part of the recommendation contained in her report. And I want to make clear again to my friend, Councillor Mihevik, that what I tried to do here was to bring forward something in a motion that was as close as possible to what she, our top professional public servant who consulted widely on this, what she recommended, improved upon by adding in some of the other things I talked about, like more equitable fees and requiring the driver inspections to be made available to the city directly as opposed to the previous
You recognize that those motions, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'm going to actually ask you to consider putting them back in. I think that would, frankly, ease a lot of pain that would be around here if you put those back in. That goes against, putting those recommendations in goes against the 2014 direction. It goes all the way back to 1997 by doing that. And essentially what you're creating is some people are going to get a bonus. They're going to get the ambassador plate owners are going to get a bonus. They're going to own their plates. And then you've created a whole new generation of problems that we won't have in our time, but the next generation will have because they will own plates and they'll abuse people or charge people for the right to drive a car. Isn't this really going in the wrong direction? With great respect.
All right, well, with great respect, I'll give you my answer, which is twofold. First of all, this is based on the recommendation of our top professional public servant.
Yes, but you
And
recognize
it is not my recommendation, and so I would think that she has consulted even more widely than you have on this, and she's talked to people, she's thought through all these issues. She is a person who I don't think I've heard anybody question her objectivity in terms of trying to do what is best. But I'll make a second point. And that is that by doing this, I believe, and I made this point in my own remarks introducing the motion, that we are allowing the cab industry a circumstance, a better circumstance in which they can stabilize themselves in an environment when they have undoubtedly been jarred, and so have the participants in the industry, including drivers, by the entry of new technology and new kinds of ground transportation competition. And so you can talk about it being back to the future or whatever you want, but the bottom line is that it does those two things. It complies. It is, in fact, the recommendation of our top public servant, and secondly, it allows this industry some time to stabilize itself and regroup.
But you recognize that in your 20-page motion, you've accepted some things from staff, you've amended some things from staff, and you've added some things for staff. In other words, you have done your due diligence with your staff around these recommendations. So I don't think it's quite fair to frankly, hide behind staff's recommendations by discluding these motions. You have to own them as being the right thing, if indeed you feel you are owning you should own them.
I put forward the motion, so one assumes I'm happy with the fact that I did the following. I picked a motion, or I put together with a lot of help a motion that is as close as possible to the recommendations of our staff, number one. Number two, improved on it based on things we heard from the people in this room about the security checks not being sent directly to the city for the review and so on, about the fees being inequitable. So we improved on it by doing that, and I think that's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Mr.
And now
Chair.
you will have the opportunity, if you wish, to move the reinstatement of some of those
If no one
things
else
that were
does, I
taken.
will, but
Of
I would
course you
just
will.
ask
And we
you
will all
to
have a vote on
reconsider.
that
Of
here.
course we will. 8 to 13, not putting them in. I think there is a broad consensus that this takes the industry, the part of the we're growing on the Uber side, but the part of the industry that we've been working for 2 generations to fix, if we don't put them back, that sets us way back. And I'd ask you to reconsider that, Mr.
Thank you,
Well,
Councilor
the question was
Mihevc.
whether I'd reconsider, and I guess I'll simply respond by saying that I think what we've done here is a measure that is recommended by our staff and that allows the industry a chance to stabilize itself in a very turbulent environment.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, questions?
So if I could, Mr. Mayor, you're saying there would be no training for anyone in the taxi industry, is that right?
I heard the director of the licensing office say a few moments ago, Madam Speaker, that the training curriculum would be made available online and otherwise to the various people who will be conducting training in the industry, all the participants. But I heard her say as well, and I concur in this, that the delivery of those training programs will be up to the participants in the industry, and I would assume they will want to achieve a high standard because that's part of offering a high-quality service.
So, Mr. Mayor, is that a yes? There will be no training required for anyone in the taxi industry? Required?
Well,
Is it a yes or no? I only have so much time.
What you heard Ms. Cook say...
No, I want to hear what you say.
I don't know... What you heard Ms. Cook say, and I've already said in my previous answer...
Okay, I want to move on.
No, I'm terrible. No, you've asked a question, and now I'll answer it.
Yes,
And even
please.
though it was the third time. What you heard me say was very simple, which is I concur in what she said, which is that we will make available training curriculum and material and other things as we presently deliver it, that we're going to change our role as regulator, which is what I believe it was 17,000 consultations said they wanted us to do,
Mr.
which
Mayor?
is to move to a...
I know you're trying to use my time up. I'd appreciate an opportunity to
know,
ask more
I
questions.
wish you wouldn't attribute any motive.
So I want to know, are you going to put in any language that will...
A long time.
Okay, Councillor Davis.
I would have been asked to sit down a long
Councillor Davis, please stop interrupting when you've asked a question. You ask a question and the mayor answers. So please show respect. Okay. Okay.
Microphone? Thank you. Have you put in here anything that will limit open entry for PTC cars?
What we have done is to suggest, and if I can, I'm happy to find it for you, is that let me just see if I can find it here. There is a
Are you prepared to
calculation that is to be done. If somebody wants to shout out the paragraph, I'll be able to find it faster. Back page.
Hold my time, please.
Well, there's the study that is provided for on the very back page in subparagraph M, the outcome of a study that assesses and measures the impacts of the volume of PTC vehicles and drivers. And then there's also a reference to it earlier on that talks about how, could somebody help me?
I'm asking whether you're prepared to limit the number of driver's licenses and to regulate those and to cap them.
No, we'll see what the report says. Again, I am relying on what the recommendation was of our professional public servants
that's
who did not
clear you're
recommend
not
such
ready
a.
to
You
cap-
know, I don't know. I'm happy to let you talk and ask your questions for as long as you want if you let me then answer.
Councillor Davis, please allow the mayor
You
to
asked your
answer.
question. Maybe I should sit down and you can take as long as you want.
Thank you.
Ask the question and then, you know.
Thank you. I'd love to.
Okay.
So my next question, if you're finished, are you prepared to do surge, if you want a level playing field, are you prepared to do both surge pricing on both sides and discounting on both sides? If you believe in an open, unregulated, is that what you're saying? I'm trying to get clarification.
I tried to make clear earlier, and I agree I wasn't very articulate about it, that the drivers in the case of this proposed regulation get to keep the surge pricing, but the discounting is that was a response to the question that I was asked earlier on. But they get to keep do you see any provision in here that says that the surge pricing, the surge amounts are taken away from them? No. They can both surge. They can both surge. So again, we're back to what I did say. What I did again. Sorry.
The discounting, whether or not, if there's a discount, is that going to be absorbed by the driver? If you allow discounting.
We don't know. It simply says here. Let me find that too. If you can, it's City Council not require the taxi cab brokers pay the taxi cab driver the difference between the discounted or flat rate of the city regulated rate effective immediately. Now that doesn't mean that has to happen. It has to happen that way, but it also does mean that now both types of companies can surge price.
Could I just ask then? There's no cameras in any vehicles? Is that
we have said, and again, I listened to the entire discussion this morning. It was most interesting and enlightening to listen to the background on cameras and to why cabs are different than other kinds of vehicles, including limos, by the way.
And no health and safety.
I'm sorry, I
Councillor
cannot, Madam
Davis,
Speaker,
please.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm just trying to answer a question.
Councillor Davis, your time is up. Your time is up.
Maybe you'd do better off trying to negotiate behind everybody's back.
Councillor Mammoliti, please.
Keep doing that, Janet.
Councillor Mammoliti. Councillor de Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the mayor. Your motions build on top of the original staff recommendations, and would it be true, is the intent of your motion to create, if not a level, perfectly level playing field, a more level or more equal playing field than what the status quo is today?
The answer is yes. We heard some of the comments that came out. Look, my objective, as I publicly stated it, and I believe Ms. Cook's objective, but I'm not going to put attribute motives to her, was to find a way in which we could have a level playing field, have equitable rules that weren't exactly the same, because as we've heard her say many times, these are different businesses and even the public have said to her in all the consultations, they're different businesses they use in different ways at different times. So she put forward her recommendations, and there was a lot of feedback that came, we all heard, on things like fees. So what did we do? We took down the taxi fees substantially further and took up the Uber fees. So Uber will now pay fees in all-inclusive of about $5 million. We required that the background checks be provided to the city. So we will have our own file of those and can inspect those and deal with those as we wish, rather than relying on Uber to collect them and us going over once in a while to audit them. We said we would study the cameras. Even though Ms. Cook said the cameras are perhaps, it's an entirely different situation because these are pre-booked rides where we know the identity of the passenger and so on, we said we would study it. So the answer to your question is yes, we tried to address some of the concerns that have been expressed, including by our friends that are here with us today, and make it more equitable and more of a level playing field. Yes.
And again, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Madam Speaker. Certainly as a member of the Licensing Committee, I and many others sat through hours and hours, actually days, of submissions by the public. Many people said to us, you have one corporation or one part of an industry that is totally unregulated today. Would you agree with that statement, that a company like Uber X that's out there as it is today, that we could go walk out this door right now and hail one of their cabs, or sorry, one of their cabs? Are they unregulated today?
When you say totally unregulated, we created a class of license for them, and of course we've had the whole debate in here more than once about us seeking an injunction under that category of license, which I think they've just applied for, and I'm not even sure they've received it, Uber in particular. But what we did not have is what I'll call the more granular kinds of regulations this will address, such as the fact that if you read through this, they will now be required to have the $2 million, no ifs, ands, or buts, in insurance coverage. And in fact, if you look at this, the company itself can lose its license if there's not adequate proof provided of that acceptable insurance product. We've required the driver background checks, and they have to be filed with the city for our inspection and our satisfaction. We have arrangements now that are going to be equitable between the two parts of the industry vis-a-vis the vehicle inspections, where they can all go to places other than city-owned and get a certificate, and so on. So the answer to your question is now we are going to have a certainly way more comprehensive regulation. I didn't want to agree with you that it was no regulation before, because we did have this requirement we just put in for them to have a company license. And they're going to pay substantially more in the way of fees to underwrite the cost of regulating them.
And there's certainly, through you, Madam Speaker, there are many people like myself who have been very concerned that we appear to have a number of vehicles out there on the streets today that do not have proper insurance. Would your motions require that all drivers of all vehicles have the same insurance to protect the public? The same insurance?
Yeah, well, yes, in terms of the quantity of third-party liability insurance. And I would point out, and it says, that's in Section 78, City Council require that a PTC ensure that all PTC drivers and vehicles have automobile liability insurance with limits of not less than $2 million, as is required by taxi cabs, subject to the following. And then it goes on to set out a number of requirements as to how that is to be put in place. And then it says in subparagraph E, which is on page 12 of this motion, failure to comply with the above insurance requirements will provide the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards the ability to immediately suspend the PTC license without a hearing until the insurance policy is compliant. So I think that's a fairly stringent requirement that says their whole license is at jeopardy here if they don't have the mandated $2 million in insurance in a form satisfactory to us.
So you think this will level the playing field between whatever company X out there and whatever other companies exist today, that their drivers, their vehicles will have to have the same insurance?
Yes, and I will say I've never been satisfied with the notion that the previous regime, up until this regulation comes into force, has been kind of take our word for it, it's okay. And now there are, I think a good thing, there are novel insurance products being developed so that we can have different kinds of insurance, but the effect is the same. $2 million of third-party liability insurance, that it has to be in place, there's a severe consequence for it not being in place, and it has to be in a form satisfactory to us.
Thank you. Councillor Al-Jamari?
Thank you. Page 8. No. Sorry, page 10. Item 71. The strikeout. Provide a current copy of their Ontario driver's license and vehicle registration. Why is that strikeout?
I think when you go later on to the requirement in 73, City Council require that upon request of municipal standards they have to produce it. That's there. And then I think I saw it somewhere else. I think it's provided for somewhere else. I think that's why it was struck out.
Okay.
It's just a technical amendment, but it's somewhere else, the requirement that they have to have a driver's license, obviously.
Page 18.
Yes?
Near the bottom, E.B. City-run facility will be at cost recovery. Now, this is the facility that will require all taxi cabs, limos, and PTC vehicles to be inspected twice a year.
But you have to read on, because the next paragraph provides for what, in fact, I heard Ms. Cook saying earlier on that she will, in fact, be doing, which is to approve of various other garages that are presently used, I think, by MTO and others to perform these inspections. And so the issue of a dramatically increased cost, for example, to our garage will become moot because you will have all these other garages, and frankly, probably by the time this bylaw comes into effect, which will mean that that's where people will go, cabs and PTC cars, to get their inspection.
So cost recovery would mean that we would charge them the amount that it would cost us to provide the service?
No, what it refers to here is city-run facility will be at cost recovery, which I
Yes.
think is presently the case.
Yes.
And I think what will happen over time, and again, I'll look to Ms. Cook to kind of nod if I'm right, that the city-run facility may actually be phased out, and it will be replaced by a series of more convenient MTO licensed garages that we approve of, who will perform all of these inspections on all vehicles, taxi and PTC.
Okay, last question. Page 19, near the bottom, well, at the bottom, section K, that the city permit the brokers to be allowed the management of a taxi cab license and be able to rent it or lease it to a licensed driver on behalf of the owner. The licensed driver can be anyone who is a licensed driver?
Again, to me, when it says licensed driver, I take it as any licensed driver, yes. But I want to make sure in answering, and people can be amused if they want, but I mean, I want to make sure I'm giving you the right answer. My understanding of that is yes, any licensed driver.
Thank you. Councillor Ainslie, questions?
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Yes. So I wanted to ask, so the very last page, the additional recommendations, M, where it directs the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards to report on the following. The last one, C, on the outcome of a study that assesses and measures the impact of the volumes of PTC vehicles and drivers. Should we have a deadline here, like for like 2 years, 24 months?
Well, it certainly shouldn't be hopefully wouldn't be 2 years, although you have to have time to look. But the answer is I don't mind that, and I would like to, maybe we could have time to consult with Ms. Cook and find out what would be a reasonable time, both in terms of getting the work done and in terms of having numbers that are going to be relied upon. Because I don't, you know, when Mr. Councillor Perks asked the questions about the law of supply and demand, of course the law of supply and demand works. Now, there's a number of things at play here, including fares and fees and some element of deregulation that will also affect that. You know, I think it's fair to say there may be a fair number or some number of presently Uber drivers who will choose not to continue to do that, because I would point out, for example, that while it's not in this document, the committee's recommendation reinstates the requirement for snow tires. There may be some Uber drivers who on the basis of that alone will say, I'm out of here, I'm not doing my 6 hours a month, 6 hours a week, whatever, and that will affect the law of supply and demand. So the answer to your question is, I don't have a problem with a time limit. I just suggest we consult so we don't just arbitrarily pick one, and consult the experts on what's a fair time.
Okay, so you'd accept that as a friendly amendment once I talk with staff?
Yes, provided that we consult on what date we pick.
Okay, and the other question I had, as we went through this whole process, and there's been references in the media and debates and that about the province coming up with some type of framework in conjunction with the City of Toronto or other municipalities, should we be directing the city manager within this process to have those talks with the province and other municipalities and planning authorities as we look at an integrated transit and transportation policy?
I will only say this, and I don't want to put words in her mouth either, but I've obviously discussed this issue in my regular meetings with the Premier a couple of times, and I didn't have the sense that what they were thinking of doing at all was to sort of impose a province-wide framework that would have the effect somehow to nullify our own decisions as to what we do in the Toronto marketplace. I would still think it would be wise for me to have that conversation again with her, and for perhaps Mr. Wallace with his counterpart, just to see what their updated plans are. You know, I think given the fact that you've got Ottawa moving ahead to do things very much like what we're doing, I mean, in terms of a process and so on, the likelihood of them doing that, I think, is slim, but I think it's worthy of checking in on that, and they'll, of course, be very much aware through the news media of what we're doing here today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti, you have questions?
Mr. Mayor, I haven't had a chance to read the whole document yet, but I can tell you that if this were perhaps a willingness, if what's in here, or some of it anyway, was a willingness by the city, perhaps in its early stages, I don't think it would have been as controversial in committee.
as there are some things in here that we've been waiting for. My question is 56C. It says, appropriate agreements, contracts and/or processes in place to screen the criminal and driving histories. What constitutes appropriate? Is there a city standard that you might want to might want them to adhere to, or are we leaving it up to the PTCs?
No, we're not. We're clearly saying it has to be satisfactory to the municipal licensing and standards people. I think that what we're saying there is we will want to achieve the equivalent result, to what taxi driver background checks produce. And we've added the step, as I mentioned earlier, that we now require all of the results of those checks to be filed with us so that we can be satisfied not only with whatever contract they have in place to have those checks done, but with the actual checks themselves so that we can look at those as we choose to do. We can hire people to look at them line by line if we want to.
I'm glad to see the reports in M are being recommended. One of them is the feasibility of lowering the fee to standard plate owners, renewals up to 75%. I'm glad that's in there. You're looking for a report. I'm asking whether or not this report I hope it doesn't get delayed like others, and they'll come back within 4 months, perhaps September.
I think the first two of these reports in subsection M at the very end on page 20, I think can be done in a reasonable period of time. The third one, we just had a discussion with Councillor Ainsley where I think you're going to need time for the numbers, obviously, to be studied, and so that one.
You wouldn't mind if I amended A and B so that they come back into September's meeting?
I would only ask September, given everything that's going on with including other matters like rooming houses and so on. September sounds a bit early, but why don't we have a chat with Ms. Cook? And if she's amenable to September, so am I. But if there's some slightly later date, I think it might give us time because it is now already May.
So I'm going to repeat the question to see whether or not I get a nod from Ms. Cook. I'm asking for A and B in the last page to come back in September and no later. And whether that's possible. Yes? It is possible. So you wouldn't object, Mr. Mayor, for an amendment? Sorry.
We're not asking the staff questions, Councillor Mamleet.
No,
You're
but
asking
we just
the
got a
mayor.
nod from Ms. Cook.
So I hear the two deal makers there making all, yeah, they were making deals this weekend, yeah, trying to behind everybody's back in this place. Yeah.
Since she's happy with the September, I am happy with it.
Thank you. Councillor Fragadakis.
Madam Speaker, through you. Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering on page 2, number 10B, so that City Council permit taxi cab brokerages to offer rates above the city regulated rate. So I'm just wondering, you want to allow for surge pricing?
Yes, I answered that question earlier. Yes, it allows now.
Sorry, I must have been in the back.
Beg your pardon?
I said I must have been not in the room, so I'm just asking for clarification. So yes, you are. How does that help Torontonians?
Well, but the companies can decide themselves what they wish to do in competition that they asked us to make fairer. And so in this case, it will be an entire decision of theirs. If they decide, you're obviously implying surge pricing is negative, and there'll be lots of people who would agree with you, in which case that any company that's in this business can decide never to do it and maybe make a promise and say, we never have surge pricing, and that's their business case. And in the case of Uber and others, they may decide to do it. But we're simply saying now, so that we can give the cab industry a chance to stabilize itself and compete, that it can both discount and surge price.
Rather than eliminating surge pricing for both of them. Instead of racing to the top, we're going to race to the bottom.
You will want to note, I'm sure, Councillor Fragadakis, that in this very same document, we have provided for a minimum charge for an Uber passenger of $3.05, which is actually close to what is required for a taxi cab.
No,
so that's again another. Again,
pricing.
Did you want to let me finish answering, or should
I was
just
asking
not?
about surge pricing, and you want to talk about
Councillor
something else.
Fragadakis, allow the mayor to answer, please.
She did.
No, but you interrupted me. That's actually the point.
Well, actually,
But that's
I didn't.
fine. You go ahead.
You went off on a tangent, but that's fine. Anyways,
Okay.
that's all I wanted to ask, and then I just ask about item number 30.
Okay, and I believe the mayor answered the question.
Yes, I know, that's
she's
why I've
got
moved to
another.
item number 30. It's just, you're saying you want to delete the requirement that taxi cab drivers and owners complete CPR training and first aid certification as a condition of licensing effective immediately. And is that to level the playing field as well?
No, actually, that one is not as much about level the playing field as it is about something I heard Ms. Hook articulate very well, which is that the public told us, and again, you know, I know that there's many times in which you would say to me, well, listen to the public. So the public told us 17,000 responses that they had very clearly in mind a model for regulation that they think is appropriate to the 21st century that said that that people will deliver training in their own way. And again, I think if companies decide that it is in the best interest of serving the passengers and of overall public safety that they should give CPR training, they'll give it. And we've said on that and other matters that we will make available all of our training materials to them so that they can deliver that training or have someone else deliver it if they wish. Before, what we were doing, of course, is we were delivering that training and charging them for it. And that was driving up the fees that they said were making them uncompetitive,
Okay.
among many other things.
Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my understanding is that traditional cab companies and PTCs will be allowed to...
No, but I'll correct it because I want to. Sorry, Councillor Burnside.
That's no problem. My understanding that basically the industry is allowed to reduce their price. Is that correct?
Reduce
their price, the standard price. It
drop
can vary.
down,
It
you
can
mean?
drop it down.
Yeah, we did that here at this council.
Correct.
We took it down by $1 to try to, based on things we'd heard, to try to make it more competitive, especially for hailing, for people to.
But also
use
in the course of competing, PTCs, cab companies can reduce their price, not below $3 on the pickup, but they can reduce their overall
Oh, no,
price.
they now have the ability to discount at the brokerage level if they
Right.
wish to do so.
Which is a huge advantage to the public.
Well, one would hope so if they
Thank
choose.
you.
Yes.
Thank you. In terms of surge pricing, and Councillor Carroll was very helpful to me, helping me understand the complex issue of snow tires. So I want to talk to you. Thank you. I want to talk to you just about item number 11. It says City Council not require that taxi cab brokers pay the driver the difference between discounted or flat rate and the city regulated rate, correct?
Yes.
So the city's not requiring, but in the course of negotiation between the cab driver and the brokerage, it's up to them what they do. The brokerage may in fact decide to subsidize that discount.
Yes.
Thank you.
I hope they do.
So in terms of so on the flip side of that, Mr. Mayor, in terms of surge pricing, so even if they don't negotiate it and the driver, whether it's a PTC driver or a taxi driver, bears the brunt of that price reduction, if the price is surged, and quite frankly on New Year's Eve when I'm trying to get some transportation, I'm willing to pay more, so I actually have no problem with that, but that's me personally. When the price gets surged, I presume, and it's my understanding speaking to staff, that the driver will benefit from the surge.
That's correct.
Thank you. My last question is has to do with the accessibility part, and that's number 7. First page. City Council mandate that any PTC that has more than 500 vehicles. I know this was a concern of Councillor Wong Tam's about how do we ensure that they provide the accessible service, et cetera, with comparable wait times. It's my understanding, speaking to staff, that if they don't live up to that requirement, that we can not only can we fine them, but we can take them to the tribunal, in which case they could have their license suspended or revoked. That's my understanding from speaking to staff.
Here. Certainly, that would be a violation of this bylaw, because this bylaw would contain this provision that requires that they not only have a plan in place, but that they deliver that equivalent service.
Okay.
So if they don't deliver that equivalent service, it's a violation of the law. I can't answer whether that allows us to take their license away.
But would you agree that if they violate this, our powers are the same as if they violate anything else.
I would go a step further, I suppose. It's dangerous to do so, but I would have said if we can take their license away for not having the right insurance in place, that we should be able to take their license away up to and including that sanction for not having a proper program in place to deal with the issue of accessibility.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher. Okay.
Cho.
He's passing. Councillor Cho. He's passing. Oh, he's coming. Councillor Cho, you're up.
Oh, I'm only up. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a question. First page, number 7. The council mandate that any PTC that has more than 500 vehicles, etc., where this 500 number comes from? Why not 1,000 or why not 100? Any rationale picking up 500?
It was the staff's recommendation that and I presume that number was a sufficient critical mass to be a company that should be required to have this equivalent service available, and that it become a condition of their being in business with us.
I see. So the number is from staff's recommendation?
I mean, this, for example, yes, it is, and this is, for example, a much smaller company than Uber, for example, which has thousands of vehicles. So you're getting down to a fairly small, PTC operator by the time you get to 500 to have this equivalent service requirement in place, and that's as it should be.
I see. Okay, the second page, page 3, recommendation 30 and 52. Actually, Mayor, your recommendation says delete the requirement that the taxi cab drivers and owners complete CPR training and first aid certification. I think it's a good one, but you're recommending delete. What if we have seniors, maybe a heart problem? What if we have the pregnant woman who may need extra help? And then, Mayor, you're concerned about the health and safety of all the Torontonians. We already have that kind of requirement. Why are we deleting the good requirements?
Yeah.
Well, these are difficult decisions to make, first of all, for all the reasons that you set out. But again, if you go back to where this was headed and listen to the evidence given previously by Ms. Cook, this was more about what we mandate as a city, as distinct from what companies may mandate themselves and choose to do as a matter of making sure their drivers are as well trained as they believe they should be, and are able to talk about the level of their training as a competitive advantage that's in the public interest. But again, I think you heard, and we've heard quite a lot of discussion about this in the last number of weeks, that we had added things on and on and on and on over time to taxi cab regulation, to the point where those regulations became incredibly weighty on the industry in terms of cost, because one way or the other they either pay to have these courses done, or they pay us to do them, because we operate on a cost recovery basis. So what we are trying to do is look at these things in the context of what is going to allow us to play a different role as regulator than we played before, and address the principal issues of safety, which have to do with vehicle inspection, driver inspection, and insurance. Those are the three on which we've been very succinct here and very clear on saying what it is going to be required, and it's very similar to, if not exactly the same, as what cabs are required to put in place at the moment.
Yes, I understand. Now, 58 recommendation to me is an excellent one, so I don't have any question. On page 9, the recommendation 65 is to keep the records for a minimum of 3 years. I think it's a good one, but in recommendation 57, Mayor, you are suggesting or recommending only 6 months probationary period. Why 6 months when keeping the record at least 3 years in recommendation 65 and yet your recommendation 57 only recommending 6 months of probationary period.
Well, they're actually, through you, Madam Speaker, dramatically different provisions. 57 is a company license being given to a PTC company and saying they go through a probationary period. So just because they've been given a license and fulfilled all the requirements, if during, as it says here, during the 6-month probationary period, they prove themselves not to be sending over their driver background checks, not to be keeping this information that you referred to later in 65, they're not keeping those records, they are not proving to us they have insurance in place, we have the ability at that stage to suspend or place conditions on their license without a hearing, so that we can act quickly. The other one, 65, is talking about the time in which they have to keep records, in this case of records of all the different people they transport, how long, what time, and so forth. And I think 3 years is actually quite a long period of time to keep those records of all the fares that they have. And I don't know the answer, quite honestly, of whether that's consistent with there's a 3-year period consistent between taxis and PTCs that they have to keep the records of the fares?
Okay. Okay, that was your last question. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Mayor, as you know, as chair of the License Standards Committee, I did work very hard with city staff, that's with the legal department, the municipal licensing, with your office, with the industry as well, to try to bring a set of recommendations that would create that level playing field. And I did share those recommendations that actually with you a few minutes ago. And I was going through all your recommendations, and I can see that you have embraced those recommendations there. So just for clarity purposes, and things as it relates to recommendations between 14 and 19, those recommendations have been reinstated, and that will assist the taxi industry to ensure financial viability and sustainability. Those recommendations are back in the report and also within your recommendations. Is that correct?
Yes, and I was asked about some of those recommendations earlier on, and the fact that they were, I think it was by Councillor Mihevik, and why were we putting back in some recommendations that had been made by our own staff, and the answer was because this was an attempt to take, quite frankly, to go back to his question and talk about reforms that were made in 2013 or recommended in 2013 and made in 2014, the world has changed for this ground transportation industry dramatically since that time. And so the notion that we might take some measures to stabilize the taxi industry in the meantime, in a number of respects, fees, licenses that are either held or not held, I think is a very reasonable thing to do when they're going through a jarring transition, as are other industries, because of technology.
In terms of, once again, in terms of something very important, background or criminal checks, that's going to apply to all. That's very clear in the recommendations as well. Is that correct?
It's going to apply right away. Now, right away, of course, this bylaw has to come into force, and if it's approved, and there will have to be some things done by way of in some of the clauses that were being asked about earlier on as to how the PTCs go about conducting these checks. But the bottom line is they have to submit a check to us for all the drivers that has been done, a background check, and we have the right to look at it, be satisfied with it or not, and deal with it as we wish. But we both have to be satisfied on the contracts they entered into or the methodology, and we have the right to examine the results that are sent to us of each and every one of those checks.
Thank you. So on the consumer side overall, that we heard loud and clear from Torontonians out there, in terms of ensuring the health and safety of the riding public, we are putting all the ingredients in terms of enforcement and within these recommendations.
Well, I think I mentioned earlier on, certainly from my feedback from the public and from all the input we got from drivers and industry participants and members of the public, they were concerned principally about 3 things. One, and I think this was the biggest one, insurance. And now the requirements for insurance are going to be equivalent to that of taxis in terms of the amount. The methodology of how you obtain that insurance might be slightly different, but they have to produce evidence of that insurance, $2 million, third-party liability insurance, satisfactory to us. 2, vehicle inspections. And now we're all going to ultimately end up in the same place, which is having those inspections done, I think on a twice-yearly basis at garages approved by us. So it'll change where it's done a little bit. And then 3, the driver background checks, which will have to be done to our satisfaction, both in the sense of how they're done, because we get to approve the contracts, and when we see the results, if we're not satisfied, we have the right to express that dissatisfaction.
And my last 2 questions, hopefully you'll be able to answer both.
Yep.
On the taxi industry side, in terms of creating fairness, equity, and a level playing field, and to ensure that financial viability and sustainability is going to be in place, these recommendations somehow will address that. And my second question to that is in terms of the technology side, in terms of modernizing it, not only with a technology or technologies, but with the industry itself, that will allow them perhaps to compete in a fair way. Is that embracing recommendations as well? Because overall, when I see my recommendations, probably this may become redundant to yours as well. So I just want a fair clarification on those points that I just brought up.
The answer is yes, and that is why there are provisions provided for in here that allow, for example, subject to the communication being by smartphone and so on, for surge and discount pricing, and for a number of other requirements, even including something as simple as the electronic filing of a lot of this documentation that's required by this bylaw. So we're trying to modernize everything and make it easier for the cab industry to compete, fairer for them to compete, and less burdensome in terms of the regulatory burden on them.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your efforts in coming up with a set of recommendations that amend both the staff report and the committee recommendations to achieve, I guess, as balanced a playing field as we can possibly achieve at this point. And so, that being said, Mr. Mayor, my only concern really relates to surge pricing, and that's not to say that I'm dead against surge pricing, but on point 10 here, it outlines that if brokerages were to introduce surge pricing, there's a whole bunch of conditions that need to be met. And is that the same set of conditions that would apply to the TPCs?
I can't, I honestly
I couldn't find it.
Can't answer the question because I'm not sure I can.
Maybe Tracy can ask.
No, we can't ask
busy.
Tracy
Okay.
questions.
All right, fine.
I'm sorry.
No, but if I could get her to nod and say it's the same, I just can't. I don't want to
Tracy,
give you the wrong answer.
Just
I'll get
nod
the
your
answer
head,
and
please.
That's
Just
fine.
nod
Give
your
it to you.
head.
That's fine.
Well,
I think these are reasonable requirements
I agree.
for surge pricing, and
I just
may
couldn't
induce more
find-
people to actually stay out in times when people presently have a lot of difficulty getting a cab, because they'll be able to make more money.
I just couldn't find a replication of those conditions in the TPC.
okay, Councillor DeGiorgio, hold on. I have to put your time on hold. Okay, members of the public, it's getting way too noisy, and I'm going to ask members of the public. I see everybody walking back and forth. It's very distracting. We're in council. We're trying to get through the agenda. Please be respectful and take your seats. Thank you.
I'm informed the answer to your question is yes. The same requirements for receipts, advance notice to the passengers, and so on apply to PTCs as well.
Okay, the only other concern I have about surge pricing, Mr. Mayor, and it's got nothing to do with, is this. Because there are unlimited vehicles available to TPCs, that is to say, if the license holder, the TPC license holder, decides to implement surge pricing at effectively busy times when demand is high, then they'll have a huge influx of cars on the road because it's very attractive to drive under those circumstances. And so they'll probably be able to bring a lot of vehicles on stream. It's like quite an incentive system. On the other hand, the cab industry, who presumably has the opportunity to surge price as well, they're limited to the number of cars they can bring into the market, unfortunately. So that's the one thing that bothers me in terms of a level playing field, but, you know, we can't do things perfectly.
But I will only say to you, Councillor DeGiorgio, through the Speaker, that right now, I think, you know, we've all had the experience of being on the street when the weather's really bad or whatever, because some people just choose not to drive because it's not a productive time to drive in some respects. And this might encourage, I think, in fact, the result that you talk about, there are lots of cabs at any point in time, even people who are off shift, as it were, and their cabs sitting in their driveway, who might go out and say, hey, it's snowing or there's a lot of traffic, it's Friday night, and I want to drive because I'm going to make more money. And so, but the other thing I want to say for sure is that nothing here requires anybody to surge price in the taxi industry. They don't have to do it. This simply says if you want to do it because you decide it's in the best interest of making sure there's more cars out there on the street and the drivers are better compensated so they're encouraged to be out there, then you can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Thank you much, Madam Speaker. Mr. Mayor, you heard when I was asking questions earlier that one of my main concerns is safety. So, first of all, has Ms. Cook and City Legal had a chance to look at your motion? Have they seen the updated motion you've presented to us now?
They've seen elements of it. I don't think they would have seen it before before you did. Again.
So they would have seen this around the same time we did, which I think I wrote on mine was 3:40. Okay. Couple of concerns. You don't mention anywhere about winter tires.
It actually, that, just in fairness, Councillor Doucette, you're right, it's not in here, but it was actually reinstated in the committee's recommendation so that has to be taken together with this. So you remember they deleted a bunch of stuff and put some stuff back in.
Yeah,
and
I
it's
know.
very confusing, but the winter tires is put back in, and it forms part of what I would be voting for.
So that would include also then having command of the English language,
Yes.
four-door vehicle, those things I didn't find in here,
Yes.
but as you say, from 103 items to 58 items to whatever you've got here. Okay. Why, item 40, why have you now returned the age to 18 years of age, whereas it was 21 years of age? So in your motion, you've now put it to 18. In the other report I read yesterday, it was 21. So I'm on page 17 of 20, item 40, 40. Number 40, you see you put 18
I see it
back
here,
in?
yes.
I'm just wondering why you brought it down. It was at 21 yesterday's report, or the one I read yesterday, but now you have put it to 18. I just wondered why.
It is really just, I think, consistent with the reality of other.
May I ask that we look at that one?
May I ask? I'm sorry. What?
Could we look at? Would you consider putting that back to 21 or not?
Well, to me, I mean, I think 18, which is a law that we have in place, an age limit for many other things.
Okay.
I think the more important parts of this are the license requirement, obviously, and the driving history. You could have a number in there of 28 or 38, and if they don't have a 1 year's driving history, to me, that's the more important part of
So
this.
it's more the 1 year driving experience you're more concerned about.
Well,
than
I just
actual
think
age.
driving history is more important than age.
Okay.
I recognize the fact you can only have 2 years driving experience if you're 18.
Right.
But
Okay, moving on to page 6, which is number 59, item 6. You say vehicle inspection certificate or equivalent. What would an equivalent be of a vehicle inspection?
I have to find where you're referring me again.
Sorry, page 6. Page 6.
Yes.
From the top of a page, item 6. So one of the requirements is a vehicle inspection certificate or equivalent. I just don't know why we have equivalent
Well, I
there.
think a vehicle inspection certificate is a term of law at present, like it's a defined term, and they're simply saying, and these are going to be coming from, I think, MOT approved and approved by us garages, but I think it's just that it's a term of art, okay. Vehicle equivalent, and it just means that there's something slightly different that carries with it the same inspection.
Okay, as long as it is the same inspection, that's good. Same page, E. City will manage a number of PTC vehicles as necessary based on demand. How are we managing it? Is this going to be the number of vehicles registered with someone like Uber, or are we going to be able to manage the number of vehicles actually out on the road at any given time?
Now, Mr. Robertson pointed me to the section I couldn't find earlier on that gets into this, and
So it's page 6, top of the page, E.
No, I
Oh.
see where you're referring me
Yeah.
to, but there's a section earlier on.
Because earlier in the other report, we said that we would manage how many taxis we have, but we wouldn't be managing how many PTCs. Anyway, I've got two more quick questions.
There's another section here that actually gets into that sets that up, and then of course there's the study to be done as well. But
I just want to know how we're actually going to manage that.
there it is. It's so it's coming out of C, which is on there it is, section 4, page 18.
Yep.
Section C, which it says that the executive director is going to procure a consultant to undertake a supply and demand study that assesses the measure and impacts of the volume of PTC drivers and vehicles, and so on. And then it has to be done every so often after the initial study, and so it will be managed pursuant to the information that came from that study.
I'm sorry, I still don't quite understand how we're managing the number of vehicles. Is that the number on the road or the number that the PTC actually has registered with them?
That's your
what I'm
last
trying to
question.
get the information for.
That was your last question.
Well, it's an overall supply and demand, so it's not talking about any on the road at any one time. It's talking about on the road generally. That was when people have talked about a cap. It wasn't a cap at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was a cap generally. And this is looking at the question of supply and demand, using expert evidence to sort of determine the impact, as it says here in section C of section 4, subsection C, to look at what the impact is of given numbers of vehicles and deciding whether to do anything about that. And that's what's also on section M on the back page. It's the same study. Measures the impacts of the volume of PTC vehicles and drivers. So it's really looking at the overall number of vehicles that are on the road at any given point in time and what the impact is on the taxi industry and on the ground transportation industry generally.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Mayor, on page 19, you have a number of lettered clauses. I'd like to turn your attention to clause I. City Council direct that all vehicle for hire drivers can be registered to work for one brokerage or communication platform at a time. Does that mean one and only one?
That's what it says.
Okay, so if I'm, for example, there are drivers here who drive for Beck and they currently use the legal Uber application, they can no longer do that. Is that correct?
Well, it says city directs that, and I think that's arising out of a concern that the brokerages had, that there were people that were supposedly available to them that weren't available to them.
No, I understand that that helps the brokerages. On the attachment you have, attachment number 2, a vehicle for hire driver, that's a taxi driver, pays an upfront license fee of $130, and if I'm looking at the bottom, second from the bottom, someone who's driving for Uber or a different PTC pays an upfront cost of $15?
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm allowed to answer, I think.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, Ms. Cook.
So if the next question I have is on page 3.
I'm sorry.
No, Councillor
You don't get
Perks.
to decide when my answer's finished.
Oh, I'm sorry, you have more to say. I didn't understand.
Just to say that math, that at the $15 per driver plus the, I'll call it the corporate fee, Ms. Cook went through all of that math, and that the net effect of that is to impose in total, based on the number of drivers and so on, about $5 million in fees on an Uber-type company, that company of that size, so that, and
I was just trying to understand the cost of entries to different categories of drivers, and now I do. On page 3, now this one's interesting. My understanding from an earlier answer is you're saying that we're going to eliminate the training program requirement for Uber or somebody like that, and it's voluntary. They can train people if they wish. And you think they'll do better. What I'm concerned about with here is on recommendation 51.
Councillor Perks, hold
Yes?
on, just put your time on hold. Okay, please, it is very noisy in here. I can't hear, and this is to the staff as well behind the mayor. Please, be respectful. It's hard to hear when the question's being asked and answered. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. That's quite helpful. On page 3, I'm looking at recommendation 51. Council delete the requirement for limousine owners and driver to complete the initial and refresher training.
as a condition of licensing effectively immediately. And 52, council delete the requirement for limousine owners and drivers to complete CPR training and obtain first aid certification as a condition of licensing effectively immediately. So given that these limousine companies don't have the customer feedback thing that Uber says is the tool by which they use to guarantee high-quality drivers, why are you deleting these requirements for limousine owners?
Well, first of all, I think it's a staff recommendation. I want to just make sure it's a staff
Mr. Mayor,
recommendation.
you
And
are moving
I'm
it.
sorry, again, I have to, I'm happy, you can make your questions as long as you want, it's your time. But you just let me answer without interrupting,
Certainly.
please. That what they're trying to do here is produce consistency between all three or more elements of the ground transportation, limo, taxis, and PTC cars. So it's consistency, and it's a staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. On page 19, Part K, oh, sorry, before I do that, I just want to make sure I understand, by accepting the committee recommendations that a person can own multiple plates and that plate owners can incorporate. That's something that you're moving, right? You're supporting. On page 19, further, along the same vein, number K, council permit taxi brokers as part of their taxi broker's license to manage taxi cab license to be able to rent it or lease it to a licensed driver on behalf of the owner. So if I understand this, we're going to a system where numbered companies can own a series of taxi plates, and the garage can, on behalf of the owner, license it out, and the owner doesn't have to be a party to that license. Is that what I understand K to do?
It says here that a taxi broker can allow the management of a taxi license and rent or lease it to a licensed driver on behalf of the owner, and it makes mention, as you suggested, of the fact that it could be done. It says here that the broker can designate the individual who is a signing officer of the corporation. It makes no mention of a numbered company.
But the numbered company is referred to elsewhere. So I just want to understand if in your motion and what you're doing, it now becomes possible for someone to own a whole bunch of plates through a numbered company, not actually have any day-to-day management of it, and just allow the broker to lease it out on their behalf. That's the effect of what you've done?
I think that is the effect, yes, of this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Mayor. Last July, sir, I moved the motion, you seconded, about a level playing field. So in plain language, I want to ask you a couple of questions. I mean, we can look at the report, but in plain language for the audience, I think we need to give them clarity so they also make their mind if this is a level playing field or not. Uber was an illegal operation. It was breaking both federal, provincial, and municipal law. And we're trying today to bring it into a regulatory form. One of the things that concerns the public as well as us and everybody else is insurance. In your own words, Mayor, you can look at the report, but in plain language, how are we leveling the playing field in insurance between UberX and the cabs?
Because we are saying now explicitly that $2 million of third-party liability insurance has to be obtained in a form that is satisfactory to us. I would like to be able to refer to the provision that talks about it being similar to, and I know it's here and it's underlined, if I can just find it. Here we are. Sorry, we might want to just give, can you just put his whole time on for 1 second? It's right here, but let me just find it. Here it is. It's in 78, the $2 million, and it says here quite specifically, as is required by taxi cabs. And so, I mean, I think that's one of the places where it's most explicit of all, that it's $2 million of insurance as is required by taxi cabs, but we do in the succeeding paragraphs, A, B, C, and D, give a degree of flexibility in terms of using new, I'll call them new approved insurance products to actually...
Mechanical checks.
Mechanical checks, they're identical now in that both people can go to a variety of garages and have their inspections done on the twice-a-year basis and get a certificate.
But on the taxi, it's cost recovery. On Uber, it is costing less.
No, but the city-owned facility, as I confirmed with Ms. Cook a few minutes ago, will actually be phased out. And after a period of time, hopefully fairly short, all people, all vehicles of all kinds will go to these third-party approved garages and have their inspections done. And so the cost will be borne by the people who take them for the inspection.
Police clearance. How are we leveling the playing field on police clearance?
We are saying that while they might carry it out slightly differently, we have to approve of how they carry it out. That's where that provision is earlier on that I referred to about contracts being in a form satisfactory to us as to how they're done. We then receive copies of those background checks. We have the right to say they're not satisfactory, which is, I think levels the playing field, because before what they said was that Uber could keep their own records, we could audit them from time to time, but now we actually get to look at them one by one and decide if we're satisfied either on the individual check and its result or on the way that it's being done.
Leveling the playing field on plating. I mean, we have to somehow be able to recognize if this is an Uber car or not. If the bylaw officer is driving behind it, they have to be able to sell it. How are we leveling the playing field on plating?
You mean on a plate showing?
Yes.
Well, look, I haven't discussed that with anybody, but I would just imagine that in a circumstance where you have people driving 6 hours a week, 6 hours a month, 10 hours a month, that they're not going to put a plate on their car, and to require the same gets into a lot of both administrative complexity and, but so that may be an area where if you want to say that we haven't made the requirements.
Councillor Karygiannis, please allow the mayor to answer.
But if you want to conclude from that we haven't there imposed exactly the same requirements, but I think there are differences. I mean, for example, an Uber car or anybody like that and any of the other ride-sharing companies cannot accept a hailed fare on the street. And that's one of the reasons why you have these plates, so people can see that it's an official car. They can't do that. It's all prearranged fares by smartphone.
Right, but in order to help our bylaw officers, would you be okay if we were to recommend that there's a sticker at the back of the car, so if the bylaw officer is driving up?
I'm not going to start to speculate on things that aren't in here. As I said, what I tried to do was take Ms. Cook's work, improve upon it on the main points that people raised, which included things like the fees, where we changed them, reduced taxi fees, increased Uber fees, the insurance, where we made it more explicit, the background checks, where we now require a copy to be filed with us, and we did those things to try and get us as close as we could get based on the input to a level playing field. Frankly, the license plate thing or the sticker thing, I don't see as a big concern. I've never heard about it before now, and it's not something where I will undertake to you to do anything about it.
Surge pricing. I remember Councillor Pasternak brought something about surge pricing that for us to look at it on the case of emergencies. If there's an emergency and all of a sudden we're going to get more cars out, should we not sort of look at it and say, okay, you can only surge price so much so you don't take advantage of an emergency that happens, a closing of a subway, something that goes off downtown, like a bomb that went off in Australia.
What I hope you're going to have here is an increasingly robust marketplace, because in the end, what I've really tried to focus myself on, and I think all of us should be focused on, what is the net effect in terms of the service availability to the public? Safe service, choice of service, availability of service, so that even at 2 o'clock in the morning or during a snowstorm you can find somebody to take you somewhere. And so I think that the marketplace will determine that some people don't surge price at all. I'm sure there'll be some who will use that as an advertising and marketing claim. We don't surge price no matter how much it's snowing or raining or how busy the traffic is, how big the event is downtown. And there'll be others who will surge price a little bit and others who will do it more. And I think, that you can get into regulating this, but I heard Ms. Cook saying that, and I correct myself, it wasn't 17,000 public submissions, it was 70,000 public submissions said, you set the parameters in terms of the basic elements of safety and that kind of thing, and let the marketplace determine the rest of what happens. And so that's what we're doing. Insurance, background check, vehicle checks, vehicle age, we set those requirements. Surging, we say that, who keeps what, but we don't determine whether you have to do it or don't have to do it. That's a marketplace decision.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And to you, Mr. Mayor, please take a breath. I know that you've been up standing for about an hour, so I will ask a long question at first, and then that may give you some time. On page 14, item number 94 has a recommendation that's not one of the staff recommendations, and that's that we eliminate the application fee for standard taxi cab owner plates. Now, on page page 20, under M and the letter B, we're also investigating the feasibility of a transition fund for taxi cab plane owners who investments have been negatively impacted by new market entrants. Now, it seems to me like we're giving away 1,000 new plates or thereabouts and not charging anything for them, but at the same time trying to raise some money to pay back plate owners that may have lost out because of the new set of regulations here and changes to the taxi cab industry. Where do you suppose the additional money, both for the new plates that are being issued and this transition fund, be procured?
Well, first of all, let's look at, again, the overall objective here, which is to try and help the taxi cab industry to stabilize itself, and that's to the benefit of all the participants in it, everybody, including drivers, because in the end, it's all a related family of people who are performing various functions and playing various roles. Secondly, I will say to you, in all honesty, that I don't want to prejudge this report. It'll be written by staff, not by me, but I'm skeptical about what we would be doing by way of this transition fund, but I think it's a fair request to look at it and determine the feasibility of it. And thirdly, I would have said that I think the contemplation of many who have discussed this concept see it as being something that would be self-financed. In other words, you'd find a way similar to what is proposed with respect to accessibility to look at a way to collect the money, over time to help transition these people and cushion the blow of what has been a jarring transition in the industry. But I'm skeptical of that. With respect to the 1,000 plates, I think if it is in the cause of stabilizing this industry but also increasing supply, which I heard other people earlier on speaking in favor of, I would have said that's a good thing to do.
I would argue, though...
And the amount of money is not that significant, relatively speaking.
Based on your expertise in business, I would argue that giving away, adding plates to the mix, and then studying what the impact of adding all these additional cars on the road or vehicles for hire on the road may in fact be one may be reinforcing the other. But on page 19, can we put our I'd like to put our shoes, us in the driver's shoes for a moment, and just talk through what it looks like to drive a cab based on recommendation I, as well as this notion of the absentee plate holders, and this idea of individual brokerages conducting their own training. So if I'm a shift driver, I used to go and get trained by the city, and then go and work for brokerages and lease a plate. Now I would have to go do a training at one brokerage, and because of point I would only be able to work for one at a time. Now, if I didn't like the terms of my daily, monthly, or weekly lease, which is also one of your recommendations, I would have to go to another brokerage, do another set of training, and then I wouldn't be able to work for both at the same time. Is that your understanding of how this would work?
I don't have any understanding of how the training piece would work, but I do have an understanding of the point of principle, which is that you can't be working for two at once. And I don't think it's really any different, even though these people are not employees, that you couldn't have an arrangement that you could rely on, where you could assume you're going to have staff that you pay in your office, but they're able to work for 3 other counselors at the same time, and you're never sure when they're going to show up and be available to accept a fare. And I think the assistance that's trying to be provided by this is simply to allow the brokerages, who are people that the traveling public rely on by phone or by app now, some of them have apps, need to know that the people they think are working for them at a given point in time are working for them and available to take a fare, as opposed to it being X minus 25% who are working for somebody else. And so to me, this, as a businessman, this is a reasonable kind of provision to put in place to say, look, you can go work for Uber anytime you want, or you can work for a brokerage anytime you want, but to work for both is not going to allow either one to know that you're working for them.
Mr. Mayor, this may seem like a very good deal on the part of the businesses and the large corporations, but it's certainly not a good deal for the drivers themselves. Given the fact that they can only work for one at a time, and each of them have to provide their own training mechanisms because they can't rely on the city anymore, what we're going to find is that the drivers, and I'll put this in the form of a question, don't you think that the drivers are put in a place where they're forced to work for one broker or another, or else fear of starting back at zero and going to have to work for another brokerage firm?
That was your last question.
Well, I can only repeat what I said a moment ago, which is that I think that drivers would still have the opportunity when they were not, to be working for Uber, for example. But what they're saying here is you can't say you're available to a broker and on the road for that broker and available to take calls from the broker when in fact you're not. So I mean, to me, it's just it is. I don't think it's, as I said earlier, it's a reasonable requirement to say that you're either with us on a shift, working for a brokerage and taking calls, or you're not.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and my apologies, Mr. Mayor. I know you've been up for a while, so a few questions, and I'll keep them brief. First of all, as it relates to safety, I want to understand, for PTCs and taxis, it is not required to have training. It's optional. Is that correct?
It's optional in terms of a city-mandated requirement under this proposal.
Yeah, so it is not required, it is optional. And number 51 in here states that we will eliminate the requirement for training for limousine owners. So I heard you say in response to another question so that there's consistency across all three, taxis, PTCs, and limos. So that consistency is the following. It's not required, it's optional, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As it relates to a couple other measures for PTCs and taxis, are cameras required?
Cameras, again, what we did do in response to the public concern expressed by people in the taxi industry was to include in this documentation a study of the possible use of cameras in PTC cars. I heard Ms. Cook, as you did earlier on today, explaining, I think very well, that there's quite a substantial difference in the reasoning that would lie behind having cameras in one and perhaps not in another. But again, we should look at it. And Councillor Perks was asking a lot of, I think, valid questions about people being injured or not, and that's part of what you would look at. But in this case, again, cab fares, I think somebody used the word, are anonymous people that you can be hailing on the street. Uber and type ride-sharing fares are people that are booked. You see their name and phone number and so forth and so on.
Specifically on cameras, there will be a study that will take place, but they are not required when this comes into effect.
That is right.
Okay. Are flashing lights required?
I honestly can't answer that question.
Okay. From my reading of it, I understand that they are not, but I'll ask staff. I'll follow up. On the issue related to plates, so if I understand this correctly, whether you are a TTL or an ambassador, everyone, if this passes, everyone becomes a plate owner. Is that right? If you are a TTL or an ambassador right now, everybody becomes a plate owner if this passes.
Well, they already are.
Well, but there is no requirement to drive the vehicle yourself if this comes into effect. So everyone becomes a plate owner without the requirement to drive. Is that right?
I think you're right, yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
And
sorry to give, we're dealing with a 500-page bylaw, and you're asking me questions that I believe that is the effect of this, yes. And so again, the purpose of that is to give a degree of a greater flexibility to the people in this industry that is suffering so that it can compete better.
So everyone becomes a plate. Sorry.
Councillor Cressy.
Yes, Speaker.
I put your time on hold. It's getting very noisy again. I don't want to keep repeating myself. Please, try to keep it down. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. So in effect, if you're a TTL or an ambassador, you become a plate owner without the requirement to drive. So if I understand number 19.K, brokers will also be allowed to manage these plates. Is that right?
That's the provision I was being asked about earlier on, where you can, in fact, lease it to a licensed driver, yes.
Is there a cap proposed on the number of plates an owner can have in here?
I don't believe so.
So an owner can own as many plates as they want?
Yes.
So in effect, a plate becomes a commodity as it was in the past. Is that correct?
Well, again, I'm not going to accept that characterization of it, but you said, is there a limit? I said no. You asked if brokers can manage these, and the answer is yes. And you asked a previous question about everybody becoming a plate owner, and I said the effect of that is yes. And so I've given those answers.
So without caps, it can be bought and sold. It's up to, I guess, it's up to our own determination if that's a commodity or not. I understand. Do you believe that plates should be used as a commodity?
Well, again,
No,
I didn't accept your characterization of it as that, and now you're asking me if it's okay if it can be treated that way. I guess I'll come back to what I said, and I don't know whether you like it or don't like it, and you're perfectly entitled not to like it. But I think what we're doing here, based on staff recommendations, our top professional, objective public servant, is to bring measures forward that to give a degree of flexibility to stabilize the taxi cab industry when it has been through a jarring transition caused by the entrance of companies and technology, to give them a chance to stabilize themselves and to make sure, as people, including yourself and myself, have all said, that we want to give everybody in the industry, including in particular drivers, a chance to make a living and be part of a successful industry. So that's what this is all aimed at doing, is to create greater flexibility in that regard. So if that's what all that meant about commoditization, I don't want to accept those words, but I certainly accept my words about flexibility.
The flexibility to buy and sell without the cap on them, correct?
Flexibility to have an industry that can move more nimbly and to do better.
Now, you're saying respecting staff's recommendations. Have you endorsed all of staff's recommendations, or have you deleted any? Because this isn't staff's recommended report, this is yours.
I understand, and what I said very clearly, so that I didn't try to pretend that everything from the staff was coming forward exactly as was, I said this was the closest that we could come to the staff recommended report. So I haven't gone through it and ticked off which ones, but I think a majority of the recommendations in the staff report are found here. So the answer is a majority, but I can't tell you whether it's every one. And
Councillor Cressy, that was your last question.
That's fine, and yes, it's fine. And we have added, as I said, in response to public input, including from the industry received on the staff report, other things like the background checks being made available to us and like the fees being lowered for cabs and raised for Uber. We've accepted other things that are not part of the staff report, that are things we put in that responded to, public and industry concern.
Thank you. Councillor Crescenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Mayor, I don't intend to keep you on your feet too much longer, but this is one of the most comprehensive list of amendments that I've seen in a long time, at least in the time that I've been here. Is your objective here to put forward the best recommendations that puts customer safety first, while protecting the livelihood of the taxi industry as well as the drivers in the taxi industry, and also provide options to the consumer? Would that be your objective? Does that somewhat describe it?
Yes, in the sense that safety was always first, and that means insurance, vehicle checks, driver checks. Flexibility, as I was just discussing with Councillor Cressy, is very important because this is an industry that's struggling, and it needs to have greater flexibility and less regulatory burden in order to be able to do different things or not. I mean, including some of the things we said you can do it if you want, like surge pricing or discounting. They don't have to. And for the public, the objective has always been the same thing: safe choices, and as many choices as possible. The public want to have choices. And the public should have choices, including the latest technology. And they should have choices on who surges and who doesn't, and who does various things. And they should make sure all those choices, we should make sure all those choices are safe, which I believe this does. And it does it in a way that also makes sure, as I've always said, that there is fairer competition, equitable rules as between the different participants, including limos.
And they have an opportunity to earn respectable living.
But that's the whole idea. For example, you would hope that the effective surge pricing, if somebody implemented it, isn't just some kind of a money grab. If you try to grab for too much money, people won't use your service. The idea is to actually get more cars out at difficult times, reflecting the fact then that if it's a difficult time because it's snowing or because there's a big crowd scene at the ACC or whatever, that those people make a bit more money so that they will come out, and the public at least have a car they can get in. I mean, the public, from what I hear, are frustrated now at the fact that half the time there is no car of any kind to get in. They're standing around on a street corner at 2 o'clock in the morning and can't get a ride from anybody. They think about hitchhiking. And that we have to try and fix. And that's fixed by creating an incentive for different people to come in and drive at that time. And I think some of these things are business choices we will now allow those people to make if they wish.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I just bring your attention to page 5, paragraph 57. Temporary 6-month probationary period. Is this, you may not know the answer to this, or you may know the answer to this, is this a temporary license that then converts to a permanent license?
after 6 months?
You could call it that. I mean, I think it's a probationary license, and it's not any different than lots of other things that have probationary periods, but I think it's a really good idea because it's meant to say if somebody comes in and otherwise qualifies for a PTC license but effectively thumb their nose, and we've actually, I guess, been kind of through that experience, and some thumbs their nose and says, we don't really care about your rules on safety checks and on this and on that, then we have the right at that time to suspend them or to do various other things, and I think that's a really good idea, because in that first 6 months, you're going to get a pretty good idea of whether these people are law-abiding corporate citizens or not.
Do you know if every license gets scrutinized in the same way, or is it random only?
No, I would think without exception. Our regulators, I don't think there's ever been a suggestion they didn't scrutinize every single license of that we presently have or every one that we will have under this the same way, and the same standard will be applied, and if you pass the probationary period, you pass, and if you don't, you don't.
Okay,
I would hope so.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I only have 20 questions, Mr. Mayor. Seriously, 2 questions.
Fire away.
Okay, page 13, number 80. City Council permit a PTC to set rates for fares provided that there shall be a minimum fare of not less than $3.25. So my understanding was that we set a minimum fare for taxis so that there's some assurance to visitors of Toronto when they hail a cab, they're not going to be gouged. Why are we setting, that's my understanding of why we set a base fare. Why are we interfering in a market and setting a price, or looking to interfere in a market and set a floor price for a competitor?
Well, this entire regulation is all about interfering for what one assumes are good and valid reasons in the marketplace, because if we didn't want to interfere at all in the marketplace, we'd have no rules and just say anybody can operate a cab any way they want. I think the objective here is to say that at least as regards the price you pay when you're considering, well, shall I call up Uber on my phone or shall I hail a cab, that there isn't an immediate price disadvantage for a cab because we have that $3.25 for the reasons you mentioned. And to me, especially if you take account of what the likely minimum average fare would be in an Uber call, I can't imagine anybody calling an Uber car for a $2 fare. So to me, it just says we're going to have one more element here where we can say it's an equitable playing field as between these two major participants, and that makes sense to me.
But, so there's a lot of talk about an equitable playing field or an equal playing field.
Yep.
But these are two very different platforms. And so, although we try to level the playing field, we never really will make it an equal playing field. Taxis have a certain advantage. They're marked, they have taxi stands, they're visible, they can pick up people off the street. Now what we're doing by this pricing is, in effect, we are handicapping the competition. That's I'm wondering, and the staff recommendations did not go toward pricing. They did not talk about floor pricing or surge pricing, and they, in fact, they permitted for surge pricing because when you hire an Uber, and I've never hired an Uber, my understanding is that you know what you're getting when you go into it, just as if you were hiring a hotel room. So why the move to interfere in the pricing regime?
Well, through you, Madam Speaker, we did put a number of things in, as I've said, that were not in the staff report. So the notion there should be something in here to do with pricing that wasn't in the staff report should not be a surprise in and of itself. We've had a number of things we added to this that were not in the staff report based on feedback. And I think the feedback we got was that that if we were wanting to make things as equivalent as possible in terms of the ability of these two larger players, the cab industry and Uber, to compete, that if you had this same minimum fare, I mean, when you want to talk about handicapping a competitor, there might be people in this room right now who would say that it's a handicap for them to have a rate structure we set for every kilometer or every few meters where it changes, and that's us handicapping them. And so I don't view it the same way you do. I think what we're doing is setting an initial fare that is charged at a minimum when you get in the car, and then after that, Uber can do what they want. The cabs can allow for hailed passengers, so we regulate that so that a hailed passenger from out of town or whatever, to use your example, isn't taken advantage of or knows what it's going to produce.
So on page 2, 10B, that allows for the taxi industry through a smartphone application to implement surge pricing, how do we assure visitors to Toronto or people hailing cabs that they will not be exploited by surge pricing when picking up a car on the street?
Well, by the wording of this paragraph, which says clearly and transparently communicate the amount and the rate to be charged, have a record that the passenger accepted the rate prior to the trip commencing, provide a receipt. It's here. That's exactly what this says, and it applies to both PTCs and cabs. So the passenger would have to be informed and agree.
And then the last question relates, thank you. The last question relates to, there's some I forget which number it is. It relates to FTE, municipal licensing standards requiring another 5 full-time FTE and 5 part-time FTE. Is that to be covered off through the, it's on page 15, it's 98.
I'm answering this question just knowing that the whole place is operating on the basis of cost recovery, and so one assumes, and especially in light of the fact that, as we've discussed, it's going to be made up a bit differently, but you'll still be taking in $12 million plus in fees that's going to go to pay for, and the fees will be adjusted accordingly to ensure we get cost recovery on the expense needed to administer all of this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, question.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I only have really one question, and it really requires just a one-word answer, if I may. So and the way I read this motion is, if the overall effect of the motion that's before us basically creates an environment where you generate a whole bunch of part-time, precarious, short-term, low-paying jobs that basically wipe out a whole bunch of jobs where people are able to make a living, is that better or worse for the city's economy? Just a better or worse?
Well, you see, I would characterize it entirely differently, assuming you're characterizing the net result of this in the way that you did. I would say what you're going to do with this is you are going to stabilize an industry that has been through a jarring transition and continues to go through it. And you have substantially reduced the regulatory burden on that industry through this, including financially. And you have made it possible for them to have more flexible means by which they can compete through discounting, surging, and doing different things, and that should actually stabilize all of the elements of that industry, including from drivers all the way through to people who answer the phone, because some people still do phone in. And at the same time, you have other parts of this industry, both limos and PTCs, who, in the case of PTCs, are new jobs that exist to create an income for people who previously didn't have the opportunity to earn that income. And they now are faced with slightly more stringent rules, but nonetheless they can compete on a properly regulated basis to both earn income and provide a service to the customer. So to me, I don't accept your characterization at all. I think there'll be more jobs. They will be stabilized, especially on the taxi side, because we're taking measures to relieve the burden on the taxi industry, and the public have the advantage of having the choice between these different modes of ground transportation, knowing at the same time that their safety is not at risk because of insurance, driver's checks, and vehicle checks that are equivalent requirements that are faced by the different elements, limos, taxis, and PTC cars in delivering that service. And to me, that's a win-win. You stabilize an industry, you set rules for the person that's been in here acting as if they're in the Wild West on an unregulated basis, and the net result for the public is more choice, better technology, more competition, and safe competition for them, safe choices for them on all fronts because of the rules we impose.
I apologize, Speaker. The answer inspires a second question. Is it, again, better or worse? How does allowing a billion-dollar outfit to come in here and make everybody who's remotely connected with ground transportation in the City of Toronto poorer, is that better or worse for the city's economy? Just a better or worse?
Councillor Perruzza, that was your last question.
Well, again, I don't accept your...
No. Yes, the mayor will answer the question, Councillor Perruzza.
I don't accept your characterization of it. I've said many times, and people, have characterized what I've said in many different ways. But I do not believe that this city that is going to pride itself. You want to talk about job creation? A lot of the jobs in this city are going to come from the fact that we're a city that embraces innovation, that is a home for innovation, where we develop a lot of the applications in a whole variety of ways of life that are going to be the future jobs. We have hundreds and thousands of people who are employed in the city today developing and actually helping to use applications that have been developed here, a source of thousands of jobs. And the notion that we are somehow even able to, if we wanted to, turn back the hands of time and say a technology, whether it's Uber or Lyft or Halo or any of the others that have been around or are still around, are going to just go away because we say so, and that the public wants them to go away, I think is not realistic. And I've just tried to be honest about this from the beginning in saying that anybody who tells you that they're going to make Uber go away, which is a sort of global innovation that in this city alone has 500,000 users by their choice, and we're now going to regulate them, and we're going to make sure they have to play by a set of rules which we've discussed at length this afternoon. But those who hold out, I won't even call it a dream, it's not even worthy of being called a dream, they are fooling people. They're fooling people into thinking that Uber is going to go away out of Toronto, or that some other technology, if they were to go away, isn't going to come in and take its place afterwards. That is the reality of the 21st century. So our job becomes to make sure that the competition between that technology and the existing ground transportation players, taxis and limos, is fair, that they have equitable regulatory requirements on them. I believe that will strengthen the jobs in the ground transportation industry and the overall availability of jobs overall in that industry. Today, I'll admit there are people that have been dislocated in the cab industry and we're trying to fix that, but today there are more jobs in ground transportation than there were 5 years ago. And you'd like to hope that actually continues, that there'll be more people employed in ground transportation if the demand is there for the different services, but that it's fairly regulated and that all the choices for the public are safe. And that's been the objective from day one.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I want to have a better understanding about the motion that you have here and about accessibility. And this is something that I know that you care a lot about, and we've had numerous conversations on how to ensure that we have a transportation network that is more accessible. And there were a series of recommendations that came out of the committee regarding the vehicle for hire and the accessibility strategy. Your motion now removes those committee recommendations, does it not? Because I don't see them anymore. Are they now struck out?
Well, what you have here is the requirements that are starting right on page 1.
Yes, I see that.
But I mean, some of the requirements, yes, that had us moving, I think, in a relatively short period of time to 100% accessible taxis are no longer in the staff recommended. They weren't recommended by the staff, nor have they been included in this motion.
So I just want to understand, so what we've now struck out is also the committee recommendation to at least try to waive the license application and renewal fees for accessible taxi cab licenses. That would have brought them back to January 1st, 2016. That was retroactive. We were supposed to try to give those drivers some relief because of the fact that these larger vehicles, these accessible cabs, are larger. They're obviously more expensive because they've been retrofitted, but they're also more expensive to maintain, more expensive to operate, and not necessarily with a greater number of drivers. That's now removed. Is that correct?
I apologize for the fact that I can't. I didn't read that in here, but I think I read, and now I'm having, looking for the provision that also provides for the means by which we would look at having some sort of a self-financing, way of making it possible for us to have a higher degree of accessibility of these vehicles, and I support that kind of initiative. But these are not, I will certainly admit to you, without being able to put my finger on what you just asked about, these are not the same recommendations that were in place as part of the 2014 reforms. That is true.
So I'm going to assume that they're no longer there because I don't see them. Those accessibility strategy that was brought forward by the committee has been struck out. So I want to get some clarity on page 1. So this you don't have to go too far for. According to the motion here, as you placed before us, the private transport...
Councillor, excuse me. Madam Speaker, I just can't
hear what
you're
you're saying.
I know.
There's a lot of hubbub in the room, and I can't...
And I've said it. Members of the public, members of council, staff that are sitting behind the mayor, members of council, it's hard to hear the mayor. when the counselor is asking the question. Please try to keep it down. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With respect to the PTCs, once they hit the number 500, then they are then bound to provide accessible service. Is that correct? That's the way I read it.
Yes, and not only accessible service, but meet the equivalent service standard that is set out in the paragraphs below.
And so a PTC having more than 500 vehicles, Uber X, Uber Assist, Uber Wave, Uber, is that one company? One transportation company, or is that four?
That's a very valid question, and it was asked, I think one of the first questions I was asked by Councillor Carroll was about whether they could divide themselves up into multiple companies to try and escape this. I can certainly tell you I would be more than happy to undertake that we would work with our lawyers to make sure they can't do that, because the objective here is when you get to a certain critical mass as a PTC that you are going to provide this service, no ifs, ands, or buts, and that you're going to provide it on the equivalent service basis as set out here, and not that you could evade it by setting up multiple companies.
So we're going to need to tighten that then, because I think if we want to ensure that we aren't accidentally creating loopholes, we want to close that. Mr. Mayor, I just want to understand the last page. So I went from page 1 now to page 20 of your motion. With respect to establishing this transition fund for taxi cab plate owners whose investments have been negatively impacted by new market entrants, when do you expect this report to come back? I don't see a report back date.
Actually, there was a bit of discussion you might have missed because it would have been easy to a little earlier on, because it was one of those discussions that involved Ms. Cook kind of off the record. And when we asked her would she be satisfied with a date that Councillor Mammoliti suggested for the two reports in A and B of not later than September, Ms. Cook said she would be satisfied with that. And so the answer to your question is we would have that report not later than September.
So thank you. And so is my understanding correct that we are now going to remove any caps on taxi cab licenses and plate owners? So that's now gone. And we're still asking staff to report back on creating a transition fund or some type of payment structure for the unlimited number of taxi cab licenses and plate owners that we're creating, that one day we may pay them out of this transition fund that you've now asking staff to set up?
But,
is that correct?
Councillor Wong-Tam, through the Speaker, I previously said I was a bit skeptical about this one. I'm not skeptical about the fact we could have a report, but I'm skeptical about the principle that's involved. You've just made one of the arguments one might make to whoever's authoring this report, I assume Ms. Cook and her staff, as to why such a fund is not feasible. But I understand why it's being asked for. I understand why it's being asked for in the sense that people bought a plate at a certain amount and now it's going to be worth less, and it is worth less. I get that. But in many other areas of life, and the reason I'm skeptical, you don't have anybody backing you up when you buy something and it ends up worth less because of the operation of the marketplace or because of technology. So the report will be written, and I don't mean to prejudge its contents. I won't be writing it. I'll just be awaiting its results like you will, and it'll be here in September, and we'll see what it says. But I think your argument is one certainly that the author would be well advised to take into account.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. And that's it for the questions, Mr. Mayor. You can relax. Sit down. Our next speaker is Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. No, I'm not going to call the question. No. I thought about it, but I won't. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this, I can certainly understand why the sentiments are high and the emotions are at fever-pitched levels. This is a typical David and Goliath story where a big foreign entity comes in and disrupts a marketplace. A company with a valuation of, to pick a number, 50 to 62 billion. And I can understand why people who have been associated with the taxi industry and for many years feel a need to somewhat protect the industry.
Sorry, Councillor Campbell, I'm going to put your time on hold. Members of council, staff, please, and members of the public, try to keep it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I was saying how I can understand how councillors who have served many years and those who haven't served many years feel an affinity to protect the jobs of hardworking Torontonians who have put their livelihood into the service of the city through the taxi industry. But our job in my belief, is first and foremost to the consumers. And consumers have spoken loud and clearly over the last couple of years. There are tens of thousands of people who are utilizing this service on a regular basis and who have found it convenient for them, affordable for them. Some have made some income from it. It is only responsible for us to bring in some regulations. And I firmly believe we need a taxi industry. The taxi industry, as we know it, provides a valuable service to Torontonians and to visitors to Toronto. The taxi services, I believe, there are two standards. There is a taxi standard and there is a private transportation company standard. Just as if you were to select a hotel room, you have a higher standard that you can pay for or a lower standard. The same is true, I believe, with this particular service. I want to applaud the work of staff. I applaud the work of the committee and the mayor and his staff for coming forward with the recommendations, which I will support. I know that there's a temptation on the part of some to bring in some regulations that will be so onerous that Uber would leave town. But to do so would be doing a disservice to the consumers of Toronto. Our job is to make sure the car-for-hire industry is safe and reliable. That is the basis of what our responsibility is to the citizens of Toronto. Industries change, industries come and go. There are many things in Toronto we no longer do. We no longer have a large garment industry. We no longer make appliances here. There are many things that we don't do, and change is difficult. Our job and the job of the staff here is to try to manage that change. In my view, they've done an admirable job of doing that. I think that we can go forward with these regulations, and perhaps it'll be necessary to revisit them in a year. I would imagine that certainly will be the case. But from my standpoint, I'm going to support this because I've said it's good for consumers, it's good for Torontonians. As long as we put the safety assurances in place, it's time to go forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Aljamari.
Thank you. I have a motion of receipt. Speaker, I do this, and I don't do this easily, but I do this because I'm so uncomfortable with the package that was plopped down before us. I know that taxi drivers in our city have been part of the city for a very long time, and I've been around for quite some time, and I've seen and heard the arguments for and against for decades. Former Councillor Howard Moscow and Deputy Mayor Min Wong have worked tirelessly with the taxi industry to come up with regulations that didn't satisfy anybody but were good overall. And unfortunately, I think that we're unraveling that fabric here today. Taxi drivers work very long hours. They eke out a living. Their families count on them to put a roof over their heads and to put food on the table. I think what we're doing here today is making their lives absolutely miserable. They come before us in so many members, and they come before us in so many numbers, and they take time off work. They're getting a cut in their salary because they're here. That's how much they care about this issue. These are very precious hours for them. And let's face it, we're dealing with matters of justice, even-handedness, equity, fairness. That's what we're dealing with today. We're dealing with these people's families. We're dealing with their children. We've even received letters from their children. The regulations that we as a government, because that's what we are, have implemented over the decades in this chamber have been obeyed by taxi drivers. The rules, the laws that this municipality have passed have been abided by the taxi driver. We owe the taxi driver our respect. We have an obligation to them as our partners in the delivery of ground transportation for the people in the City of Toronto, not just the residents, but the tourists, the business people, everybody in the City of Toronto. The obligation on our part is to offer the taxi driver a level playing field. We are not doing that today. The obligation on our part is to put off any competition that weasels its way into our city, determined to undermine the hard work of our taxi drivers, to prevent fly-by-night companies who have no proven track record of serving our public from taking advantage of our system. I plead with you on their behalf to receive the motion before us. I think this is what would satisfy them. They know the business. We are not the experts. This entire process has been disrespectful of the industry, of the members, and in some respects, what I've seen today, even the members of council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti, 3 minutes, but it's clarification of the motion. It's a receipt motion.
Is this the speaker to ask a question?
You want to ask a question?
I want to ask a question and
Yes.
speak.
Yes,
Yeah,
go
both.
ahead. Go ahead.
Can you do both?
Well, no, you're up to speak, not
Can
now.
I
You're-
ask a question of the mover and
Yes.
speak to the motion?
No, you
No.
can speak when it's your turn on
Okay,
the...
I think all of you are going a little crazy right now. I'm just asking a question, and you're all going nuts.
No. Yeah. This is a receipt motion.
Right.
Okay, Councillor Mammoliti, just ask the question to Councillor Al-Jamari.
Right. Okay. That's all I
3 minutes.
wanted.
Yeah.
Do we need to hear from the guy who tried to make all kinds of deals behind everybody's back last weekend?
Now-
Do we? Do we?
Councillor Mammoliti, please.
Do we?
Councillor McConnell.
No, I'm not going to
Councillor
sit down.
Davis.
I'm not going to sit down. I'm going to let everybody know exactly what you guys were doing this weekend. All right? You probably met illegally as well.
I was at home
I
doing
w-
my deck.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, Councillor Mammoliti, what is your question to Councillor Al-Jamari?
Recognize that we had a motion in front of us in September, in fact, September 30th, where we as a council, or at least the committee, and some members moved the motion that all of you seem to have wanted, but voted against. How did you vote on that motion, Councillor Jamari, in September? Because we could have done away with this in September of 2015.
Now,
I don't remember that.
How did you vote, Councillor McConnell?
Councillor Mammoliti.
How did you vote on that motion?
Okay.
Now you all want to be heroes, don't you? You all want to be heroes today, but you could have got rid of it in 2015.
Councillor Mammoliti. Councillor Mammoliti, please. Councillor Mammoliti, your time is up. I know when I cut him off. Yes, I have. No. Okay, Councillor Mammoliti, please have a seat. Councillor Mihevik to speak. Yeah, he didn't have a question, Councillor Al-Jamari.
What Councillor Mammoliti is about. Thank you.
Councillor Mihevik.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. It is not in the yellow pages of the mayor's motion, but it is in the staff report. And the motion before you recommends that basically we delete recommendations number 8 to 13 so that the 2014 taxi cab reforms are maintained. This, frankly, was something that many folks, including the mayor's office, promoted since the committee met. This is something that basically we've been working on for the last generation, and that is to shift folks who, at the end of the day, have made a commodity of the plates. By that word, it's not a negative word, it's a descriptive word. You've made the plates have value by virtue of you owning them or holding them. Frankly, the city owns them, you hold them. What this motion seeks to do is to say, let's at least keep that piece in place. Because what will happen if all the plates become standard plates, then 1,500 people just got a windfall. The 1,500 ambassador or TTL plate holders they get a windfall. Now, it's not the windfall from the days of old when the plates were worth $300,000, $400,000, and when they could yield for absentee owners $2,000 a month. But they are worth perhaps $20,000, $30,000, and they yield a rent of somewhere between, I've heard, $700 a month, $300 a month, whatever. This motion at least seeks to restore some dignity to the workers who are driving the cabs. And that's all my interest is with this motion, is to restore the principle that we have fought for 20 years. For 20 years, we have fought for that principle, that the person who deserves the most, has the most skin in the game, i.e. the driver, should be the one making the money from the fare, rather than an absentee owner who has commodified their plate, has a capital value, and rents it out. Madam Speaker, to me, at the end of the day, this is a sad day for me. It is absolutely true that we have a job to protect the consumer. But we're not a consumer advocacy organization. We are government. And government has to manage multiple interests. We do have a responsibility to the consumer. We also have a responsibility to the worker. We also have a responsibility to manage the environmental impact of X amount of cars on the road. We have a whole bunch of responsibilities, and our job is to reconcile and bring together those interests. What we have done today, frankly, what it appears we're going to do shortly, is we've Walmartized everything. We've said lowest price. We don't care. Walmart doesn't care where the product comes from. They don't care about the working conditions of the employees that produce the product. All they care about is cheapest, fastest, in your hands, ASAP. That's all they care about. And we're doing the same thing here with the taxi cab industry, Madam Speaker. So at the end of the day, I won't be supporting the recommendations. I don't think they're fair. I think this is a sad, sad day for the City of Toronto in how we've treated workers and how we haven't balanced the multiple interests. Yes, Uber is coming in, but this is Uber walking in and conquering everything that we have stood for the last 20 years, and it's wrong. So I won't be supporting it. So my hope is that the least you can do is throw the folks who do the work a bone. It's not a big bone, it's a little bone, and vote to support this particular motion. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Shiner has a question. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
So, Councillor Mihevik, because there's deleting of deletions.
No.
So I'm trying to understand your motion and clarification. The recommendations that are in front of us from the committee have recommendations 8 to 13 in them. Am I correct? Committee to us have recommendations 8 to 13 in them.
Correct. So it's deleting the deletions, so you just strike out.
So I'm just
well, it's a double negative, so it brings it back.
To do what?
To the 2014 reforms, and actually the reforms that have gone back to, I can't remember, 1998 or 1999, whatever year.
That will mean that the standard plate exists or is gone?
No, when you sell your standard plate, you must sell it to a owner-operator. You must sell it to an owner-operator. Yes, it won't be worth very much. It won't be worth very much, but you must sell it, pass it on.
It's not theirs.
Yeah.
So it means that their sales will only be to an owner-operator, and that will mean that we're bringing in our new plate system, which was the one plate?
The TTL, correct.
The TTL.
Correct.
So that's the intention of this.
It's the intent, and it's
So
these
if I
motions.
speak to the clerk after, they'll tell me the same thing.
I believe they will, and I believe Tracy, that's the net effect. Well, you can talk to Tracy Cook as well.
Okay, so if
she's nodding.
I support your motion, that means that you cannot continue to sell taxi cab licenses to anyone other than someone who's going to drive a taxi cab.
Correct. If my motion succeeds, that's the net effect. Correct, Tracy? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two motions that I'd like to move. The first one, motion A, that's on the screen, is an amendment to the last section of Mayor Tory's amendments that he put forward. So adding a D, the practicality of rules and regulations, such review to include a rigorous performance measure system to be completed within the next 24 months. I did speak with Ms. Cook, the head of our MLS department, about an appropriate timeline to do this review, and 24 months was told to me would be appropriate. The next motion, City Council direct the City Manager to use the new regulatory framework to begin a conversation with the provincial government, other municipalities, and planning authorities to develop a more integrated approach to transit and transportation policy. So I'm moving both of these motions. One, I think if we're going to put a regulatory framework in place like this, I think we need some response back in an appropriate amount of time, review of whether the policies are working or not. I think when it comes to using technology in the 21st century, it shouldn't be a Toronto alone approach. In the Greater Toronto Area, at the very least, I think we should be talking to other municipalities and their planning authorities or divisions to make sure it's a very comprehensive approach. As the Mayor said earlier, he's constantly communicating with the Premier, and I think it's important for our City Manager to be involved in that discussion as well. When it comes to the taxi versus the private transportation companies, I think it's very important as we move into the 21st century that we have to have a balanced approach. And I don't think that Uber, even if we could get Uber to leave or regulate them out of Toronto, I think that somebody is going to be quick on their heels to come in right behind them to do the same thing. You can look across this city, people are using Uber, they're using Lyft. Zip cars have been very popular. They've been popular in the city before the companies like Uber came in here. And I think we have to recognize that. I think, it's not all about the consumer. I think as a government that we have a responsibility to manage change. And if we don't have a regulatory framework in place, we're not going to be able to achieve that goal, which is why we're here. And I think, as I said, it's responsible that we continually are updated. One of the stories I always hear in New York City, for example, where one of the first cities that Uber started, it was all about short-term driving, and there's been some dissatisfaction with it. There's been dissatisfaction with the drivers and from the consumers as well, and I think we need to have that review. So I'd ask you to support these two amendments. I will be supporting Mayor Tory's proposal as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano has a question, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just see the first motion again? Because I don't think it got distributed. And so if we can just see it on the screen for a second. So A, B, and C, my understanding is that is already included in the mayor's motion.
That is the Mayor's motion.
Oh, okay.
I'm adding D.
Okay. So you're adding D,
bottom.
I see, okay.
The underlined part at the bottom.
The underlying portion.
So a rigorous performance measure system to be completed in the next 24 months. What does that mean?
Thank you, Councillor Menes. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. A detailed review. So we need to know whether this is working or have some idea of whether it's working.
Of whether what's working?
This whole regulatory framework.
From which perspective?
The city's perspective, consumer perspective.
Okay. No question. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
A rigorous performance measure system to be completed.
Oh, Councillor Mammoliti has a question. 3 minutes clarification of the motion. The motion is in front of you. It just came.
It's right in front of me. I see that, Madam Speaker. So the part that you're adding, D, will actually bring this whole thing back to council in 24 months. So we're going to go through this whole thing again.
Sorry, I don't think we're going through this whole thing again. As I said, you'll have a report back on staff's opinion on how well it's working. We're approving a regulatory framework today. What I'm asking for is in 24 months, staff will have some type of report back on how it's working. As you can see in what's already there, C, the outcome of a study that assesses and measures the impact of the volume of PTC vehicles and drivers. So the concern I had was that was pretty open-ended, and you don't know when staff are going to do that assessment. So I'm asking basically for it to be done within the next 24 months, which I think is an appropriate amount of time once this regulatory framework is in place to have some feedback on it from our staff that have to enforce it.
Would it not make sense to do it in 12 months instead of just before the election?
I'm not an expert, Councillor Mamalady. I went over to see the general manager of our licensing department and Mr. Livy, the deputy city manager, to get their feedback on what they thought was an appropriate amount of time, and they said 24 months.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Speaker. Can you just, through you, Speaker, can I have clarification as to whether the report will go to the Licensing and Standards Committee or directly to Council?
I don't know. I would assume it would go to the licensing committee first before it went to council.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I will not be supporting the motions moved by Mayor Tory. In the speech he gave and the answers he gave to various questions, Mayor Tory made much of the fact that new technologies come in and we have to adapt to them, and the markets change, and that's just part of the natural order of things. To some extent, that's correct and true. But one thing that we as a government always have to be aware of is who's benefiting from these changes. That's actually our job. Technology's been changing at an ever-increasing rate for hundreds of years now, and there's been ongoing work by governments, by labor organizations, by community organizations, environmentalists, people advocating for the disability community, and on and on and on, to try to make sure that the benefits that accrue from new technology are distributed fairly, so that we pick carefully who the winners and losers are when a new service comes along. Let's take a look at who wins and who loses under the proposals put forward by the mayor. Who wins is Uber. That's one who wins. Multi-tens of billions of dollars venture capital company. In other words, people with a lot of money investing their venture capital come into this market, say, we demand you lower your standards, and guess what? Those billionaires get a return on their investment and make more. Who else wins? Well, people who have enough money to buy a bunch of taxi plates and establish a numbered company. They win because, unlike the rules that we have in place today, now they can buy up as many plates as they want and make a profit off the taxi industry. Who doesn't win in the taxi industry? The people who do the work. The people who actually provide the service don't do well in this. They now lose all the protections we had in place in 2014 using the owner-operator model, which our excellent Executive Director of Licensing and Standards described as the most efficient and most fair model. The same person that the mayor pointed to over and over again as the person with the best advice and the most knowledge wrote on page 3 of this report that the owner-operated model is the fairest and most efficient. But that's gone. People who drive taxis will never again be able to become owners because the plates will be in the hands of a few numbered companies, and the shift drivers will be allocated based on what the garages want to do, and they'll take whatever lease those companies want to have. The limits on the number of hours they can force you to drive, gone. The requirement for the new PTC people, they will not have to have the same safety features in the vehicle that you have right now in a cab. Gone. The work we were doing to try to get employment standards at the province of Ontario for taxi drivers, there's no mention of this in here. Drivers will make less money in a less safe work environment, and people who had money to start with at the beginning to buy up plates or to invest in Uber will make more. That's what we're doing here. That's what the mayor has done. He's deciding with this motion who benefits from the new technology. Is it the customer who benefits? No, the safety standards in the current model that require drivers to have defensive driving skills, gone. CPR training, gone. The requirement that there be training in conflict resolution, gone. The requirement that people be trained in how to assist passengers with disabilities, gone. The requirement that we train people in how to treat women and minorities in a tolerant and accepting way, gone. All of the things that protect the consumer that are being changed here are being harmonized down. Yes, there's a more level playing field between the millionaires and the billionaires, but for the consumer, the level playing field goes down. The drivers lose, the public lose, the billionaires and the millionaires win. That's how this city has decided to apportion the benefit of new technology. You should be ashamed if you vote for this package.
Okay, I have mentioned it a few times that if you disrupt council and yell out, I will have to ask you to leave. Councillor Burnside to speak.
Madam Speaker, I'm waiting for my motion.
Oh, okay. Is Councillor Burnside's motion ready?
He's putting on some all-season.
Okay, we'll go to the next speaker. Councillor Pragadakis.
My motion is also not ready.
Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a simple motion. Clause 11 in Mayor Tory's motion requires the opposite of this. I'll be voting against that and moving, as you can see, the City Council require that taxi cab brokers pay the taxi cab driver the difference between the discounted or flat rate and the city regulated rate, effective immediately. Madam Speaker, before I speak to that motion, I want to speak to the accusations that have been flung in the chamber, and I know I recognize it would have been difficult for you to deal with them. But there have been accusations that people are dealing behind people's backs, that people are dealing behind the industry's back. The fact of the matter is that everyone in this room gets paid an awful lot of money to deal with items every month, and items go through committee. And after they go through committee, if there isn't consensus about them, we actually get paid every day a lot of money to try and work together and achieve a consensus by the time we get here to this chamber. And that is all that has been going on. You do generally, Madam Speaker, when you're looking for where that consensus is, one of your first stops is the mayor's office. Because the mayor has the biggest mandate of all of us. He has had the most votes, and he has the executive who can support him in most cases. And so those conversations begin. We come to work every day because that is our job, to do exactly that on the big legislative pieces. And this is the biggest legislative piece in this month's agenda. Sometimes it succeeds, sometimes it does not. I have one issue with the mayor's motion. I would love it if the technology and the private transport companies were not here. All of us would love that. But they are here. And the consensus spot in this council seems to be that whether we drive Uber out of town or not, whether we drive Mr. Black and his company out of town or not, that there will be other actors moving into the place. Certainly that happened over the last 2 decades in the music business, in other businesses where technology has moved in. Things radically changed. Our job is to make sure that whatever that new industry looks like, the pieces that the community expects us to regulate for safety, for fairness, to make sure that it doesn't drive down our economy. They do expect us to regulate it. What concerns me about the issue of spreading both surging and discounts is that it might have both good and bad effects. Certainly if everyone can surge, likely surging will collapse over time. There's only so much you can surge. If part of competing now becomes, oops, line 2 subway went down and everyone's got to grab a cab to work. I got 2 or 3 apps on my phone. Maybe I got Beck's app, maybe I got Uber, maybe a company that does not exist yet. Bing, bing, bing. I'll take the one that's not surging. So over time, market forces may drive down surging. But if you are today going to adopt the parts of the mayor's motion that guarantee the presence of PTCs, then you are guaranteeing that discounts are actually going to proliferate far more than they do today. Today you got to be George Clooney going to the airport every week to know there's a way to get a discount. But my guess is that in a highly competitive atmosphere, you'll end up seeing Gold Star cards, frequent flyer cards. I got a Gold Star card for Starbucks. But if it's my day for a free cup of coffee, the barista doesn't have to pay for my coffee. I'm not going to say to that girl who's making $8 an hour, it's my day for a free cup, you got to throw $5 in the jar and give it to Starbucks. I'm not going to say to a driver, I've got this frequent flyer card and today I get a discount and it's coming out of your pocket. It was a corporate idea to do it. It was negotiated when I called the dispatcher. It was negotiated when I opened up my app. Why would I hit the driver with that? He had no control over the fact that I got a discount. That is the future of the industry that this motion will bring to us. I'm not going to hit the driver with it. That's not my intention, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, your motion is ready.
Yes, Madam Speaker. It's an amendment that City Council require that every vehicle used as a taxi cab, limousine, or private vehicle for hire be equipped with 4 snow tires or all-weather tires every year from December 1st to March 15th. Madam Speaker, all-weather tires are different than all-season tires. They are actually approved by Transport Canada, tested as a snow-winter tire. The rubber remains soft in colder conditions. And just by way of example, in Quebec, as I'm sure you're aware, all-season tires are not permitted during the winter, but all-weather tires are. I think this is a good compromise that I would like members to support. No, can I speak? In terms of the mayor's motions, I call this a close call at home plate. One way or the other, about half the room is not going to be happy. However, I do support the mayor's motions. It enables the industry to offer everything Uber does and still maintain the sole ability to pick up street hails and passengers at cab stands. In terms of Councillor Perk's question, who wins? I believe the public wins. The public overwhelmingly wants the availability to choose PTCs. Some may choose cabs like I do, but they want that choice. I'll tell you who else wins. People with mobility issues. I sat through the deputations. I listened to the people with mobility issues. And I heard them say, this is the best service we've had. Our wait times are comparable and we're saving money. And affordability is an issue. And I'd like to speak to something that happened in February. It was actually a motion by Councillor Layton. He brought forward a motion that, quote, asked that, quote, we support and uphold the CRTC decision to allow for more competition in the internet industry. During questioning, Councillor Davis actually said that we should support the competitive approach, with one of the driving forces being cost and making internet access more affordable. It was stated that affordability is an equity issue. Now, if affordability of internet access is an equity issue, and we need more competition when we already have 119 internet service providers, then surely affordability accessibility, and increased competition in ground transportation is also an equity issue. Madam Speaker, we're in a time of transition. As Councillor Holland has alluded to, or spoke to, I should say, within 5, 10, 15 years, we'll be dealing with driverless cars. General Motors alone has already invested $500 million in Lyft because they see ride-sharing services as the early adopters of this technology. And like it or not, our city has to compete with every other city in the world to attract jobs and businesses. This isn't just a question about the taxi industry. This is about how we conduct business. And believe me, the business world is watching. Do we stifle competition by imposing onerous and nonsensical regulations that some people in this council would like to see? Or do we encourage it, that is competition, by finding the least imposing ways to ensure safety and the public good? Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Kergianis, 3 minutes clarification
Thank
of
you,
the
Madam
motion.
Speaker. I listened to when, through you to the councillor, I listened when we were talking about the snow tires and you asked about the EMS and the police. Are you now saying that we should look at EMS and police with all-weather tires? Is that what you're also recommending?
No, it's...
I don't know how you inferred that, Councillor Karagianis.
Councillor Kergianis, clarification of the motion that you had
Well, I am.
before.
I'm at a loss.
Because he spoke at it.
No, but that's not his motion.
Fine.
That's not his motion.
But you understand where I'm going to.
Thank you.
Councillor Kergianis, you have to, if you want clarification of the motion, you look at the motion and you ask questions on the motion that's before you. Councillor Fragadakis.
Thanks,
to
Madam
speak.
Speaker. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, you put your name up there late. Okay. Just a moment. Councillor Lane, question to Councillor Burnside.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On the motion, I'm curious, why would you add something like all-weather tires if this is a notion of letting the market do as it may? Why would we need to dictate all-weather tires?
Well, I think as you would agree, Councillor Layton, it's all about finding compromise. And while I actually believe that it's not necessary, given the number of snow days that we have, and as you and I both believe in global warming and those sorts of things, I think it's about finding compromise. So I'm trying to find the best compromise, which I think we're all trying to do.
But the requirement for us to have either all-weather tires or snow tires, this is a safety thing. We're putting some parameters around the safety of vehicles, right? That's why we regulate, perhaps?
Well, I mean, that's possible. I know that the original requirement for snow tires, there was no, snow tires, winter tires, there was no staff report. So I question whether this is really just death to competition by 1,000 paper cuts. But I'm willing to concede that some people do have legitimate concerns, and I'm willing to find that compromise.
So you don't think that the city should be in the business of regulating for the purpose of public safety?
Well, it's always, Councillor Layton, it's always a question of how much do we regulate? What are the outcomes? And I know we like to, in this chamber, we seem to like to worry more about the rules we impose as opposed to the outcomes. So, I mean, quite frankly, probably a better measure would be to put regulators, speed regulators on every vehicle in the cab industry. We know that speed kills. We know that there are far more accidents related to speed. So, you know, if you want to propose that motion, I'd probably support that one more. Yeah.
Sounds like a very good motion.
It just depends how much regulation you want. Some people, you know, think that cab drivers and PTC drivers are responsible and that they will drive according to the conditions. Others, I guess, don't.
But I think that your motion is quite rightly highlighting the point that that governments do regulate for safety, but perhaps just open competition for the sake of enriching the few may not be the reason why we regulate.
Okay, Councillor Lane, Councillor Lane, Councillor Burnside,
I'm just trying
Councillor Burnside, I think you've answered that question 6 different ways.
Well, I was looking for you
to... I'm saving... Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much.
Clarification of the motion.
Yes, correct. As a believer of climate change, as the councillor has stated, you would also be a believer of extreme weather conditions then? as a offset of climate change.
Yes.
Okay. Why are we stopping the implementation and requirement of snow tires or all-weather tires on March the 15th? Why have you chosen such a short period of time? You're essentially saying 3.5 months of
I
snow.
thought I was going with what the original motion was for snow tires. But you know, it's always that risk-reward proposition, Councillor Wong-Tam. I think that there are going to be extreme weather conditions, and yes, they do occur. But as through my questioning through the speaker to Mr. Buckley, they're so few and far between, and our city staff do a fantastic job of clearing the roads, that I think that putting in that regulation is so onerous, given the potential beneficial outcomes.
Okay, I believe that you've answered that question.
Thanks.
Madam Speaker, I still wanted to ask, I'm not quite there yet. It won't take too long, but this is actually, it's a serious matter. I recognize that.
Yes, but
if
it's just tires.
I
Like,
know.
how much more clarification do you need on a snow tire?
Well, for anyone who's actually been in an accident in the winter, they're gonna recognize that this is a serious matter. With respect to the date, I just want to say, because if we're going to be making the requirement and asking for snow tires or all-weather tires, then why not just simply extend the period of time? We saw snow in our city as late as April. Why not make those requirements? Or
if you want to make that friendly amendment, my issue isn't so much the time as it is the tires. So the all-weather tires, I think, do the trick if they're in Quebec, where their winters are quite a bit more severe than here. If they're allowed there, I think it's more than acceptable for us to permit those tires to be used. But if you want to extend that, by all means,
I'm hoping you could do it so I don't waste my time speaking about it later on. I'd like to speak about some other matters.
Absolutely.
Okay.
No problem, because the whole idea is that they stay on the car all year anyway.
Burnside, let's cut this. Councillor Fletcher, do you want clarification of the tires?
Yes.
Clarification of the tires. What do they look like? Are they round?
Okay, go ahead.
These are all season tires.
No. They're all weather. They're an improvement on all seasons. All seasons are not winter snow rated by Transport Canada. They're not permitted in Quebec, whereas all weather tires, which were developed in Finland, are permitted in Quebec during the winter, and they are approved by Transport Canada as snow winter tires.
Now, would you agree that there's certain types of conditions on the city roads that you might not have actually in a place where there's more snow, and that becomes the freezing rain and the condition where it rains and then, or snows, it snows and then it thaws and then it freezes, and that actually is a difficult condition to drive in.
Absolutely, and the whole idea is that people drive to the conditions of the road. If you think tires are a substitute for good judgment, I think that's an issue. But from some of the articles that I've read, and I'll quote one of the articles, on wet and dry freezing pavement, to your specific question, it is more stable and stops sure than winter tires.
So on a black ice condition, what are you thinking about?
Well, from my days as a police officer, what I learned in black ice, you're not stopping.
And in the old parts of the city, and where the roads are very narrow, and you do have very large snowbanks, we cannot clear off all of the snow during those periods, even when we might not have many snow days. Would you not think it would be safer to have snow tires in order to navigate those narrow streets, Councillor?
No. The answer is no.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fragadakis.
Oh, thank you, Madam.
Please, not snow tires, please.
Actually, I was going to ask if the tires are square or round, but I think I'll move my own motion. So I have a motion, yes, there it is. So that City Council amend Motion 1A by Mayor Tory by adding the following new C to Section 1, Part 80, which is that City Council permit a PTC to set rates for fares provided that there shall be a minimum fare of not less than $3.25, and to require a PTC to advertise rates and prohibit PTCs from charging above the PTC advertised rates for PTC vehicles. Essentially, what I'm trying to do is create an environment that best serves the consumer. Surge pricing for most, if not all, Torontonians is a negative, and we've had thousands of meetings that our executive director, Tracy Cook, has held, and I think she's done a remarkable job, and this is one of the concerns that we've heard from residents. So I think it's a pretty simple motion. Choose to support it if you like.
Okay, we do have a question for you by Councillor Campbell. Clarification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How are the rates to be, quote, advertised?
Well, it's already in there.
So, no, but your motion that...
Uber already advertises.
Okay, so then if they already advertise the rates...
Yes.
Then is this not redundant?
No, actually, what this is trying to do is eliminate surge pricing. Because I actually don't think it's fair to Torontonians. I'm trying to create an environment that best serves the people of this city.
So...
Level playing field.
Okay, so, all right, so somebody hires a PTC. They know when they hire it what the rate is. Is there an what do you mean there's an advertised rate and then they might get in the car and there's a different rate?
So it says that advertised rates and prohibit PTCs from charging above the PTC advertised rates for PTC vehicles.
So I'm trying to understand how this makes a real change to the way the PTC driver operates.
It eliminates the ability to surge price.
But do they not? Okay, does it really do that? Because does the passenger not know the price when they get into the car? Have they not already made the arrangement and prepaid the fare?
I'm not an Uber Extra user, so I'm just saying.
Nor am I.
This is to eliminate the ability to do that.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a different question. You've referred to advertised rates.
Well, I hope it has something to do with my motion.
It has, but your motion refers to advertised rates.
My motion is about eliminating surge pricing.
Can we put the motion up again, please? It keeps disappearing from the screen. I'm just trying to understand. You have said that PTCs have advertised rates. That's your motion says.
No, that was in the motion that A and B. That's already from the motion that
C is your amendment.
C is the amendment.
And your amendment says
addition,
charging above the PTC advertised rates.
Is to prohibit surge pricing over the advertised rates.
Okay, so I'm going to I'll take one because I don't want to waste anybody's time. So how does the PTC, in your mind, advertise the rate?
I'm not a user, but I know that they do because it says that they do.
All right, I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a question?
Yes.
I do. Thank you, Speaker. I'm just trying to understand this as well. What if the PTC advertised a range for the rate or the surge price? Would that be okay, or would that be...
I'm sorry, I can't hardly hear you.
Maybe the mic... should I turn?
Well, I think you have to face the speaker. I think that's
I am. I don't know if there's a problem with the mic. I can shout into it here.
Yeah, it's better. You're too tall. So
I'm sorry.
Okay.
May I sit? No, seriously, what happens if the PTC advertises a surge rate or a range of prices? Would that be acceptable for what you're trying to...
They advertise their surge rates. I mean, I think that they advertise on Google Maps. I think that's how it works. I'm not a user of the service, but I actually don't agree with surge pricing for anyone. So that's what the clerk staff have said to me is the appropriate wording to eliminate surge pricing for the PTCs.
Okay, I think I understand the intent. I'm just not sure it matches the words, but thank you. I mean, the clarification helps.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to, first of all, thank City staff and the members of the Licensing Committee who have spent dozens of hours, if not hundreds of hours, working on the various iterations of this package. And history has taught us that as the Industrial Revolution came, it created more jobs than it replaced. But when the technological revolution came, it eliminated more jobs than it created. And that is kind of the overall environment that we're dealing with, unfortunately. At the same time, I think we have to recognize who built this industry. And these originally were people who came to this country with a dream. They worked long hours behind the cab wheel, driving day and night, saving up for the day when they one time, at one point, could be a plate owner. They purchased a plate and then a second plate, and they continued to build what we want people coming to our country to do, and that's create capital, to build businesses, to be an entrepreneur. That is what built this city, and that is what allows us to prosper the way we do. At the same time, maybe the city got it wrong by issuing a government license which can then be sold in the marketplace, and its price driven by market forces. By doing so, we are intrinsically linked as the licensing authority with those people we have sold the licenses to. Therefore, our decisions are forever linked to the value of that license, something that government should have probably never been involved in the first place. And that is why, in many ways, we bear the responsibility by selling a license that is forever linked to the regulatory framework that we create, that we amend, and we are actually looked upon to protect an investment for which we have disposed of long before. But we bear the responsibility, even though this may be a misguided policy, to continue to issue licenses that can then be sold in free markets. And the value of that is driven by the decisions we make here in the council chamber. And that is why this has become a public policy quagmire in the way that it has because of this linkage. At the same time, we also bear the responsibility and the moral commitment to drivers to make sure they work in a safe environment, they can make a fair wage, they can be treated with respect, and they also get an opportunity to work in an industry. It's an entry-level industry in which they can come to our shores and start building a family, building a business, and living in dignity. And it is our responsibility to make sure that the taxi industry flourishes. But one thing we cannot do is continue to put, or there's never been a case where technology can be put back in the bottle. And once it is out there spreading, the best thing government can do is control it and regulate it. And Canada does have a rich history in being able to protect its industries, whether it be the airline industry, rail, telecommunications, the arts industries. Governments across the country, including our national government, have taken measures to make sure that our homegrown industries are protected, not by hyper-regulation, but by reasonable regulation to make sure that businesses flourish, but that our homegrown industries are protected. We can continue this conversation for months and months and keep going back and forth to the Licensing and Standards Committee, to hundreds of deputations, coming back here, throwing amendments around. But on the discussions that we've had since the mayor brought his package forward as a compromise, it looks like this is the best deal that's going to come forward, and it looks like from here we are inclined to take it. And that is because we must make sure that we protect our taxi industry, but at the same time ensure that consumers have the choice that they also desire. There are concerns within the package itself, such as surge pricing, which has been mentioned a few times before. And the last thing we want is our carriers to be surge pricing during civic emergencies. And some time ago, we passed a motion that I brought to this council chamber for staff to report back to make sure that surge pricing during civic emergencies did not violate any statutes at the provincial level. But at the same time, like many times before, this council chamber has found compromise and the best deal before us. And is that with a selection of amendments going forward that I think we can do the best we can in protecting the industry, showing the trust that we've built, and making sure we show the loyalty to those people who are driving the cars and who have bought the licenses from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Our next speaker is Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Don't let the previous speaker and anyone before him fool you. We have made no gains to the treatment of of the drivers in this scenario and what's been proposed. We have actually taken huge steps backwards in the protection and the facilitation of an industry that, rather than come from the top down, as Councillor Perks said, where it's the millionaires and billionaires benefiting, rather than do that shift to empower the drivers, what we've ended up with is the exact opposite. The exact opposite. Several years ago, we sat here and had another long debate. The end of that debate was trying to rectify an inequity that had lasted and persisted for decades, where there were those that were collecting plates and agents in between that were skimming off from the drivers, and that those resources, the equity that the drivers were producing, was getting siphoned away from those families. And what the motion here does, and indeed what the staff recommendations did, was to take away those changes. And I know that the mayor and we all do want to support staff recommendations, but the recommendations before, when the TTL was formed, were just those, staff recommendations, and we supported them then. And something has changed. The industry has changed in that a mechanism, a way of ordering taxis and procuring the ride has changed. And the industry has been, the traditional industry has been very slow to take that up. And we should look at things on a periodic basis and try to improve upon them. But the reason why we regulate vehicles is an important one in the City of Toronto. It's about creating a safe environment for workers, the drivers, and for passengers, and overall create a sense of public safety by inspecting the cars, by licensing drivers, by ensuring that they have commercial insurance, some of which is present in this document, but what's not present are some key pieces around the accountability of us as a government to the riders and the drivers in this scenario. I put myself in the shoes of a shift driver under what's been proposed here. I go to a company, and if I don't own a car and can take the Uber route that takes a certain percentage of all my rides, and that percentage has in other jurisdictions increased, taking more money out of the driver's pocket. But if I don't have that investment to take place, I go and I have to go to a brokerage now and do their training, if there is any, at an attempt at getting a vehicle at a cost that who knows how high, because we're not regulating it. That plate owner can in fact be somewhere else, a numbered company somewhere else that's accumulated those plates over time. Something 2 years ago we fought to get rid of. We're just giving it back. And now that shift driver, which very little contact with with the owner of that plate, now what resolution do they have to the issues around the cost of that plate and the rental fee? And then that individual in the middle, that agent, is right back there. The one position we were trying to take out of the equation is right back there. So now, all of a sudden, the shift driver is at the mercy of the plate owner by way of their agent and can be charging them whatever they want. And what happens when that person wants to move to another agency? Well, according to one of the recommendations in the report, they can only work for one company. So all of a sudden, they have to go through and do another round of training and be at the mercy of that plate owner. That's not fair to those drivers. That's not going to end up with a better economy in the taxi industry in our city. The other piece of this beyond safety is fairness. And ensuring that we have the same set of regulations for all drivers in the space, in the taxi industry. Ensuring that there's fairness in the wages that they collect, what they bring home at the end of a 12-hour day, an 18-hour day, making sure that it's enough to provide for their families. We shouldn't stand for the argument that there are those who have to drive 3 to 6 hours a week just to make ends meet in this city. That means we're not doing a good enough job as a government to attract good jobs to this region if we have to depend on precarious work, precarious part-time work in order for families to make ends meet. That means we haven't done our job in other industries, and we should be focusing attention on that, not trying to take what very little the drivers, mostly the shift drivers, have from an already struggling industry. We should come up with a fair set of regulations that treat drivers, if they're on the Uber side or on the taxi side, if they're an ambassador plate or a standard plate, we should all make it the same. That's where we went 2 years ago, and that's where we should try to land today. Sadly, I don't think that the motion put forward by the mayor will get us there.
Mr. Layton, I didn't realize the time you went. That's fine. I don't have any more speakers. Do we want to call the question? Well, Councillor Cressy. Okay, Councillor Ainslie.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Just on a point of privilege, I just wanted to let the chamber know that we have some visitors here from my ward from the 3rd West Hill Scout Troop. They're up at the very top there with their leader, Bruce Villeneuve. They're here to learn about government and also to do some of the qualifying work for one of their badges. And they're up in the very top.
Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are many in this chamber who would like to frame this debate about whether you support new technology or not. And undoubtedly, after the outcome of this debate, that is how many will choose to frame this debate. Are you for or against new technology? That is not the debate in front of us. The debate in front of us is actually about who gains from new technology. And the answer, if we accept the mayor's motion, is big business and plate owners. They gain, drivers and Torontonians lose. That's what this debate is about. The mayor's motion is a giant step backwards. It will be less safe for drivers and passengers. Torontonians will be less safe on the road with this motion. The mayor's motion has training as optional. PTCs, limousines, taxis, optional training for all. That means conflict resolution, it disappears. It means that defensive driving disappears. Cameras disappear. Flashing lights disappear. Who wins? Who wins by making it less safe on the road? Who wins? Big business wins. Torontonians lose. Drivers and users. We all lose. I want to talk about drivers, and this is about Uber drivers as well. The mayor's motion in front of us is a return to the days where plates were a commodity. This is a giant 25-year step backwards. Companies can own unlimited plates. They will be leased by middlemen with no requirement to drive, no cap on the number of hours you can use it in a day. So who wins from that? Who wins from that going back to the days of plate owners? Big business wins and wealthy folks win. That's who wins from that. Who loses? Drivers, including Uber drivers. Who loses? Hard-working men and women. People who actually try to make a living, a real living, not scrape a few bucks on the side, but people. And that's Uber drivers too. They lose. It's atrocious. I'm not opposed to new technology. I'm not actually opposed to Uber. I believe that under a level playing field where the public and drivers win, we can and could have brought them in. That's not what the mayor's motion does. The mayor's motion represents a drastic race to the bottom. It's a motion that makes it less safe for Torontonians. It makes it less safe for drivers, for passengers. It makes it harder for people to earn a good, decent, well-paying job in this city. We want to talk about economic development. How about supporting good, decent jobs? This fails Torontonians. In pursuit of a win, in pursuit of a coalition, this motion hurts us all. We could have done better. We should have done better. I'm deeply disappointed. I will not be supporting it.
Counselor, okay, members of council, I have a number of members that are putting their name on the list, taking it off, putting it on. Please, if you want to speak, keep your name on the list. We can't be playing games. Counselor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much,
Well,
Madam.
where's your name? Your name's not there.
Yeah, it is. Can you please stop my time?
I don't have anything on my screen. Oh, okay, Counselor de Bearmaker, your name's there now. Counselor de Bearmaker?
I don't mind. Councillor Wong Tam is up to speak. I don't mind her going first. I'll speak next. I'm happy to do that. I just didn't
Okay.
want you to forget me.
No, it wasn't on my list. I don't know what's happening. Okay, Counselor Wong Tam, you're on my list now.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I walked into the chambers today knowing that there were certain colleagues from the both sides, all sides of council, that were working long hours over the past 10 days trying to find a resolution. And I recognize that there were a lot of people who were invested in those negotiations because we wanted to have an outcome that we can all support. And I recognize that there were people in the council chambers that said that they wanted to work to a resolution because they believed in having one system, one set of regulation, one set of rules to govern the ground transportation network that we were trying to regulate, to create that fair and equitable condition. Now, when I left for lunch, I believe that we had a package because there was a meeting of the minds and there was goodwill coming together to negotiate this. After lunch, I come back and all bets are off. The mayor has now come forward with a motion. It's 20 pages long, and apparently it deviates quite a bit from what was also put on the table from another side of council chambers. And everyone who has been in the hallways of City Council, in talking to members of City Council, speaking to the mayor staff, I think we all knew, leading up to this day, to this moment, that we were trying to come to a resolution. And I was asked to not support a receipt motion. Because don't worry, Councillor, we're going to work with all sides to make sure we have a good package that everyone could support. Now, I'm looking at a motion put forward by the mayor that actually takes away a lot of the things that we said that we wanted to do, which is to make the system safer, to regulate it so it's fairer. So we talk about consumer protection. We talked about taking surge pricing off. We talked about building more accessibility, not less accessibility. We talked about making sure that the regulations were going to work for everyone. We talked about making sure that there was adequate training, city-run training. All of this was being negotiated. And I have it here, about 4 pages, all point notes, all point form of how it's going to work. And now that's gone. And now I have 20 pages that tells me that those negotiations are completely off the table, unilaterally. So I recognize what I'm saying is probably going to be sitting uncomfortably, and I apologize if it's uncomfortable to you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to speak through you, Madam Chair, but I'm really disappointed because I know that people worked really hard over the weekend. They were in this building trying to find a resolution, and now that's gone. So I'm now forced to adopt a receipt motion, which is unfortunate because I thought we were working together. And I'm going to be forced to vote against the mayor's motion because it doesn't do the things that I wanted to do, which is to expand accessibility, to make it safer, to eliminate surge pricing, and to go back to a system where we are actually commodifying the plates again. I've only been here for 6.5 years, but I certainly know that during the 6.5 years, there was a lot of effort trying to eliminate trying to eliminate the commodification of those plates so we can get to a place where if you were a driver, you're an operator, you become a plate owner at one point in time. That's where we were heading to, and I thought that was a good place. And it's not about technology, folks. I personally don't think it's about technology because we've already established every single person has access to the technology. Every single cab company out there has access to their own platform. It's not about technology. It's about creating that fair playing system, that fair regulation, and now we don't have that. Like getting to the point of where we're negotiating snow tires, I thought we'd move beyond that. We're now negotiating item by item, motion by motion of how we're going to make this a safer system. We're actually asking this new standard of companies, this PTC as it's called, to now self-regulate. You are supposed to collect all the paperwork on behalf of all your drivers and submit it electronically. And that includes all training, certification, all criminal background check, all vehicle inspection, all commercial insurance, the age of the car, the fee structure. Everything is supposed to be like all controlled by this company that's going to somehow magically be deposited in electronic format for the staff to then review and correlate. We have enough enforcement issues that we don't have enough enforcement officers. So we're actually creating a system that I think is going to become worse. And unfortunately, this is now regulating and formalizing the gig economy.
Thank you.
It is up.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Aujamari.
Thank you. On a point of personal privilege, I wanted to bring up the fact that during his intervention, Councillor Giorgio Mammoliti said, and I quote, "You probably met illegally."
And I believe that the few councillors met contrary to policy on this issue, and I believe it was done on the weekend. And I have the names of councillors that met, and my understanding is that when a group of councillors meet on strategy, that in fact it breaks every policy in this place.
Okay,
and I want to dig it out.
Well, number one, you're wrong. All right. Number two, I did not meet with anyone on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've refused.
Councillor de Bearmaker to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be supporting this set of recommendations that has been, I will say, cobbled together by the mayor and our staff and our council as a body. And I don't think there's many city councillors that haven't had their input into this set of recommendations. I think everybody can recognize their own wishes and desires and maybe likes and even dislikes in this report. I think everybody in the industry has their own likes and dislikes. And I suppose it's part of the burden of being a mayor is that you've got to come to a package that may not be perfect, but it is good. And in this case, I've looked at this 100 different ways, as have many people on this council, and I haven't seen anyone stand up so far today and offer a better package. We can debate whether you have seasonal tires or snow tires or all-season tires or round tires or square tires, but we have a package before us that helps control the chaos that is out there now. UberX exists. It is out there now. It is stalking people's customers right now. It is stealing their fares right now. It is taking their business right now. And what do we have out there today? Well, we have one company that believes in surge pricing, another company that isn't allowed to surge price. There is no level playing field. We have a set of recommendations, and I'm one of those people, I don't like surge pricing. But in this set of recommendations, there is surge pricing across the industry. At least there's a level playing field. At least different competitors can compete on a more or less playing field. At least there are options for people, whereas right now, one company is restricted with handcuffs, the other one isn't. In terms of training, if you're a driver today, you have to take yourself off the road for 17 days and lose 17 days of income to do our training. What if you work for UberX? Well, you watch a 16-minute video and you're good to go. That is not a level playing field. So I am one of those councillors who is somewhat uncomfortable with deleting the requirement for people to have specific types of training that we require. It is a decision and part of a package to say, you know what, we will let the market take care of that training, because if your drivers aren't as good as my drivers, you will start to lose business. So our staff have recommended, not myself, not the mayor, not any individual councillor, our staff have recommended making changes to allow the market and to allow companies to do their own work and train their own drivers and let the best company win. There's a license fee. If I want to become a driver in a legitimate, legal taxi company, I have to pay $530. But my next door neighbor, if he wants to become an Uber X driver, he pays $0. How can I pay $530 and compete against the guy who pays $0 and whose company is allowed to surge price while the company I work for isn't allowed to surge price? This package doesn't make a perfectly level playing field, but it brings the playing field at least into the same field so people can at least try to compete. Insurance. If you're a legitimate professional driver or owner of a vehicle, you have to pay commercial insurance. You pay, call it $8,000 a year. People will maybe yell out and say, no, it's higher or it's lower, but it's $8,000 a year. We've heard many, many times at the committee when we ask people, do you drive for Uber X? Yes. Do you have insurance? I don't want to answer that question. Really? Well, if you ask me today, I have a vehicle, I drive. If you ask me right now, Glenn, do you have insurance on your vehicle? My answer is, of course I have insurance on my vehicle. But we had driver after driver after driver refuse to tell us if they actually had insurance on their vehicle. And my guess is most of the drivers who are in this room today know that their competitors didn't have insurance. How can they compete against people who don't have proper insurance? This package requires people to have the same insurance as the rest of the industry, and when it's submitted to the city, there's got to be proof. And if somebody wants to be smart and try to cheat the system, the actual company that takes care of that driver or who that person drives for could have their entire license suspended. That's a very good financial incentive for any corporation to make sure every single driver has insurance and that insurance is paid for. So, Madam Speaker, this report is not perfect, but it's good and I can support it, and it gives our legitimate tax-paying, law-abiding drivers and owners and operators a chance to at least compete instead of getting killed, which is what they're doing now. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Councillor Shiner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. Very simple. The City Council requests the Province of Ontario to regulate private transportation companies. I'll speak to the motion first, and I'll speak to the item that's in front of us. This is somewhat reminiscent to me of the debate that we had over controlling smoking in restaurants. When each municipality, and formerly there were 6 of us in Metro in Toronto, was told we each had to bring in regulations, and everyone was concerned about the one next to them. And we actually asked the province at that time, through a motion I had at the former City of North York, to bring in regulations, and the Premier at the time, which was Mike Harris, said never would the province ever bring in regulations that were province-wide. And yet they're here. Private transportation companies are here. You're not going to get rid of them. And yet there are still a lot of unfairness in the way that whether it's taxi drivers or private transportation companies can access to the airport, can work in areas outside of us, and those that may actually come inside of the city as well, because what happens if you're picked up in 9:05 and you're driven into the city? Who's regulating you? Who knows that the same regulations are in place if you're in the north side of Steeles or the other side of the boundaries of Scarborough or Etobicoke in a car? Because you can't stop people. And who knows where this is going to go to? Because 2 years ago, no one ever thought that you'd be having this type of industry out there, and 10 years from now, it could be an automated vehicle that's picking you up at your door. We don't know where technology is going to take us. The reason for the motion is I really believe that you have to have something that is at least just coordinated across the province. In saying that, I think the Mayor today and the motions that are in front of us, and it's been quite an interesting debate, is leading the province and leading the country in finding some way to deal with private transportation companies and the new technology. What you're doing here today is historic, because what you're going to do here today matters. It matters in the city to both the taxi drivers that are here and those that want to drive their own cars. It matters to the residents of the city, many of which want to have the ability to use this new technology. It matters to how our taxi companies are going to look at the future, because many of the brokerage firms and dispatch firms are going to have to come into the future, which is here now, which means you're going to be able to access your ride online without ever having to phone anybody and pay for it online. So when we're going forward with this today, I think the decisions that you make and how we go forward is extremely important. But I commend the Mayor for taking the item on and saying we have to come to a resolution, because someone has to provide the leadership in the city and in the province that is void everywhere else. Someone has to provide the leadership for the industry, which is changing, and this council's decisions today will make that. Madam Speaker, in speaking with the item, I am one that was always supportive of going to the new system of the new plates, which means the inability for someone that happens to have 1, 2, 5, or 10 plates to make someone that wants to drive have to pay them for it. And that being in mind, recommendations 8 to 13, which are the ones that were addressed by my colleague, Councillor Mihevik, in a motion are here, but I understand that that may come after the main motion. So I'm noticed now that when you do ask for the votes, I'd like to be able to vote on those separately, because I myself would like to see the end of the system where the person that's the lowest on the totem pole is paying the person on the top just the right to put their derriere in a seat and drive a taxi, fees $600, $700, $800 for the right to do that, and I want to be able to vote on this item. So if you could have us vote on those separately, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
So when we get to the vote, Councillor Shiner, if you can just remind me of that. Thank you. Councillor Shiner, there's a question for you by Councillor Fletcher. Clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
I did hear the Premier today speaking about the insurance piece and the fact that what Ms. Cook had said earlier about that we can't require commercial insurance, but the province could require that. Would you think that would be part of that ask, or just assuming that would be part of their regulation of private transportation?
Councillor Fletcher, I'm not being more specific on what it is because, as I referred to earlier, you couldn't have a ban on smoking in restaurants or on patios without having it province-wide. It wasn't going to work. And they said at the time, under Premier Harris, we'll never do that, and they did. You won't be able to really control private transportation companies unless you actually have rules and regulations that are province-wide, in my belief. So it is to look at the whole package, from the insurance that's required, to the screening of the drivers, to the ability to carry out that business in a private transportation company. I think our model, whatever we pass today, can be used for the province to look at it. But I really think it's important that they do provide something that really does coordinate it across the invisible boundaries that we have when people hop in a car for a ride of 905 and 416.
And have you had any indication that, besides the insurance component, that the province is considering this? Any special news that you have, or are we just asking?
We're just asking. I have not had any phone calls from anyone telling me that they know anything.
No phone calls from the Premier?
I don't think I'm on the list.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion.
I don't think my...
Okay, well, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just want to echo the remarks of Councillor Wong-Tam. She says she's been here for 6.5 years, and every year we've had to deal in some way with a major taxi issue. And I would say as long as I've been here, that's also the case. This is just there are ongoing issues in this industry that we have tried many, many ways to fix. And I know that we have had our champions over the years in our former councillor, Howard Moscow, and our current deputy mayor, Denzel Minin Wong, who may not always have seen eye to eye, but they took on the issue around taxis. I think it's an extremely complicated issue, and Thank you. One of the reasons why I was hoping we would have more time than a 5-minute break to read a 20-page document that was tabled by the mayor as pretty significant changes here, given that the licensing committee itself didn't end up grappling with it. So I'm disappointed, Speaker, in you, actually, that you didn't foresee and give us more time to really go through this document. And 5 minutes is not long enough for 20 pages, no matter how good of a reader you are. So that's unfortunate. It is a new world that we're in. There is a new world. It's a technological, digital world, and many people have indicated that we might soon have driverless cars, and General Motors is moving on to Eastern Avenue, and they're going to be testing electric cars, electric bikes, and they're going to put their workshop there for driverless cars. That is what they're going to be doing at that particular place. So yes, it's something that certainly is going to happen. But with the new technology, we have a new company come to town. It's a big company, it's a new company. It's not a Toronto company like our plate owners, our taxi industry, our drivers. It's a big international company. And one thing I've learned is that I don't think that many dollars are staying in our city from that big company, not staying in our city in the way they are and being reinvested by those who have been in our traditional taxi industry. So I think that's a loss for our city, and one of the important things in regulating a big business such as Uber is that we want dollars to stay in our economy, not be flowing out to bank accounts and who knows which cities around the world. I want to say that what happened in committee was interesting. I watched a little bit off and on during the day, and those councillors that spent the whole day, and also Councillor Davis, that was a difficult committee. And they didn't agree with the staff report. They took parts out of the staff report. They made a lot of change. That was it. So really, we're kind of starting at zero here today. And what are we going to add into the zero? That's what we're doing. I think when we talk about what does the city do, we regulate this, we regulate that. We have to regulate a safe journey. There has to be a safe journey for every rider in the City of Toronto and every driver in the City of Toronto. That's what my commitment is to a safe journey. You can't take out all the things we put into taxis to make them safer for everybody, the rider and the driver, and then you find that we can't say that we've made that journey safer. We know why the flashing lights are on taxi cabs, in order to say there's a distress at that moment. They had to fight to get those on there after people had been murdered. Taxi drivers have been murdered. So let's not kid ourselves that by saying we're leveling the playing field by letting everybody not have anything safe or safety issues or safety pieces of equipment in their cars, that's a good thing. I also want safe working conditions for taxi drivers. And yes, for anybody driving for Uber, they need to have good working conditions, good wages. That's what I'm for in the City of Toronto. I'm not here for plate owners and rich companies like Uber. I'm here for the men and women that drive for a living, no matter who they're driving for. We need to protect them. So if you're wearing a blue shirt or a yellow shirt, you need to have decent working conditions. You need to be protected by regulations in the City of Toronto. And I don't think we've made that mark. We've missed the mark in these motions here today.
Councillor Fillion. Hold on, I don't know if it's ready. Is it ready? Okay, Councillor Fillion to speak.
City Council required that no vehicle covered by the Vehicle for Hire bylaw be permitted to engage in surge pricing. I understand I'm not able to make this as an amendment to the mayor's motions because it is itself an amendment. However, if the portion of the mayor's motion dealing with surge pricing does not pass, then this could be before us. When we started the day, like a lot of other people, I thought we were going to just, Madam Chair, it's just hard to think.
I know, okay.
So when we started the day, I thought we were going to end the day with something that was better for the public. I do not have that optimism now, and there's quite a few motions or components of the mayor's package that I cannot support. The one that I've picked out is the one that I don't understand why anybody would support, so I'm providing an alternative that keeps the level playing field principle, which seems to be uppermost in a lot of people's minds. Surge pricing is not fair to the public. We can all imagine if we did a poll of our residents, how many of them would think that surge pricing is a good idea. How many of us, think it's okay if our children are out, or our older children are out at night and trying to...
Hold on. Okay, there's far too much noise in the council chambers.
I don't think any of us think it's okay that our 20-year-old daughters might be trying to get a cab home and don't or can't because of surge pricing, because it happens to be a rainy night or a snowy night, or for whatever reason the fares have all been jacked up. It's just a bad practice, and in leveling the playing field, we should not be leveling out and extending bad practices. So this is, I hope we will vote against this provision in the mayor's motion, and then you will have this before you for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the speakers. Well, I'm telling members of council, if you want to speak, please put your name up on the screen. Well, okay. Councillor Peruzza?
Councillor Mammoliti had his name on. He could go.
Councillor Peruzza to speak.
No, Speaker. I'm good.
So you're not speaking. Can you take your name off then, please? Take your name off the list. You can't put your name back on the list, Councillor Peruzza. Okay, I think we're playing games now. People are putting their name on, taking it off. Okay. Councillor Peruzza to speak now or forever hold your
happy.
peace.
I am absolutely very happy to speak right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Speaker. Speaker, where do I begin? Let me begin this way. We have, through this exercise, not listened to the cries and the pleading of the people that we are intending to serve. We haven't. We've just simply shut ourselves off to them. We haven't heard the cry that goes something like this, that folks are working harder, longer, for less. That's what they're doing. And in an area, for example, like this one, often we talk about jobs and job creations and good jobs, and I know the mayor recently went off to China in search of new investment, in search of bringing new jobs to the city of Toronto. And often, those are just words, those are just actions we take because we have very little influence and very little power to do anything about that. But here is an economy, an industry, which is right here, it's right in front of you. And you are simply going to take those jobs and you're going to rip them up. You're going to get rid of them. Yes, you will. Let me tell you how you're going to do that. You're going to do that because you have a set of motions in front of you today that are basically going to encourage a new economy to grow. An economy of part-time, precarious, short-term, low-paying jobs. That's what Uber is. That's how Uber makes its money. Let me say that again. By creating part-time, low-paying, precarious, short-term jobs. I'm told the average lifespan of one of the Uber jobs is 3 months. Some poor, desperate person looking to make a buck. I've heard that expression. People should be allowed to make a buck. Absolutely. Looking to make a buck or an extra buck gets recruited by Uber. All right. After a while, when they finally figure out they can't make any money, they move on. But what have they done in that period of time? They have basically gotten rid of a job where people have been trying to carve out a living for some time. I believe that political leadership is failing in this regard. It is. Listen to Trump down south of the border. You know what he calls it? He calls it the bad deals. Well, Frank, this is a bad deal. Right? Sanders, the guy on the other side, he calls it the game is fixed. It's rigged. It's the billion-dollar club that calls the shots. They write the rules. They write the rules for themselves. Well, what do you think you're doing in this regard? You're taking the entire industry, and you know what? Everybody loses. Everybody becomes poorer. It's not just the shift workers. It's just not the agents that disappear. It's not just the license plate owners. It's not the car owners. Everybody does. Ask the plate owners. They had plates that were worth what? A couple $100,000, you know, a little while ago. What are they worth today? They've lost. They're going to continue to lose. They know it. There is no way out for them. Because that's what you're doing. You're creating not a level playing field. Yeah, in your own mind you might be thinking that you're creating a playing field, but what you're doing is digging a ditch in the middle of it and you're burying this industry in it. And giving rise to a new one. And yes, we can all go off and feel comfortable about these words like competition and convenience. And yes, lower fares. Maybe. We love those words, right? And maybe you can take them home to bed with you tonight. But here's what you'll have done. You'll have given rise to a whole new industry of folks who are simply not going to be able to make a living. And I believe we have a big responsibility in that regard.
Thank you, Councillor.
That is not good for the city.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to have to ask that we vacate the council chambers because it keeps going on and on and on, and I've warned you all day. So I've warned you every 5 minutes, so you please, if you want to remain in the council chambers, please stop disrupting the council. Councillor DeGiorgio to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a very healthy respect for private enterprise. I think that they can do things that sometimes governments are not very good at doing. And I find myself in a situation today where, unfortunately, government is not able to deal with a problem that I believe they created. And let me tell you why. This city created the problem we are in today. The whole notion of unintended consequences. In 1998, we had a standard plate system for licenses that was working reasonably well. The values were probably, I can't remember, $80,000. I wasn't here in the 1998 reforms. But those who understand supply and demand will understand that when the council of the day made a decision to limit the supply of standard licenses, they weren't going to issue anymore. And what that does when you put a limit on the supply of standard licenses, it tends to raise the value. And so from 1998 to about 2014, the values of the standard plates escalated tremendously. And the city issued ambassador plates because somebody thought, and I won't mention names, somebody thought that the owner-operated model was the best solution. But in 2014, the people who came forward and said, we need to change the system, were exactly the ambassador plate holders. They said, we want to have the right to lease our plate for a second shift. They were one of the ones that were disgruntled, and they complained about middlemen, and we agreed the middlemen had to go. And we came up with reforms. But all of a sudden, those reforms weren't good enough. Why? Because the genie got out of the bottle. And the genie that got out of the bottle was that the consumer said those reforms of 2014 distribute income amongst the participants, but they do nothing for us. They don't give us the choice that we are looking for, that this new invader identified, because they said it's possible to give you a ride at a lower cost. And once that became visible to the public bought into that. And so we're saddled with, as a city, how do we, as a city, manage to provide cheaper rides for the public? And we have the power to do it. We don't need Uber to do it. What the city could have done was said, look, we've got 5,200 plates. Tomorrow, we're going to issue another 5,200 plates. That won't make anybody happy. But I can tell you that it keeps the taxi industry in control, and it keeps the city in control. Instead, what we did is we allowed a company like Uber, and the reason I say we allowed a company like Uber to come in is because they basically exploited the fact that the whole industry was fragmented, that our ability to enforce bylaws was very, very weak, and for 2 years, they were able to essentially operate illegally. We know that. But in the process of operating illegally for 2 years, they gained a foothold in the marketplace. Such a dominant position that the whole of Toronto, if we were to sort of ban Uber at this point, would go nuts. And so where are we? What is the best of all evils at this point? And I hesitate to say, because I do it with great reluctance. The mayor's motion that he's brought forward is the lesser of all evils. I think he knows that, and he brings it forward in that spirit. And in that same spirit,
It's a bad motion.
in that same spirit, I'm supporting the motion, notwithstanding that I believe that it is not an excellent level playing field. I don't think a level playing field with two different groups of people is possible. They have two different cost structures. But we're trying to merge the cost structures to the extent that we're allowing both the taxi industry and Uber to surge price, to discount. We're trying to merge and provide as level a playing field as possible. And let me say this is not the last run at this issue. It'll come back. It'll come back simply because there are unintended consequences every time a list of reforms comes forward in this industry. And there will be with this set of reforms and what we're adopting today. There will be consequences that we didn't anticipate, and we're going to have to fine-tune those regulations as we go forward.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor McConnell.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. To say that I'm sad today is rather an understatement. I cannot believe that I got up this morning thinking that we had a solution to this problem, and I'll go to bed with tears, actually. You know, the taxi drivers are my neighbors. They actually live across the road from me. I see them every day at the mosque and in my coffee shop. And they walk the same streets, and their children play in the same parks. They go to the daycares that my grandkids have gone to, and they are the schoolmates of my grandson. And I feel a responsibility as their counselor to support their right to have a living wage, to be able to take home enough money to feed their kids and to get their kids into the same classes as my grandson, into soccer and into dance and into swimming and be able to participate, but equally for them to be able to go to university and to be able to get the jobs that many of their fathers left behind and have aspired for their children. And I'm very sad today because I believe that people had a mechanism to come together, and instead we separated out. And I think that when we do that, we do it to the detriment of everybody. I think too much pressure was put on members of council, to be honest, that somehow people were selling out or they were doing whatever, when in fact I believe that what we should have done and what we should do is to do something that did what the courts told us to do, which was to give a fair regulation to Uber that matched, in fact, the regulations that we give to our taxi drivers. After all, a car is a car, safety is safety, insurance is insurance, and make sure that when our kids or whoever is using these smartphones get into these cars, that they have the same protection as if they hail a cab. But unfortunately, we didn't do that. We didn't focus, I don't believe, on what we did. We threw the baby out with the bathwater. We had perfectly good regulatory pieces in 2014, and those allowed our drivers to have options. Sure, they looked at eliminating the middlemen. The middlemen have made a lot of years of lots of money. But what they did was that they allowed the person who created the wealth, if I could put it that way, the person who drove the passenger, the person who served the public, to be able to take home a little bit more money. Not a lot more money, because a lot of my drivers still live with me in Regent Park and in St. Jamestown. Those are not places where rich people live. A lot of those are subsidized positions, and they rely on us instead of on their wages. And so everybody nibbled at it. We nibbled and nibbled and nibbled and nibbled until my drivers had not enough money, my constituents, to take home to feed their children, to give their children. And, you know, I say to the industry, that's what you did. And I say to council, that's what we did. When in fact what we should have done was we should have put a framework around Uber that would have given them a level playing field with the framework that we have given to our drivers. And so from my perspective anyway, I don't think we've done any of that. And I'm saddened by this because I don't think that at the end of the day that the children that I see, whose dads, mostly dads, are taxi drivers, that we're not really giving them a better life. And that's what I wanted. These are dads who work hard. They often don't see their kids for 12 hours. The moms are desperate, talking to them. Sometimes the only time they see them is talking to them on the phone. And I've seen taxi drivers who, when I get in there, are FaceTiming with their children because that's the only time that they see them. So I'm saddened. I'm saddened that we could not, as a council, come together to protect the living wages of people who serve our public and serve our city. And I am saddened that we were not able to do what our job was, which was to regulate Uber so that they conformed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Okay, so Councillor Palacio is going to be the last speaker. Well, I'm sorry, if you want to speak, you need to put your name on the screen. Well, I mean, okay, Councillor Karygiannis, keep your name on the list. Councillor Cho, keep your name on the list, because we are at the end of the speakers list, and you can't be playing games and putting your name on and off. So, Councillor Cho, you're next to speak. That Councillor Davis's motion is not ready. Councillor Cho, Yes, Councillor
Well,
Karygiannis.
thank you for mentioning that to me, but I also have a choice to make up my mind if I want to speak or not. And you, madam, cannot force me to speak or not. I have to make that decision.
Okay,
And I'm using my wits to make that
Councillor
decision.
Karygiannis,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I could also cut off the speakers list, and you won't speak. Once I cut off the speakers list, you don't have an opportunity to speak. Councillor Cho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. That's my motion that instead of Mayor's motion second quarter of 2017, I say first. It's only 3 months difference, but there's a big difference. If we go for second quarter 2017, it's more than a year, but my motion by first quarter is within the year. It's not just a camera issue, but if there's an issue, then we're bringing the whole thing back 3 months earlier. That makes difference. You know, I'm not totally sad. To be honest, I have a mixed feeling. And I'm glad that the mayor come up with a good package. There are a lot of good motions. I don't agree every motion, but there are good points. And the alternative is if we just receive this motion, the status quo just continue, and then the Uber continue to make more money. Definitely, I'm not friend of billionaires. If anything, I'm a friend of poor people, needy people, and that's my value, my philosophy. We only have one life, and I've been supporting all the tax drivers, and the ship workers. They came and they're begging me to support this motion. It's the taxi driver who's asking. You know, I got a call several times from a couple. And I will not mention the name, but it's true story. He said, you know, Raymond, I've been unemployed the last 10 years. And my son will be going to university, and my wife works 2 jobs. And I know the family so well. He used to drive the big truck. He even bought, but there's no business. He cannot compete with the big trailer. And he was in depression. Now he's working for Uber. And he says, it gives me pride. And his wife called me, and thank you, Raymond. They called me by first name. So there are a lot of people driving Uber, over 16,000 people. That's reality. 500,000 Torontonians, they're using the Uber. And when I look at I read every number of mayor's motion. For example, number 58 says it's not the free license for Uber driver, but the driver, the PTC license, they have to renew every year. That means we have to have some control. Now, if we go for just receiving, the whole thing will continue. Number 80, I think it's a very good motion, the mayor's motion. This is one of the concerns expressed by the taxi drivers. The starting the rate is $3.25, but Uber is $2 something. Now it's correcting that. I like the motion by Councillor John Fillions that there's no more surging price, which makes sense. It has to be fair. I also like the Councillor Davy Shiner's motion that we request the provincial government to come up to fair regulation for everybody. You know, it could create a concern. If a city, Toronto, says we have this kind of rules and regulation, and the driver brings the passengers to Hamilton. If the Hamilton has a different rules and regulation, then all of a sudden, the moment they close, they change that. It only makes sense that province come up with the same rules and regulation fair to everybody. You know? So when I look at every motion, instead of just receiving it, by all means, I'm not mayor, I'm the mayor, I'm not the friend of billionaires. They make many tons of money anyway, but we have to have fair regulations for everybody. And the most we could come is, I think, mayor's motion. And that's what Councilor Jim Kerry Jr., who has been working so hard for the taxi drivers, and that's what Councilor Georgia Mamalidi said, that this is a good motion. So what is the alternative? You know? I think this is the best thing we could come up, and that is why I'm supporting the mayor's motion plus all other good motions.
Thank you, Councillor Cho.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Tory.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, can I move that we would extend past 8 o'clock in order to finish this item?
Okay, so the mayor is moving that we finish this item only. On favor? And the confirming bylaw as well, yes.
Who said?
Recorded vote. Isn't there a TV upstairs? I think so.
Councillor Karagianis, please. Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Doucette.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
The motion carries 35-3.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davis is ready to speak. Councillor Davis?
Thank you, Speaker. I have several motions. The first is about introducing 1,000 TTLs. The second is about asking for applicable training as part of your requirement to drive, a copy of the HST registration, that criminal record checks be submitted to the city the same way as every taxi driver submits it, that all documents be submitted by PTC as the way every other taxi cab has to submit. All licensing fees for PTC drivers will be the same as taxi cabs, and that all vehicles for hire charge the same current regulated taxi fares. I'm standing here to speak in favor, unfortunately at this point, for a receipt motion. And that is because I cannot accept what is on the table. And you will hear stories about how I sold out, and there will be colleagues who will follow me and they will paint pictures about various discussions. Of course I was having discussions, we were all having discussions to see if we could find a suitable resolution to what were very distinct differences between us. It is our job to make sure that we had consumer protection. Is it any better with this package? It's worse. Safety for drivers and the public? Worse. Public accountability? Worse. Good jobs in this sector? Really worse. Making a living in this city? Worse. Safety? No training, no cameras. Different vehicle inspections. No flashing lights. Is this a level playing field? Really? When the licensing fees are different, the fares are different, the workers are going to lose on these again. And the worst part, and my colleagues have spoken about it already, and that it has undone many decades of reforms. We're going back to protect multi-plate owners who are wherever. We're going back to allow drivers are people who own plates not to drive. The owner-operated system is out the door. Gone. What will be left? Shift drivers. No need to drive anymore. And no extra 1,000 plates for the 850 people waiting to get their chance to get a plate in this city. Gone. Gone. That's why I hope, through the scramble that we were forced to do to get motions on the table, that we have tried to correct some of the worst pieces that are on the table here. Now, I could talk about Uber because, and I don't think I could do it any better than my colleague Anthony Peruzza. What is Uber? It is a $67 billion corporation that will funnel 25% of every dollar of this industry offshore and shift it through 4 different corporations. You go find the corporate structure. It's very clear. Gone. We will not have owner-operated taxicab industry left here contributing to the local economy. Feel that big suctioning of public dollars going out. Out to wherever.
Panama.
What does Uber rely on? A big supply of part-time workers. Part-time workers who will work when even at the lowest discounted rates. The lowest discounted rates. They can get in their private car and drive around while all of you have to scrape to continue to earn a living. And I will not accept that. I will not accept that. So I'm going to vote for receipt. I'm going to vote not to create a PT category. And all the people who talked about how they were going to kill the PTC are going to vote for it. And you know what they're going to vote for too? They're going to vote to create, open the door for Uber, and get rid of the reforms. Really? Is that really what people in this room wanted? I don't think for a moment that that's what they wanted.
Thank you,
And I will not
Councillor
be
Davis.
supporting it for 1 second.
Thank you. We do have a question for you by Councillor Mammoliti. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
There's been a lot of dialogue from others, descriptions about how they couldn't sleep at night. They thought they had a deal. There was some kind of a deal being structured last night, this morning. Even Councillor Wong Tam mentioned that. Now, we're going to get heckles, and I just would like to ask a question, please.
Councillor Mammoliti?
Yes, Councillor Davis,
Stop the
please.
heckling. No,
Okay,
it's actually Councillor Perks.
Yeah, Councillor Mammoliti, please ask your question.
Lots of people are saying, no, you even admitted yourself that you had meetings. And there was a plan in place. Councillor Davis, the plan that you had in place as of last night,
Councillor
did it include
Mammoliti.
PTCs in the City of Toronto?
Councillor.
Did it include PTCs in the City of Toronto?
Speaker.
Hold it, please. Councillor Mammoliti, you are to clarify the motion that she has.
Yes, and all these motions are reflective of this question. Did it include PTCs, Councillor Davis? Your deal.
There was discussions, of course, and we had discussions that were going to create a level playing field.
Including PTC.
We had discussions that were going to control the entry.
Answer the question.
Control the entry of PTCs. We had a discussion and an agreement that there would be, yes, PTCs.
Okay.
However,
So your
excuse me, Speaker, if I may finish, that also was going to preserve public accountability.
She answered the question.
Preserve the reforms of 2014.
Thank you.
And have 1,000 plates
Answer the question with
issued.
respect to the PTC.
Okay,
None of those were in this.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti. No, I'm sorry. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Davis. But Councillor Mammoliti, you were not asking questions on the motion. Because you weren't asking the questions on clarification of the motion.
rid of the control.
Councillor Davis, please.
Okay.
Councillor Mamalidi, one more question and that's it. That's it.
Please.
No, we're finished.
Your
We are
particular
finished.
deal included PTC. Thank you for
We
answering
are
that question.
finished.
The other part to the equation
We are
is this.
finished.
The 1,000 new particular
Speaker.
TTLs, was that a part of the deal as well?
Okay, Councillor Mamalidi, you're not asking questions according to the motion. I'm cutting you off. Councillor Carroll? Councillor Davis? Councillor Davis?
The motion on the table is
Councillor
that it is
Carroll?
in the deal.
Councillor Carroll, you have a question?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just want to be clear about Councillor Davis's motion F.
Yes. Okay.
Hey, that's not fair. I don't know what you're saying.
Okay, Councillor Al-Jamari, that wasn't called for.
And neither was,
Yeah.
Shelley?
Yes.
Forget it. Shelley,
Yes.
you're on your own.
No,
Thank you.
help me.
I did cut Councillor Mamalidi
I'm
off.
not
Councillor Carroll?
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Karagianis, question to Councillor Davis, clarification.
Did I hear clearly that you'll be moving for receipt of the motion?
No, Councillor Karagianis,
Well, it's
Councillor
clarifying-
Davis moved motions. It's in front of you.
Right, she moved motions, she said she's also going to remove as a receipt.
No, she did not say
It's
that.
already been moved.
She said she's going to support for the receipt motion, but she's
Okay.
moved 3 motions in front
Clarification
of
of
you.
what you said. You said that you had a deal
Oh,
in
Councillor
order
Kerr.
to let Uber participate, and yet you wanted receipt. How hypocritical.
Councillor Karagianis. Now, please, okay, Councillor Karagianis, could you please apologize to Councillor Davis? Okay. But can you get up so we can all hear it?
This is what it looked to me at the moment.
Councillor,
I did. How many times do you want to say it?
Councillor Burnside, do you have a question? Is
Yes,
it on the
no.
motions?
Yeah, no comments, just a question. There are a multitude of motions here. What's the end game in this?
Pardon me?
Like, what is the,
My motions
what's the
are
purpose of all
to,
these motions? Like,
the objective of my motions are to
what are you trying to accomplish?
to add 1,000 plates, which was in the original report, is gone, to put back in the reforms that were there in 2014 that we worked very hard on.
Okay.
The intention is, as well, in the changes that are here, is to create a consistent approach so that taxi drivers who have to pay a big registration or licensing fee, that they don't have a big fee, and the Uber drivers pay nothing, virtually. It's to try and create some level playing field.
Okay. So if that's the case, then would you be amenable to a motion that allows Uber to do street pickups and cab stands? Because that would be that level playing field that you seem to be
This-
interested in.
First of all, you're supposed to ask a question of my motion, and there are no further motions since I don't believe.
Councillor
there's another
Burnside, question, clarification of the motions. That is the opportunity, is to clarify the motion she has before.
I am trying to clarify, I'm trying to understand what the outcome the councillor would like to see.
And
And she
Councillor
said,
Davis did answer that question.
My outcome is I hope that you'll vote for them. Thank you.
okay, let me think about it.
Janet?
I can't find my motion.
Councillor Perruzza, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, I just want to get a sense of what the, sort of net sum result of the motions. Is it, I guess it's your contention that approving what the mayor, or what's being put forward before us, adds an additional 5,000 cars or plus on a daily basis out on our streets. And what you're trying to do is, as I'm assuming with those motions, aside from the 1,000 additional accessible licenses, is to make it a little harder for Uber and giving the current taxi industry more of a chance to survive. Is that what you're trying to do?
Uber has yes, because Uber has a particular system of using their PTC company of just filing everything and doing third-party criminal records checks, and the drivers don't have to pay the same at the outset, so it's a way of herding in more drivers quickly with no barriers to entry.
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind, do as you like. But
No barriers to entry.
so the intention or the overall result of the motions, other than the one that adds the 1,000 additional licenses, is to bring the regulatory framework, make it a little more onerous for Uber, giving the current taxi industry somewhat more of a chance to survive.
Well, it's not even so much making it onerous, it's about making it fair and making it the same for drivers in the taxi industry. And if there's going to be Uber, they ought to operate under those same constraints and the same regulations.
Okay.
So the net sum of your motions is to try to give these folks somewhat more of a chance to survive.
I also believe we are protecting the public interest if we have training, we have safety, and regulation that provides for greater public accountability.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, clarification of the motion.
I just want to ask about motion C, that City Council direct that all criminal record checks be submitted directly to the Toronto Police Service by taxi cab and PTC drivers, and that they can't be conducted through a third-party operator. How are the taxi cab criminal record checks currently done, Councillor?
Well, they do their own.
No, but they do their own.
Uber hires a third-party contractor, and they manage all of that administration. Meanwhile, all of the drivers, taxi drivers, have to do it themselves, and they have to pay.
And so these have to be submitted directly to the Toronto Police. You're expecting that?
And to the city.
It doesn't say that there, so, all right. And I'm
sorry, which?
I'm on item C.
Yep.
About submitting to the police, the criminal record checks.
Oh.
So it
It's
looks
to the
to me
city.
that it indicates that you're going to submit them to the Toronto Police. Is that incorrect?
No, I'm glad you pointed that out. It's to the City of Toronto.
Right. And that's
Thank
currently where the Toronto taxi drivers submit their record checks. And your
Yes.
motion would just have Uber or any other business like Uber submit to the city directly. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. On item number B, motion B, the copy of the HST registration, can you explain why you've put that in there in that way?
There are a number of other municipalities that are requiring that, and it is, if you are required to pay HST, you should submit it to prove that you're actually registered and paying HST and you're paying your taxes.
So as far as you know, is Uber paying HST on all of their rides or collecting?
We wouldn't know.
Well, you wouldn't know. Well, so you're asking for that?
Yes.
You could ask, and the last one is about the...
I hope that the Government of Canada, which is already investigating Uber, will actually be able to identify the tax evasion that is happening on every day because of this kind of just-in-time, unregulated, privatized service that Uber is. And yeah, we're going to see more of this kind of just-in-time, on-demand, privatized kind of service. And we need to make sure that people are paying their taxes.
Councillor Fletcher, that was your last question.
Oh, okay,
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, clarification of the motion, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to follow up on the HST question.
Now, it's my understanding that taxi and limousine drivers are legally obligated to register for an HST number. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Would that be regardless of whether they're making $30,000?
No, if they're required to submit it. Not everyone is required to submit an HST.
Now, do you think the municipality has a legal obligation or authority to enforce federal tax law?
I think we have an obligation to ensure that we do our best to see that those people are operating legally and paying taxes. We are giving them the right to operate on our public streets. We are giving them a license to benefit from the license we issue. There are many reasons why we ought to be looking to ensure that that they are complying with other
Right. I mean, they should.
regulatory.
Yeah, everybody should pay their fair share
Yeah.
of taxes. Now,
We would
since
we
we're
would not be able
requiring
to.
no, okay, fine. Since we're requiring the HST, I guess it's posted. You want it available or posted somewhere. Are you going to be? Is this creeping bureaucracy where we're going to do spot audits on whether the remissions are done on a quarterly basis?
No. Doesn't suggest at all that we would do that.
And the HST is remitted on the net or the gross?
Counselor,
So spot audits are not in your
Counselor,
plans?
this says it is evidence that you've registered. It's simply a registration number. That's all.
And
This is what Mississauga is requiring as well.
Okay, is it posted publicly or just on file?
It's just submitted along with all of the other things that have to be submitted on file.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor Kergianis. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that I'd like to put up, please. It reads that City Council direct the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards to report back to the Licensing Standards Committee in 1 year of the effectiveness of Council decision of this item. Madam Speaker, a year ago, the Mayor seconded my motion on having a level playing field. And although, as much as we could arrive at a level playing field today, I think by far the best thing that would come up with is the Mayor's motion. There's items in there that I certainly like to take another look at it, and I know that my colleague to my back right certainly does not agree with me, but did we have a chance to kill PTC? I think we did. Unfortunately, side deals and sidebars were directed and redirected, and people had stormed out of people's offices, and the crowd up there knows who I'm talking about. Some of you visited councillors and were very disappointed. And you left their office and they said, we won't vote for you again. And you know who I'm talking about, and I'm not going to say any names. However, by far, I think this is the best thing that we can have, for the simple reason that it brings an illegal operation into legalization, and they will have to pay their HST tax, they will have to buy insurance, they will have to comply with provincial and municipal regulations, and if they don't, I think there's enough penalty in here in order for them to leave town. Now, should they choose to leave town, even with these recommendations, I would love nothing else but to go to the airport and wave a flag at them. So, Madam Speaker, I suggest to everybody that we support the Mayor's motion, get over with it, and in a year's time, come back and see how we did. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Mamalidi.
I'm going to move, Madam Speaker, the final part of what you see is that under M, and I'm directing the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards to report back on Parts A and B above by September 2016. That's my only motion. We could have dealt with this in September of 2015. We had a motion in front of this council. The committee had done its due diligence. It heard from thousands of people back then. And at the end of the day, we all agreed with most of those people. We recommended a series of suggestions, of which this council turned down. And every one of those suggestions are now being preached upon by a group of people who can't sleep at night, who are waiting for another deal to crop up before lunch today, and who have hosted a number of different venues over the last few days on the weekend to create a Davis deal. And the Davis deal
Councillor
consisted...
Mamalidi, please. Can you refrain?
Councillor Davis has admitted that there was a deal that she was working on. The Davis deal...
Okay. Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Another 15 seconds have already been added for no
I
reason.
put your timer on hold. Councillor Davis.
I would just simply ask you to ensure that there is...
I did, Councillor Davis.
I want to remind...
I did. Councillor Davis,
I want to
Councillor
remind people the
Mamalidi.
history. We could have dealt with this last year. Councillor Davis and others who are now suggesting to vote in favor of Councillor El-Jameri's motion, voted against that motion back in September to end it once and for all and to do away with Uber. Now, we have decided as a committee to bring forward a number of recommendations. Those particular recommendations were in front of us. What happened was that over the last few days, even though the recommendations were there, and I think everyone also knows that there are two fractions on council. There are. There's two fractions on council. Stop interrupting, please. And the reality of the situation is this.
Hey, George, it's the mayor's deal. It always has been the mayor's deal.
Councillor
Stop framing it some other way.
Councillor Peruzza, please stop interrupting. Okay.
Got it for you. Such a bag wind.
Councillor Mamalidi, go ahead.
Uber's been able to capitalize on a fractioned community, that being the taxi community. They have been able to divide and conquer. And I believe, in my heart of hearts, that this could have been dealt with if only people would have left the committee report the way it was and alone. Instead of talking to a few of us that sit on that committee who've had to endure thousands of hours of listening to people and making the right decisions, they chose to do it on their own last weekend. And last weekend, their deal included PTCs. And it was admitted. The reality is there are many councillors that were worried about that because I do, very much support the majority of the industry, which includes the owners, which includes the standard plates, which includes the brokers, which includes the whole industry. And the minute you start meeting in secret and you start including deals that nobody knows about, is the minute the rest of us say, well, let's secure some of the language that we want in any...
Councillor, hold on, I'll put your time on hold, Councillor.
Of course.
Mamalidi. Can you please refrain from talking about the secret
truth?
meetings? Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Refrain from telling the truth.
And can you please apologize?
For what?
Okay, yes,
For
Councillor
what?
Carroll, just hold on for a sec, please. Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, on a point of privilege, would you please rule so that it is clear to the public that provided that no quorum is ever met in secret, that the mayor's staff, and any councillor of this chamber may meet to develop consensus around ideas, provided they never achieve quorum in a meeting that is not attended by a clerk, and that is in fact the rule we are allowed to keep.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Yes, I've clarified that to Councillor Mamalidi. So, Councillor Mamalidi, please, can you refrain from saying private meetings?
On a point of order, it's been brought up by Councillor Carroll. I'd like to know the rule on that as well. When two councillors or three councillors are meeting, no, this is above. This is. I'm asking the question. You brought it up, Councillor Carroll.
Hold on.
The clerk has broken up. The clerk has broken up meetings in committee, in the hallways, regularly if there's two or three councillors meeting.
Councillor Mamalidi, hold. Okay, I'm shutting. Councillor Mamalidi, please. Please. Okay, Councillor Mamalidi, hold on. Yes, just, would you give me a minute, please? Can I have the clerk, please, comment on meetings?
There are many factors, obviously, that go into the question of whether a meeting is closed or open. But I have to say, we've never broken up a meeting of 2 or 3 councillors that are not a committee or the majority of a committee. The most important factor is quorum. And that's really the rule.
I thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Mamalidi, can you speak
I'm
on
trying
the
to.
motion?
The interjections are frequent.
I put your time on hold.
This is not going to be a point of order, I guarantee.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza, what is your point of order?
McCarthy thing all day, right? If he has names and dates and places of people that met somewhere, he should lay that out and say it. But you should stop him from doing this.
Trying to.
McCarthy, you're a communist, you're a communist, you're a communist. So all of them should be. What is this about? This is like, it's silly.
Thank
Madam
you.
Speaker, I'm trying to do just that, and you cut me off.
I feel like I'm back in the last session of council.
At the end of the day, the deal would have included the PTCs.
Okay,
There's a number of us on this floor of
Councillor Mamalidi, your time is on hold, but I've had your time on hold for the last minute or so. If you have any complaints, then you can take that up with the Integrity Commission. But right now, we're in council. Yeah.
I don't care.
But right now, if you can.
I'm going to tell the truth whenever the.
Okay, Councillor Mamalidi, can you just speak on what's before us?
I'm trying to finish.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, there is a number of councillors that needed to know that today would have been a day that we could have at least saved some of what we've worked for. This particular case this morning, after we recognized and realized that the negotiations were over, we needed to secure some language. And it's the language in this report.
Okay.
It's the language in this report.
Councillor Mamalidi, hold on. Your time's on hold again. He has 30 more seconds, Councillor Davis. Hey. He has 30 more seconds. Okay. He has only 30 seconds left.
Of course.
Okay.
30 seconds left after 5 interjections. I know why you do it. It's fine.
I had your time on
I got
hold.
my message across. We're going to support this particular report because we're going to save much of the work that we have done right from the beginning. You put this in jeopardy in September. You put it in jeopardy with your secret meetings, and some of us have had enough.
Okay.
This won't be a
Yes.
point, that's not a point of order.
Councillor Perks, point of order.
I would draw your attention to Rule 2747. If a member disobeys a rule in the procedures bylaw or a chair's ruling, the chair, after the first time, gives formal verbal warning. You gave that warning to Councillor Mamalidi. After the second time, called the member to order. You called the member to order. You are now in a position where you should be using Rule 2748 and removing the member from the chamber.
Next speaker.
What about the interruption?
Councillor Palacio.
Yes. I'm ruling that Councillor Mamalidi was told a couple of times, and Councillor Perruzza, please stop interrupting. We have one more speaker, and let's finish this item and move on. Councillor. Yeah. Yeah, Councillor Perks, my ruling on your point of order is that Councillor Mamalidi stay in the council chambers and we'll vote on the item. Thank you. Councillor Palacio, last speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to move 11 recommendations that were circulated to members of council, but I'm not going to table them because the mayor and his 20-page recommendations embrace those recommendations that have been working with the industry, with city staff, with members of council, and so on. So I believe those recommendations are very inclusive. Madam Speaker, it's been for the last 5 years that we've been working on this. And that's because of that political interference that has taken place, we ended up in court, and here we are once again. And that has become, as you know, one of the most controversial issues here at City Council. Last year, City Council instructed city staff to come forward with a bylaw that's going to be very inclusive. A bylaw that's going to be equitable and fair to the taxi industry, that's going to embrace innovation in technology, a bylaw that's going to also to create a level of financial sustainability to the industry. And that's what came to the committee. And city staff did everything humanly possible as well from that end. Now, during the last year and a half, as you know, we have for over 1 year and a half, UberX just running wild and sucking the blood out of the taxi industry, of these people that now we are trying to bring that sense of fairness to them. But the recommendations that are before us, even though they are not the most perfect ones, I may say that they are the lesser of the two evils. But you know what? This is bringing us somewhere, and finally bringing a sense of common sense to the whole thing. So I'm in full support of these recommendations, and I'm going to ask all the members of the committee, of the Licensing Standards Committee, to support these recommendations. They went through hell as well for 15 hours of deputations. We heard from a lot of people, and we have spent thousands of hours listening to the industry and to all the stakeholders over and over again. And finally, it seems that we're getting somewhere. Issues that are very important, like background and criminal checks, that's going to apply to all. Vehicle inspections that is going to apply to all. These are the very things that the industry they've been talking about. And these recommendations are embedded into this one. As chair of the committee, I didn't want to come out with a set of recommendations on a fly that it didn't make sense, because that happened in the past. I thought that in a very thoughtful way, just to work with everyone. And I think this is what we have here on this 20-page document of recommendations, something very thoughtful that's going to serve everyone. Now, one of the things that we're going to end up here, from what I see, is with a proposed bylaw that's going to be clear, it's going to be fair, unambiguous, and enforceable at the same time. The way I see it, there is going to be a win-win-win situation. The first one, on the consumer side. The city as a regulator, we all know that we must ensure that health and safety for the riding public is going to be, cannot be compromised in any way, and that's going to be paramount. And we must ensure that the consumers, the ones who've been speaking out there, enjoy a safe, accessible, reliable, and affordable ride. On the taxi side, the city must ensure fairness, equity, and a level playing field. And I believe these recommendations does that. We must ensure that the financial sustainability of the taxi industry will be there, and we're going to keep on working on that. And for those who don't want to abide by that, and I'm referring to the UberX out there, you know what? If they don't want to abide by these regulations, they can get the hell out of the city of Toronto if they don't comply with that. And we are going to make sure about that. On the technology side, I think that the bylaw also needs to be modernized. And that's exactly what's happening here. We have to be more inclusive. The taxi industry and all the other stakeholders, they've been speaking about it. They want to upgrade their technologies as well. And we have to modernize that under Chapter 545. The consumer protection and safety for the riding public
Councillor Palacio?
has to be paramount to everything.
Councillor
Thank you,
Palacio-
Madam
No,
Speaker.
but Councillor Palacio, hold on. You want an extension of 2 minutes?
I'm okay. Thank you, Madam
I
Speaker.
was going to move the motion. Do you want an extension?
Thank you. I'm okay with that. Thank you.
You're okay? Okay. No. I think we've had enough of you, Councillor Mamalidi. Okay. Okay, we're going to put the order of the votes on the screen.
Speaker, I'd like to request that when we get to the mayor's motion, we vote ad seriatim, section by section. Thank you.
She said yes. She said yes.
So, Councillor Perks, are you referring to each recommendation?
Each recommendation, please, Speaker.
Some are joint.
Yeah, but no, the ones with subheads, obviously, but we can group the ones with subheads.
Okay, and Councillor Carroll, you had...
Yeah, I was just making sure that was your ruling, because I asked for one in particular to make my motion in order. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So if they can be divided, we'll vote on them separately. If not, they're together, okay? So the clerk will advise us as we move along, but the numbers are on the screen. Now, number
I got some dupes here.
11 is Councillor Davis's motion. I know it's not numbered on your list, but it's number 11. Is Councillor Davis's.
My microphone, Madam Speaker?
Okay, are we ready, members of council? Okay. Is everyone ready? No. Well, there are some members that say they're not ready. Councillor Fragadakis?
Sorry, while I was putting all these motions in order, I was wondering, did you say that we would be voting on 1A separately? Like each number? Did you say that? I'm just seeking clarification. So that request was made?
That request was made by Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much.
Are we ready? Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 14 to 28.
Okay. Next motion, put on the screen. 4A by Councillor Ainslie. Recorded vote? No? You want them recorded?
Councillor Fragadakis and Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
The motion carries 37 to 5.
Okay, next motion. Motion number 7. Okay. All in favor? Recorded vote.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 17 to 25.
Okay, next motion. Motion number 10. Yeah, all in favor? Recorded vote? Oh, you want a recorded vote on everything, okay.
Councillor McMahon, please.
Councillor Mihevc and Councillor Fletcher, please.
The motion carries 34 to 8.
Okay, next motion. 11B. By Councillor Davis. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Shiner. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Cole, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 17 to 25.
Okay, our next motion. Recorded vote. Is this
order.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Cho. Councillor Lee and Councillor Cho, please.
The motion carries 22 to 20.
Okay, our next motion.
Well.
Okay, so. Okay, it's on the screen. The mayor's motion, recorded vote. Yes, it's the highlighted part. There was a request to vote on them separately. There was a request.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Kelly, please.
Section 1, Part 1 of the motion carries 29 to 13.
Yeah, Councillor Thompson.
You know I've got no here, and I voted incorrectly here, so I'd like to ask that this vote be taken over, please, because I wanted to vote yes for that.
Somebody from the prevailing side? There we go.
Yeah, sorry about that.
On favor to reopen?
Thank you.
Carried.
Thank you.
Who moved that?
Councillor Cole?
Huh?
No, I was covered with all this paper, and I was...
Okay, can you tell me?
Microphone, Madam Speaker.
So the mayor is ruling. I know. Speaker?
Microphones?
Okay, to reopen. So now on the item, recorded vote. Councillor Thompson, you're voting on the item now. Okay.
Part 1 carries 31 to 11.
Thank you. So the next ones, you can't divide it, so they'll be voting together. Recorded vote. A and B, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Part 7A and B carries 41 to 1.
Okay, the next one. 7C. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Part 7C carries 41 to 1.
Okay, it's on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Councillor Fragedakis and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Part 10A carries 30 to 12.
Okay, the next one, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Holland, please.
Part 10B carries 37 to 5.
Okay, number 11, recorded vote. So, Councillor Perks, did you want every one voted on separately?
Thanks very much, Speaker.
Yeah.
Trying. Watch me.
Councillor McConnell, please, and Councillor Crisanti.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Part 11 carries 25 to 17.
Okay, our next one. Number 29. Is it 29 next? Yeah. Recorded vote.
Councillor McConnell and Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Part 29 carries 24 to 18.
Number 30. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Fragedakis, please.
Part 30 carries 23 to 19.
Number 40. Recorded vote.
Councillor McConnell, please.
Councillor Algemari, please. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Perruzza and Councillor McMahon, please.
Part 40 carries 39 to 3.
'41. Recorded vote.
Councillor Shiner, please, and Councillor McMahon.
Part 41 does not carry. The vote is 19 to 23.
'51. '51. Recorded vote. Yeah, they'll put it up.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Shiner. Councillor Kelly. Councillor Carroll, please. Deputy Mayor, please.
Part 51 carries 24 to 18.
Part 52. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion and Councillor Crisanti, please. Thank you.
Part 52 carries 24 to 18.
54. Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Cho, Councillor Perruzza.
Part 54 carries 32 to 10.
Part 55, recorded vote.
Councillor Fragadakis and Councillor McConnell and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
Part 55 carries 41 to 1.
Part 56, recorded vote.
Councillor McConnell, please, and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Cho, please.
Part 56 carries unanimously 42 in favor.
Part 57, recorded vote.
Councillor Shiner, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor DiGiorgio.
Councillor Holland, please.
Part 57 carries unanimously 42 in favor.
Part 58, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Shiner.
Councillor Mihevik, please.
Part 58 carries unanimously 42 in favor.
Part 59, recorded vote.
Councillor McConnell, Councillor Fillion, Councillor Fragadakis, Councillor Cole, Councillor Ainsley, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Oh, sorry.
Part 59 carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
Part 60, recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Davis, thank you. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Cole, please, and Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Part 60 carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
Part 61.
Councillor Carroll, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Ajamari, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Davis. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crisanti.
Part 61 carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
Part 62. Well, Councillor Perks has asked for several. Councillor Mihevik. Well, speak to Councillor.
I'll let 62 to 68 go as well.
Okay, so
Good at working on compromise.
so Councillor Perks is requesting that 62 to 68 be voted in one as one item. Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor, please.
The vote on Part 62 to 68 inclusive is unanimous, 42 in favor.
Part 69. Recorded vote. Okay, Councillor Mihevik is recommending we do 69 to 78. Okay, recorded vote.
These bargains are further and further down. Makes you give more and more.
69 to 78. I think Councillor Mihevik wants to go home and get a good night's sleep.
Councillor Mihevik, please. Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Part 69 to 78 inclusive carry, 42 it's to nothing, it's unanimous.
Part 79.
Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Davis. Councillor Shiner. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Davis, please.
Part 79 carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
Number 80, recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Shiner and Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Part 80 carries 35 to 7.
Is that okay, Councillor Perks? Okay. 81 and 82 together, recorded vote.
Councillor DiGiorgio, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Mihevc, Councillor Cole, and Councillor Holland, please.
Councillor Doucette, please.
Parts 81 and 82 carry unanimously, 42 in favor.
Okay, Part 87. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kergias, please. Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Shiner.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Part 87 carries 41 to 1.
Part 90. Well, can we do 90 to 98? N- 90. Okay, we'll do not. There is no 93. 90 to 92, recorded vote. Pardon? 97. Oh, you want 90 separate? Okay. Councillor Fragadakis wanted 90 separate. Yeah. Okay, let's just do 90. Just on 90.
Members, we canceled the previous vote and started a new one, so your buttons might be lit up. Councillor Lee, Councillor Mallow, Councillor Davis, Councillor Cho, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Cole, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Mamalidi, and Mayor Tory, please.
Members, your buttons may still be lit up from the previous vote. Councillor Lee, Councillor Cho, Councillor Ajamari.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please. Councillor Carroll.
Part 90 carries 29 to 13.
Okay, 91, 92 we'll do together, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Pasternak,
Councillor Cole, Councillor Fletcher, and Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Carroll, thank you.
Parts 91 and 92 carry 38 to 4.
Part 94, recorded vote.
Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. Thank you. Councillor Shiner and Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, may we have your vote, please?
Part 94 carries 27 to 15.
Part 98.
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Crisanti, and Councillor Mamalidi, please.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Carmichael Greb, please, and Councillor Lee. Councillor Kelly as well, please. Councillor Carmichael Greb.
Part 98 carries 37 to 5.
Okay, so what's next? What is it? But these are all deletions. Okay, so we're on section 2 now. Can we vote? Pardon? All of that is one vote? Okay, recorded vote. Yeah. Part 1. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fillion, please.
Councillor Shiner and Councillor Lee, please. Councillor Lee.
The Section 2 recommendations carry 26 to 16.
Okay. Next one. Section 3. All one vote for Section 3? All one vote? Councillor Perks? Councillor Kergianis? Councillor Perks? Yes? Okay, all section, 3 on one vote, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor Davis. Councillor Carroll.
Councillor
Deputy-
Crisanti and Councillor Fragadakis, please.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please. And Councillor Perruzza, please. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please.
The Section 3 recommendations carry unanimously, 42 in favor.
Section 4. Section 4, recorded vote. Oh, Councillor Perks wants A, B, C, D, E. On A, recorded vote. No, he wants them all separately. He wants A, B, C, D, E voted on separately.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Ajamari, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Wong Tam, and Councillor Mallow, please.
Councillor Cole and Councillor Holland, please.
Part A carries 37 to 5.
B, recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Holland, and Councillor Campbell.
And Councillor Perruzza, please.
Part B carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
C,
Councillor Carroll, Councillor Cho, Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Holland, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Fletcher, and Councillor Fragadakis, thank you.
Part C carries 40-2.
Part D, recorded vote. As amended by Councillor Cho.
Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Councillor Holland, please.
Part D is amended, carries 41-1.
Part E, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Davis.
Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Crisanti, and Councillor Palacio, please.
Part E carries 40-2.
I think you need to reset the...
Pardon? Please, if we can just a few more minutes and we're finished. If you can please keep the noise level down. It's hard to hear. Please. Okay, G.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Part F carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
Part G. G. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Ashamari, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Davis, and Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Cole, Councillor Crisanti, please.
Part G carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
H, recorded vote.
Councillor Crawford, please. Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Matlow, please.
Part H carries 38-4.
I, recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Madlow, Councillor Cho. Councillor Carmichael Greb, please.
Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Carmichael Greb.
Part I does not carry. The vote is a tie, 21 for each side.
Oh, look who voted for monopoly, Mr. Free Market. Mr. Free Marketeer voted for monopoly.
Okay, Jay, recorded vote.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Doucette, Councillor Carmichael Greb, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Ajamari, please, and Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
Part J carries 37 to 5.
K, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, Councillor Burnside, and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, thank you. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Shiner, please.
Councillor Burnside, please.
Councillor Shiner, please.
Part K carries 22 to 20.
Al, recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Perruzza, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Cho, Councillor Davis, and Councillor Carmichael Greb, please.
Councillor Burnside and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
Part L carries 25 to 17.
Okay, Part M, as amended.
Councillor Bailao, please. Councillor Shiner, Councillor Cho, Councillor Matlow. Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Perruzza.
Part M as amended carries 25 to 17.
Okay. Okay, can you put it on the screen? Okay, 1B, on favor, carried. Okay. Motion number 3. It's on the screen. Motion 3 by Councillor Mihevc, recorded vote.
Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Motion 3 does not carry. The vote is 15 to 27.
Okay. So, 5 is redundant, and what's the next one? Okay. Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, Madam Speaker, the last vote I voted in error. I'd like to correct my vote. For someone who voted in favor.
Okay, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Wong Tam is asking to reopen. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Thompson, yes, moved it. Recorded vote. We're voting on motion number 3 over because Councillor Wong Tam has asked that we reopen the item. We're voting on the motion now. We've already reopened it.
Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Cole, please, and Councillor Mihevc.
It's motion 3.
Motion 3 does not carry. The vote is 17 to 25.
Okay, so which one is next? Okay, number 5 is redundant, yes. So 6 revised. For motion number 6 revised by Councillor Burnside, recorded vote.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor DiGiorgio, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon, please.
Motion 6 revised carries 27 to 15.
Motion 9 is redundant. Motion 4B by Councillor Ainsley. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karagianis, please. Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bailao, Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong, please.
$1.95 to take a taxi 2 blocks.
Councillor Perks?
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perks, please stop interrupting.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
You know the rules. I think it's his third warning, yes. Yes.